Dedication and author's note of Stella Fregelius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick79. Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. Dedication and author's note. My dear John Berwick, when you read her history in manuscript, you thought well of Stella Fregelius and urged her introduction to the world. Therefore I ask you, my severe and accomplished critic, to accept the burden of a book for which you are to some extent responsible. Whatever its fate, at least it has pleased you, and therefore has not been written quite in vain. H. Rider Haggard, Ditchingham, 25th of August, 1903. Author's note. The author feels that he owes some apology to his readers for his boldness in offering to them a modest story which is in no sense a romance of the character that perhaps they expect from him, which has, moreover, few exciting incidents and no climax of the accustomed order, since the end of it only indicates its real beginning. His excuse must be that, in the first instance, he wrote it purely to please himself, and now publishes it in the hope that it may please some others. The problem of such a conflict, common enough mayhap, did we but know it, between a departed and a present personality, of which the battleground is a bereaved human heart, and the prize its complete possession, between earthly duty and spiritual desire also, was one that long attracted him. Finding at length a few months of leisure, he treated the difficult theme, not indeed as he would have wished to do so, but as best he could. He may explain further that when he drafted this book, now some 5 years ago, instruments of the nature of the aerophone were not so much talked of as they are today. In fact, this aerophone has little to do with his characters or their history, and the main motive of its introduction to his pages was to suggest how powerless are all such material means to bring within mortal reach the transcendental and unearthly ends which, with their aid, were attempted by Maurice Monk. These, as that dreamer learned, must be far otherwise obtained, whether in truth and spirit, or perchance in visions only. 1903. End of dedication and author's note. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 1 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 1. Maurice, Mary and the Aerophone. Above, the sky seemed one vast arc of solemn blue, here and there with points of tremulous fire. Below, to the shadowy horizon stretched the plain of the soft grey sea, while from the fragrances of night and earth floated a breath of sleep and flowers. A man leaned on a low wall that bordered the cliff edge and looked at sea beneath and sky above. Then he contemplated the horizon and murmured some line heard or learnt in childhood, ending where earth and heaven meet. But they only seem to meet, he reflected to himself idly. If I sailed to that spot, they would be as wide apart as ever. Yes, the stars would be as silent and as far away, and the sea quite as restless and as salt. Yet there must be a place where they do meet.
No, Morris, my friend, there is no such place in this world, material or moral, so stick to facts and leave fancies alone. But that night this speculative man felt in the mood for fancies, for presently he was staring at one of the constellations and saying to himself, "Why not? Well, why not? Granted, force can travel through ether, whatever ether is. Why should it stop travelling? Give it time enough, a few seconds or a few minutes or a few years, and why should it not reach that star? Very likely it does, only there it wastes itself. What would be needed to make it serviceable? Well, simply this, that on the star there should dwell an intelligence armed with one of my instruments. When I have perfected them, or the secret of them, then who knows what might happen?" And he laughed a little to himself at the vagary. From all of which wandering speculations it may be gathered that Maurice Monk was that rather common yet problematical person, an inventor who dreamed dreams. An inventor in truth he was, although as yet he had never really invented anything. Brought up as an electrical engineer, after a very brief experience of his profession he had fallen victim to the idea and become a physicist. This was his idea, or the main point of it, for its details do not in the least concern our history, that by means of a certain machine which he had conceived, but not as yet perfected, it would be possible to complete all existing systems of aerial communication, and enormously simplify their actions and enlarge their scope. His instruments, which were wireless telephones, aerophones he called them, were to be made in pairs, twins that should talk only to each other. They required no high poles or balloons or any other cumbrous and expensive appliance. Indeed, their size was no larger than that of a rather thick dispatch box. And he had triumphed. The thing was done, in all but one or two details. For 2 long years he had struggled with these, and still they eluded him. Once he had succeeded. Oh, that was the dreadful thing. Once, for a while, the instruments had worked, and with a space of several miles between them. But this was the maddening part of it. He had never been able to repeat the exact conditions, or rather to discover precisely what they were. On that occasion he had entrusted one of his machines to his first cousin, Mary Porson, a big girl with her hair still down her back, rather idle in disposition, but very intelligent when she chose. Mary, for the most part, had been brought up at her father's house close by. Often, too, she stayed with her uncle for weeks at a stretch. So at that time Maurice was as intimate with her as a man of 8 and 20 usually is with a relative in her teens. The arrangement on this particular occasion was that she should take the machine, or Aerophone, as its inventor had named it, to her home. The next morning, at the appointed hour, as Maurice had often done before, he tried to effect communication, but without result. On the following day, at the same hour, he tried again, when, to his astonishment, instantly the answer came back. Yes, as distinctly as though she was standing by his side, he heard his cousin Mary's voice. "Are you there?" he said, quite hopelessly. merely as a matter of form, of a very common form, and well nigh fell to the ground when he received the reply, "Yes, yes, but I have just been telegraphed for to go to Beaulieu. My mother is very ill." "What? What is the matter with her?" he asked. And she replied, "Inflammation of the lungs. But I must stop. I can't speak any more." Then came some sobs and silence. That same afternoon, by Mary's direction, the aerophone was brought back to him in a dog-cart, and 3 days later he heard her mother, Mrs. Porson, was dead. Some months passed, and when they met again on her return from the Riviera, Morris found his cousin changed. She had parted from him a child, and now beneath the shadow of the wings of grief, suddenly she had become a woman. Moreover, the best and frankest part of their intimacy seemed to have vanished. There was a veil between them. Mary thought of little, and at this time seemed to care for no one except her mother, who was dead. And Morris, who had loved the child, recalled somewhat from the new-born woman. It may be explained that he was afraid of women. Still, with an eye to business, he spoke to her about the aerophone, and so far as her memory served her, she confirmed all the details of their short conversation across the gulf of empty space. "You see," he said, trembling with excitement, "I have got it at last." "It looks like it," she answered wearily, her thoughts already far away. "Why shouldn't you? There are so many odd things of the sort, but one can never be sure. It mightn't work next time." "Will you try again?" he asked. "If you like," she answered, "but I don't believe I shall hear anything now. Somehow, since that last business, everything seems different to me." "Don't be foolish," he said. "You have nothing to do with the hearing. It is my new receiver." "I dare say," she replied. "But then why couldn't you make it work with other people?" Morris answered nothing. He too wondered why. Next morning they made the experiment. It failed. Other experiments followed at intervals, most of which were fiascos, although some were partially successful. Thus, at times, Mary could hear what he said, but except for a word or two, and now and then a sentence, he could not hear her whom, when she was a child and his playmate, once he had heard so clearly. "Why is it," he said, a year or two later, dashing his fist upon the table in impotent rage, "it has been. Why can't it be?" Mary turned her large blue eyes up to the ceiling, and reflectively rubbed her dimpled chin with a very pretty finger. "Isn't that the kind of question they used to ask oracles?" she asked lazily. "Oh, no, it was the oracles themselves that were so vague." "Well, I suppose because was is as different from is as is from shall be. We are changed, cousin, that's all." He pointed to his receiver and grew angry. "Oh, it isn't the receiver," she said, smoothing her curling hair. "It's us. You don't understand me a bit. Not now, and that's why you can't hear me. Oh, take my advice, Morris." She looked at him sharply. "When you find a woman who you can hear on your patent receiver, you had better marry her. It will be a good excuse for keeping her at a distance afterwards." Then he lost his temper. Indeed, he raved and stormed and nearly smashed the patent receiver in his fury. To a scientific man, let it be admitted, it was nothing short of maddening to be told that the successful working of his instrument, to the manufacture of which he had given 8 years of toil and study, depended upon some pre-existing sympathy between the operators of its divided halves. If that was so, what was the use of his wonderful discovery? For who would ensure a sympathetic correspondent? And yet the fact remained that when in their playmate days he understood his cousin Mary, and when her quiet, indolent nature had been deeply moved by the shock of the news of her mother's peril, the aerophone had worked, whereas now, when she had become a grown-up young lady, he did not understand her any longer. He, whose heart was wrapped up in his experiments, and who by nature feared the adult members of her sex, and shrank from them, when, too, her placid calm was no longer stirred, work it would not. Oh, she laughed at his temper, then grew serious, and said, "Oh, don't get angry, Morris. After all, there are lots of things that you and I can't understand, and it isn't odd that you should have tumbled across one of them. If you think of it, nobody understands anything. They know that certain things happen, and how to make them happen, but they don't know why they happen, or why, as in your case, when they ought to happen, they won't." "Oh, it's all very well for you to be philosophical," he answered, turning upon her, "but can't you see, Mary, that the thing there is my life's work? It is what I have given all my strength and all my brain to make, and if it fails in the end, why, then I fail too, once and for ever. And I have made it talk. It talked perfectly between this place and Seaview. And now you stand there and tell me that it won't work any more because I don't understand you. Then what am I to do?" "Try to understand me, if you think it worth while, which I don't. Or go on experimenting," she answered. "Try to find some substance which is less exquisitely sensitive, something a little grosser, more in key with the material world. Or to discover someone who you do understand. Don't lose your heart. Don't be beaten after all these years." "No," he answered, "I don't unless I die." And he turned to go. "Morris," she said in a softer voice, "I am lazy, I know. Perhaps that is why I adore people who can work. So although you don't think anything of me, I will do my honest best to get into sympathy with you again. Yes, and to help you in any way I can. No, it's not a joke. I would give a great deal to see the thing a success. Why don't you say I don't think anything of you, Mary? Of course it isn't true. Besides, you are my cousin, and we have always been good friends, since you were a little thing." She laughed. "Yes, and I suppose that as you had no brothers or sisters, they taught you to pray for your cousin, didn't they? Oh, I know all about it. It is my unfortunate sex that is to blame. While I was a mere tomboy, it was different. No one can serve two masters, can they? You have chosen to serve a machine that won't go, and I dare say that you are wise. Yes, I think that it is the better part, until you find someone that will make it go. Then you would adore her, by Aerophone."
End of chapter 1. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 2 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 2. The Colonel and Some Reflections. Presently, Morris heard a step upon the lawn, and turned to see his father sauntering towards him. Colonel Monk, C.B., was an elderly man, over 60 indeed, but still of an upright and soldiering bearing. His record was rather distinguished. In his youth he had served in the Crimea, and in due course was promoted to the command of a regiment of guards. After this, certain diplomatic abilities caused him to be sent to one of the foreign capitals as military attaché, and in reward of this service, on retiring, he was created a companion of the bath. In appearance he was handsome also, in fact much better looking than his son, with his iron grey hair, his clear-cut features, somewhat marred in effect by a certain shiftiness of the mouth, and his large dark eyes. Morris had those dark eyes also. They redeemed his face from plainness, for otherwise it showed no beauty, the features being too irregular, the brow too prominent, and the mouth too large. Yet it could boast what, in the case of a man at any rate, is better than beauty: spirituality, and a certain sympathetic charm. It was not the face which was so attractive, but rather the intelligence, the personality that shone through it, as the light shines through the horn panes of some homely, massive lantern. Speculative eyes of the sort that seem to search horizons and gather knowledge there, but shrink from the faces of women. A head of brown hair, short cut, but untidy, an athletic, man-like form to which, bizarrely enough, a slight stoop, the stoop of a student, seemed to give distinction, and hands slender and shapely as those of an Eastern. Such were the characteristics of Morris Monk, or at least those of them that the observer was apt to notice.
"Hello, Morris, are you stargazing there?" said Colonel Monk, with a yawn.
"I suppose that I must have fallen asleep after dinner. That comes of stopping too long at once in the country and drinking port. I notice you never touch it, and a good thing too. There, my cigar is out. Now the time for the new electric lighter of yours, which I can never make work." Morris fumbled in his pocket and produced the lighter, and then he said, "I'm sorry, father, but I believe I forgot to charge it." "Ah, that's just like you, if you will forgive me saying. You take any amount of trouble to invent the perfect thing, but when it comes to making use of it, then you forget." And with a little gesture of impatience, the Colonel turned aside to light a match from a box which he had found in the pocket of his cape. "I'm sorry," said Morris with a sigh, "but I am afraid it's true. When one's mind is very fully occupied with one thing—" And he broke off. "Ah, that's it, Morris, that's it," said the Colonel, seating himself upon a garden chair. "This hobby-horse of yours is carrying you to the devil, and your family with you. I don't want to be rough, but it is time that I spoke plain. Now let's see. How long is it since you left the London firm?" "9 years this autumn," answered Morris, setting his mouth a little, for he knew what was coming. The port drunk after claret had upset his father's digestion and ruffled his temper. This meant that to him, Morris,
Fate had appointed a lecture. 9 years, 9 years, idled and dreamt away in a village upon the eastern coast. It is a large slice out of a man's life, my dear boy. By the time that I was your age, I had done a great deal, said the father meditatively. When he meant to be disagreeable, it was the Colonel's custom to become reflective. I can't admit that, answered Morris in his light, quick voice. I mean, I can't admit that my time has either been idled away or wasted. On the contrary, father, I have worked very hard, as I did at college, and as I have always done, with results which, without boasting, I may fairly call glorious. Yes, glorious. For when they are perfected, they will change the methods of communication throughout the whole world. As he spoke, forgetting the sharp vexation of the moment, his face was irradiated with light, like some evening cloud on which the sun strikes suddenly. Watching him out the corner of his eye, even in that low moonlight, his father saw those fires of enthusiasm shine and die upon his son's face, and the sight vexed him. Enthusiasm, as he conceived, perhaps with justice, had been the ruin of Morris. Ceasing to be reflective, his tone became cruel. Do you really think, Morris, that the world wishes to have its methods of communication revolutionized? Aren't there enough telephones and phonograms and aerial telegraphs already? It seems to me that you merely wish to add a new terror to existence. However, there is no need to pursue an academical discussion, since this wretched machine of yours, on which you have wasted so much time, appears to be a miserable failure. Now, to throw the non-success of his invention into the teeth of an inventor, especially when that inventor knows that it is successful really, although just at present it doesn't happen to work, is a very deadly insult. Few indeed could be deadlier, except perhaps that of the cruelty which can suggest to a woman that no man will ever look at her because of her plainness and lack of attraction, or the coarse taunt which, by shameless implication, unjustly accuses the soldier of cowardice, the diplomat of having betrayed the secrets of his country, and the lawyer for having sold his brief. All the more, therefore, was it to Morris's credit that he felt the last sting without a show of temper. I have tried to explain to you, father, he began, struggling to fear his clear voice from the note of indignation. Oh, of course you have, Morris. Don't trouble yourself to repeat that long story. But even if you were successful, which you are not, I cannot see the commercial use of this invention. Well, as a scientific toy, it may be very well, though personally I should prefer to leave it alone, since if you go firing off your thoughts and words into space, how do you know who will answer them or who will hear them? Oh, dear father, as you understand all about it, it's no use explaining any further. It's pretty late. I think I'll be turning in. I had hoped, replied the Colonel in an aggrieved voice, that you might be able to spare me a few minutes' conversation. For some weeks I have been seeking an opportunity to talk to you, but somehow your arduous occupations never seem to leave you free for ordinary social intercourse. Certainly, replied Morris, though I don't quite know why you should say that. I am always about the place if you want me. But in his heart he groaned, guessing what was coming. Yes, but you are ever working at your chemicals and machinery in the old chapel, or reading those eternal books, or wandering about wrapped in contemplation of the heavens, so that, in short, I seldom like to trouble you with my mundane but necessary affairs."
Morris made no answer. He was a very dutiful son and humble-spirited. Those who pit their intelligence against the forces of nature and try to search out her secrets become humble. He could not altogether respect his father. The gulf between them was too wide and deep. But even at his present age of 33, he considered it a duty to submit himself to him and his vagaries. Outside of other reasons, his mother had prayed him to do so almost with her last breath, and living or dead, Morris loved his mother.
"Perhaps you are not aware,"
went on Colonel Monk after a solemn pause,
"that the affairs of this property are approaching a crisis." "I know something, but no details," answered Morris. "I have not liked to interfere," he added apologetically. "And I have not liked to trouble you with such sordid matters," rejoined his parent with sarcasm. "I presume, however, that you are acquainted with the main facts. I succeeded to this estate encumbered with a mortgage, created by your grandfather, an extravagant and unbusinesslike man. That mortgage I looked to your mother's fortune to pay off, but other causes made it impossible. For instance, the sea-wall here had to be built if the abbey was to be saved, and 1/2 mile of sea-walling cost something. Also, very extensive repairs to the house were necessary, and I was forced to take these 3 farms in hand when I retired from the army 15 years ago. This has involved a net loss of about £10,000, while all the time the interest had to be paid and the place kept up in a humble fashion." "I thought that my uncle Porson took over the mortgage after my mother's death," interrupted Morris. "Well, that is so," answered his father, wincing a little. "But a creditor remains a creditor, even if he happens to be a relative by marriage. I have nothing to say against your Uncle John, who is an excellent person in his way and well-meaning. Of course, he has been justified, perfectly justified, in using his business abilities, or perhaps I should say instincts, for they are hereditary, to his own advantage. In fact, however directly or indirectly, he has done well out of this property and his connection with our family, exceedingly well, both financially and socially. In a time of stress, I was forced to sell him the 2 miles of sea frontage building land between here and Northwold for a mere song. And during the past 10 years, as you know, he has cut this up into over 500 villa sites, which he has sold upon long lease at ground rents that today bring in annually as much as he paid for the whole property." "Yes, father, but you might have done the same. He advised you to do that before he bought the land." Well, perhaps I might, but I am not a tradesman. I do not understand these affairs. And, Morris, I must remind you that in such matters I have had no assistance. I do not blame you any more than, I blame myself. It is not in your line either, but I repeat that I have had no assistance. Morris did not argue at the point. "Well, father," he asked, "what is the upshot? Are we ruined?" "Ruined? That is a large word, and an ugly one. No, we are no more ruined than we have been for the last 6 years.
for, thank heaven, I still have resources and friends. But, of course, this place in a way is expensive, and you yourself will be the last to pretend that our burdens have been lessened by your having abandoned a very strange profession which you selected, and devoted yourself to researches which, if interesting, well, they must be called abstract. Oh, forgive me, father, interrupted Morris with a ring of indignation in his voice, but you must remember that I put you to no expense. In addition to what I inherited from my mother, which, of course, under the circumstances, I do not ask for, I have my fellowship, out of which I contributed something towards the cost of my living and experiments, that, by the way, I keep as low as possible. Of course, said the Colonel, who did not wish to pursue the branch of this subject. But his son went on. You know also that it was at your express wish that I came to live here, at Monksland. As for the purpose of my work, it would have suited me much better to take rooms in London, or some other scientific centre. Really, my dear boy, you should control yourself, broke in his father. That is always the way with recluses. They cannot bear the slightest criticism. Of course, as you were going to devote yourself to this line of research, it was right and proper that we should live together. Surely you should not wish that at my age I should be deprived of the comfort of the society of an only child, especially now that your mother has left us. Oh, certainly not, father, answered Morris, softening as was his fashion at the thought of his dead mother. Then came a pause, and he hoped that the conversation was at an end. A vain hope, as it proved. My real object in troubling you, Morris, continued his father presently, was very different to the unnecessary discussions into which we have drifted. His son looked up, but said nothing. Again he knew what was coming, and it was worse than anything that had gone before. This place seems very solitary, with the two of us living in its great rooms. I, who am getting an old fellow, and you a student and a recluse. No, don't deny it, for nowadays I can barely persuade you to attend even a bench or a lawn tennis party. Well, fortunately, we have power to add to our numbers, or at least you have. I wish you would marry, Morris. His son turned sharply and answered, Oh, thank you, father, but I have no fancy that way. Now, there's Jane Rose, or that handsome Eliza Layard, went on the Colonel, taking no notice. I have reason to know that you might have either of them for the asking, and they are both good women, without a breath against them. And what in the state of this property is not without importance, very well to do. Jane gets £50,000 down on the day of her marriage, and as much more, together with the place, upon old Lady Rose's death, while Miss Layard, if she is not quite to the manner born, has the interest in that great colliery and a rather sickly brother. Lastly, and this is strange enough, considering how you treat them, they admire you, or at least Eliza does, for she told me she thought you were the most interesting man that she had ever met. Oh, did she indeed? Ejaculated Morris. Why, I have only spoken 3 times to her during the last year. Oh, no doubt, my dear boy, that is why she thinks you interesting. To her, you are a mine of splendid possibilities. But I understand that you don't like either of them. No, not particularly.
Well, especially Eliza Layard, who isn't a lady and has a vicious temper, nor any young woman whom I have ever met. Do you mean to tell me candidly, Morris, that at your age you detest women? I don't say that. I only say that I never met one whom I felt much attracted, and that I have met a great many by whom I was repelled. Decidedly, Morris, in you the strain of the ancestral fish is too predominant. It isn't natural. It really isn't. You ought to have been born 3 centuries ago, when the old monks lived here. You would have made a first-class abbot, and might have been canonized by now. Am I to understand, then, that you absolutely decline to marry? No, father. I don't want you to understand anything of the sort. If I could meet a lady whom I liked, and who wouldn't expect too much, and who was foolish enough to wish to take me, of course I should marry her, as you are so bent upon it. Well, Morris, and what sort of a woman would fulfil the conditions of your notion? His son looked about him vaguely, as though he expected to find his ideal in some nook of the dim garden. What sort of a woman? Well, somebody like my cousin Mary, I suppose. An easy-going person of that kind, who always looks pleasant and cool. Morris did not see him, for he had turned his head away. But at the mention of Mary Porson's name, his father started, as though someone had pricked him with a pin. But Colonel Monk had not commanded a regiment with some success and been a military attaché for nothing. Having filled diplomatic positions, public and private, in his time, he could keep his countenance and play his part when he chose. Indeed, did his simpler-minded son but know it, all that evening he had been playing his part. "Oh, that's your style, is it?" he said. "Well, at your age I should have preferred something a little different. But there is no accounting for tastes, and after all, Mary is a beautiful woman, and clever in her own way. By Jove, there's 1 o'clock striking, and I promised old Charters that I should always be in bed by 11:30. Well, good night, my boy. By the way, you remember that your old Uncle Porson is coming to Seaview tomorrow from London, and that we are engaged to dine with him at 8. Fancy a man who could build that pretentious monstrosity and call it Seaview. Well, it will condemn him to the 7th generation, but in this world one must take people as one finds them, and their houses too. Mind you lock the garden door when you come in. Good night." Really, thought Colonel Monk to himself, as he took off his dress shoes with military precision, set them side by side beneath a chair. It does seem a little hard on me that I should be responsible for a son who is in love with a damned unworkable electrical machine. And with his chances. Why, he might have been a second secretary in the diplomatic service by now, or anything else to which interest could help him. And there he sits, hour after hour, gabbling down a little trumpet and listening for an answer, which never comes. Hour after hour, and month after month, and year after year. Is he a genius, or is he an idiot, or a moral curiosity, or simply useless? I'm hanged if I know. But that's a good idea about Mary, though, of course, there are things against it. Curious that I should never have considered the matter seriously before. Well, because of the cousinship, I suppose. Would she have him? It doesn't seem likely, but you can never know what a woman will or will not do, and as a child she was very fond of Morris. At any rate, the situation is desperate, and if I can, I mean to save the old place, for his sake and our family's, as well as my own." He went to the window, and lifting a corner of the blind, looked out. There he is, staring at the sea and the sky, and there I dare say he will be till the dawn. I bet he's forgotten all about Mary now, and is thinking of his electrical machine. Oh, what a curiosity! Good heavens, what a curiosity! Ah, I wonder what they would have made of him in my old mess 35 years ago. And quite overcome by his reflection, the Colonel shook his grizzled head, put out the candle, and retired to rest. His father was right. The beautiful September dawn was breaking over the placid sea before Morris brushed the night dew from his hair and cloak and went in by the abbot's door. What was he thinking of all the time? He scarcely knew. One by one, like little clouds in the summer sky, fancies arose in his mind to sail slowly across its depth and vanish upon the inconclusive and shadowy horizon. Of course, he thought about his instruments. These were never absent from his heart. His instinct flew back to them as an oasis, as an island of rest in the wilderness of this father's thorny and depressing conversation. The instruments were disappointing, it is true, at present, but at any rate they did not dwell gloomily upon impending ruin or suggest that it was his duty to get married. They remained silent, distressingly silent indeed. Well, as the question of marriage had been started, he might as well face it out. That is, argue it in his mind, reduce it to its principles, follow it to its issues in a reasonable and scientific manner. What were the facts? His family, which by tradition was reported to be Danish in its origin, had owned this property for several 100 years, though how they came to own it remained a matter of dispute. Some said the abbey and its lands were granted to a man of the name of Monk by Henry VIII, of course for a consideration. Others held, and evidence existed in favour of this view, that on the dissolution of the monastery, the abbot of the day, a shrewd man of easy principles, managed to possess himself of the chapter house and further extensive hereditaments, of course with the connivance of the commissioners, and, providing himself with a wife, to exchange a spiritual for a temporal dignity. At least this remained certain, that from the time of Elizabeth onwards, Morris's forefathers had been settled in the old abbey house at Monksland. That the first of them, about whom they really knew anything, was named Monk, and that Monk was still the family name. Now they were all dead and gone, and their history, which was undistinguished, does not matter. To come to the present day, his father succeeded to a diminished and encumbered estate. Indeed, had it not been for the fortune of his mother, a Miss Porson, and one of a middle class and business, but rather wealthy family, the property must have been sold years before. That fortune, however, had long ago been absorbed, or so he gathered, for his father, a brilliant, fashionable army officer, was not the man to stint himself or to nurse a crippled property. Indeed, it was wonderful to Morris how, without any particular change in their style of living, which, if unpretentious, was not cheap, in these bad times they had managed to keep afloat at all. Unworldly as Morris might be,
he could easily guess why his father wished he should marry, and marry well. It was that he might bolster up the fortunes of a shattered family. Also, and this touched him, this commanded his sympathy. He was the last of his race. If he died without issue, the ancient name of monk became extinct, a consummation from which his father shrank with something like horror. The colonel was a selfish man. Morris could not conceal it, even from himself, one who had always thought of his own comfort and convenience first. Yet, either from idleness or pride, to advance these he never stooped to scheme. Where the welfare of his family was concerned, however, as his son knew, he was a schemer. That desire was the one real and substantial thing in a somewhat superficial, egotistic and finessing character. Morris saw it all as he leaned there upon the railing, staring at the mist-draped sea, more clearly indeed than he had ever seen it before. He understood, moreover, what an unsatisfactory son he must be to a man like his father. If it had tried, Providence could hardly have furnished him with offspring more unsuitable. The colonel had wished him to enter the diplomatic service, or the army, or at least to get himself called to the bar, but although a really brilliant university career and his family influence would have given him advantages in any of these professions, he had declined them all. So, following his natural bent, he became an electrician, and now, abandoning the practical side of the modest calling, he was an experimental physicist, full of deep but unremunerative lore, and an unsuccessful inventor. Certainly he owed something to his family, and if his father wished that he should marry, well, marry he must, as a matter of duty, if for no other reason. After all, the thing was not pressing, for if it came to the point, what woman was likely to accept him? All he had done tonight was to settle the general principles of his own mind. When it became necessary, if ever, he could deal with the details. And yet this sort of marriage which was proposed to him, was it not an unholy business? He cared little for women, having no weakness that way, probably because of the energy which other young men gave to the pursuit of them was in his case absorbed by the intense and brain-exhausting study. Therefore he was not a man who, if left to himself, would marry, as so many do, merely in order to be married. Indeed, the idea to him was almost repulsive. Had he been a woman-hater, he might have accepted it more easily, for then to him one would have been as the other. But the trouble was that he knew and felt that a time might come when in his eyes one woman would be different from all the others, a being who spoke not to his physical nature only, if at all, but to the core within him. And if that happened, what then? Look, the sun was rising. On the eastern sky of a sudden, two golden doors had opened in the canopy of light, and in and out of them seemed to pass glittering, swift-winged things, as souls might tread the gates of heaven. Look, too, at the little clouds that in an unending stream floated out of the gloom, travellers pressed onward by the breath of destiny. They were leaden-hued, all of them, black, indeed at times, until they caught the radiance, and for a while became like the pennons of an angel's wings. Then one by one the glory overtook and embraced them, and they melted into it to be seen no more. What did the sight suggest to him? That it was worth while, perhaps, to be a mere drift of cloud, storm-driven and rain-laden in the bitter night of light, if the morning of deliverance brought such transformation on its wings. That beyond some such gates as these, gates that at times, greatly daring, he longed to tread, lay the answer to many a mystery. Amongst other things, perhaps there he could learn the meaning of true marriage, and why it is denied to most dwellers of the earth. Without a union of spirit, was there indeed any marriage, as it should be understood? And who in this world could hope to find his fellow spirit? See, the sun has risen, the golden gates were shut. He had been dreaming, and was chilled to the bone. Wretchedness, mental and bodily, took hold of him. Well, often enough, such is the fate of those who dream, those who turn from their needful daily tasks to shape an angel out of the world's clay, trusting to some unknown God to give it life and spirit. End of chapter 2. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 3 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 3. Poor Porson. Upon the morning following his conversation with Morris, Colonel Monk spent 2 hours or more in the library. Painfully did he wrestle there with balance sheets, adding up bank books, also other financial documents. "Phew," he said, when at length the job was done. "It is worse than I thought, a good deal worse. My credit must be excellent, or somebody would have been down upon me before now. Well, I must talk things over with Porson. He understands figures, and so he ought, considering that he kept the books of his grandfather's shop." Then the Colonel went to lunch, less downcast than might have been expected, since he anticipated a not unamusing half-hour with his son. As he knew well, Morris detested business matters and money calculations. Still, reflecting his parent, it was only right that he should take his share of the family responsibilities, a fact which he fully intended to explain to him. But in vain is the net spread, etc. As Morris passed the door of the library on his way to the old chapel of the Abbey, which now served as a laboratory, he had seen his father bending over the desk, and guessed his occupation. Knowing, therefore, what he must expect at lunch, Morris determined to dispense with that meal, and went out, much to the Colonel's disappointment and indignation. "I hate," he explained to his brother-in-law Porson afterwards, "yes, I hate a fellow who won't face disagreeables and shirks his responsibilities." Between Monksland and the town of Northwold lay some 4 miles of cliff, most of which had been portioned off to building lots, for Northwold was what is called a rising water place.
About halfway between the abbey and this town stood Mr. Porson's mansion. In fact, it was nothing but a dwelling like those about it, presenting the familiar seaside gabled roofs of red tiles and stucco walls decorated with sham woodwork, with the difference that the house was exceedingly well built and about 4 times as large as the average villa. "Great heavens, what a place!" said the Colonel to himself as he halted at the private gateway, which opened onto the cliff, and surveyed it, affronting sea and sky in all its naked horror. "Show me the house, and I will show you the man," he went on to himself. "But after all, one mustn't judge him too hardly. Poor Porson, he did not arrange his own upbringing or his ancestors. Ah, hello, there he is. John, John, oh, John!" he shouted at the stout little person clad in a black alpaca coat, a straw hat, and a pair of spectacles, who was engaged in sad contemplation of a bed of dying evergreens. At the sound of that well-known voice the little man jumped, as though he had trodden on a pin, and turned round slowly, muttering to himself, "Oh, gracious me, it's him!" an ungrammatical sentence which indicated sufficiently how wide a niche in the temple of his mind was filled with the grace of his brother-in-law, Colonel Monk. John Porson was a man of about 6 or 8 and 50, round-faced, bald, with large blue eyes, not unlike those of a china doll, and clean-shaven, except for a pair of sandy-coloured mutton-chopped whiskers. In expression he was gentle, even timid, and in figure short and stout. At this very moment, behind 100 counters stand 100 replicas of that good-hearted man and worthy citizen, John Porson. Can he be described better or more briefly? "How are you, Colonel?" he said, hurrying forward. He had never yet dared to call his brother-in-law Monk, and much less by his Christian name, so he compromised on Colonel. "Oh, pretty well, thank you, considering my years and botherations. And how are you, John?" Not very grand, not very grand," said the little man. "My heart has been troubling me, and it was so dreadfully hot in London." "Then why didn't you come away?" "Really don't know. I understand that it had something to do with the party, but I think the fact is that Mary was too lazy to look after the servants while they packed up." "Oh, perhaps she had some attraction here," suggested the Colonel, with an anxiety which might have been obvious to a more skilled observer. "Attraction? What do you mean?" asked Porson. "Mean? Oh, you old goose. Why, what should I mean? A young man, of course." "Oh, I see. Oh, no, I'm sure it was nothing of the sort. Mary won't be bothered with young men. She is too lazy. She just looks over their heads till they get tired and go away. I am sure it was the packing, or perhaps the party. But what are you staring at, Colonel? Is there anything wrong?" "Oh, no, only that wonderful window of yours, the one filled with bottle glass, which always reminds me of a bull's-eyes lantern standing on a preserved beef tin, or the top of a toy lighthouse. Porson peered at the offending window through his spectacles. "Oh, certainly. Now you mention it, it does look a little bit odd from here," he said. "Naked, rather. You said so before, you remember, and I told them to plant the shrubs. But while I was away they let every one of the poor things die. I will ask my architect, Jenkins, if he can't do anything. It might be pulled down, perhaps." "Oh, better leave it alone," said the Colonel with a sniff. "If I know anything of Jenkins, he'd only put up something worse. I tell you, John, that where bricks and mortar are concerned, that man is a moral monster." I know you don't like his style," murmured Porson, "but won't you come in? It is so hot out here in the sun." "Thank you, yes. But let us go to that place you call your den, not to the drawing-room. If you can spare it, I want half an hour with you. That's why I came over in the afternoon before dinner." Oh, certainly, certainly," murmured Porson again, as he led the way to the den, but to himself he added, "Oh, it's those mortgages, I'll bet. Oh dear, when shall I see the last of them?" Presently they were established in the den, the Colonel very cool and comfortable in Mr. Porson's armchair, and Mr. Porson himself perched upon the edge of a new-looking leather sofa in an attitude of pained expectancies. "Now I'm at your service, Colonel," he said. "Oh, yes. Well, it is just this. I want you, if you will, to look through these figures for me." And he produced and handed to him a portentous document headed List of Obligations. Mr. Porson glanced at it, and instantly his round, simple face became clever and alert. He was on his own ground. In 5 minutes he had mastered the thing. "Yes," he said in a quick voice, "this is quite clear, but there is some mistakes in the addition making a difference of £87 3 and 10 in your favour. Well, where is the schedule of assets?" "Oh, the schedules of assets, my dear John, I wish I knew. I have my pension, and there are the abbey and the estates, which, as things are, seem to be mortgaged to their full value. That's about all, I think, unless, and he laughed, we throw in Morris's patent electrical machine, which won't work." "Oh, it ought to be reckoned, perhaps," replied Mr. Porson gravely, adding in a kind of burst, with an air of complete conviction, "I believe in Morris's machine, or at least I believe in Morris. He has the makings of a great man, no, of a great inventor about him." "Do you really?" replied the Colonel, much interested. "That is curious and encouraging. For, my dear John, where business matters are concerned, I trust your judgment. But I doubt whether he will make any money out of it," went on Porson. "One day the world will benefit. Probably he will not benefit." The Colonel's interest faded. "Possibly, John, but if so, perhaps for present purposes we may leave this mysterious discovery out of the question." I think so. But what is the point?" "The point is that I seem to be about at the end of my tether, although as yet I am glad to say nobody has actually pressed me, and I have come to you as a friend and a relative, for advice. Well, what is to be done? I have sold you all the valuable land, and I am glad to think that you have made a very good thing of it. Some years ago, also, you took over two of the heaviest mortgages on the Abbey estate, and I am sorry to say that the interest is considerably in arrear. There remain the floating debts and other charges, amounting to about £7,000, which I have no means of meeting, and meanwhile, of course, the place must be kept up. Under these circumstances, John, I ask you, as a businessman, what is to be done? And as a businessman, I say I'm hanged if I know, said Porson, with unwonted energy. All debts, no assets. The position is impossible, unless indeed something happens. Quite so. That's it. My only comfort is that something might happen. And he paused. Porson fidgeted about the edge of the leather sofa and turned red. In his heart he was wondering whether he dared offer to pay off the debts. This he was quite able to do. More he was willing to do, since to him, good simple man, the welfare of the ancient house of Monk, of which his only sister had married the head, was a far more important thing than parting with a certain number of thousands of pounds. For birth and station, in his plebeian humility, John Porson had a reverence which was almost superstitious. Moreover, he had loved his dead sister dearly, and in his way he loved her son also. Also he revered his brother-in-law, the polished and splendid-looking colonel, although it was true that sometimes he writhed beneath his military and aristocratic heel. Particularly, indeed, did he resent in his secret heart those continual sarcasms about his taste in architecture. Now, although the monetary transactions between them had been many, as luck would have it, entirely without his own design, they chanced in the main to have turned to his, that's Porson's, advantage. Thus, owing chiefly to his intelligent development of its possibilities, the land which he bought from the Monk estate had increased enormously in value. So much so, indeed, that even if he lost all the other sums advanced upon mortgage, he would still be considerably to the good. Therefore, as it happened, the colonel was really under no obligations to him. In these circumstances, Mr. Porson did not quite know how a cold-blooded offer of an advance of cash without security, in practice a gift, would be received. Have you anything definite in your mind? He hesitated timidly. The colonel reflected. On his part, he was wondering how Porson would receive the suggestion of a substantial loan. It seemed too much to risk. He was proud, and did not like to lay himself open to the possibility of rebuff. I think not, John, unless Morris should chance to make a good marriage, which is unlikely, for as you know, he is an odd fish. I can see nothing before us except ruin. Indeed, at my age it does not greatly matter. But it seems a pity that the old house should come to an end in such a melancholy and discreditable fashion. Oh, pity! It's more than a pity. jerked Mr. Porson with a sudden wriggle which caused him to rock up and down upon the stiff springs of the new sofa. As he spoke there came a knock at the door, and from the further side of it a slow, rich voice was heard, saying, "May I come in?" "Oh, that's Mary," said Mr. Porson. Yes, come in, dear. It's only your uncle." The door opened, and Mary came in, and in some curious, quiet way, at once her personality seemed to take possession of and dominate that shaded room. To begin with, her stature gave an idea of dominion, for without being at all coarse, she was tall and full in frame. The face also was somewhat massive, with a rounded chin and large blue eyes that had the trick of looking half asleep, and above a low, broad forehead grew her waving golden hair, parted simply in the middle after the old Greek fashion. She wore a white dress with a silver girdle that set off the beautiful outlines of her figure to great advantage, and with her a perfume seemed to pass, perhaps from the roses on her bosom. "A beautiful woman," thought the Colonel to himself, as she came in, and he was no mean or inexperienced judge. "A beautiful woman, but a regular lotus-eater." "How do you do, Uncle Richard?" said Mary, pausing about 6 feet away and holding out her hand. "I heard you scolding my poor dad about his bow window. In fact, you woke me up, and do you know, you used exactly the same words as you did at your visit after we came down from London last year." "Oh, bless me, my dear," said the Colonel, struggling to his feet and kissing his niece upon the forehead. "What a memory you've got! It will get you into trouble some day." "I dare say. Me or somebody else. But history repeated itself, uncle, that is all. The same sleepy me in a lounge chair, the same hot day, the same blue bottle, and the same you scolding the same daddy about the same window. Though what on earth Dad's window can matter to anyone except himself, I can't understand." "I dare say not, my dear, I dare say not. We can none of us know everything, not even latter-day young ladies. But I suggest that a few hours with Ferguson's Handbook of Architecture might enlighten you on the point." Mary reflected, but the only repartee that she could conjure at the moment was something about ancient lights which did not seem appropriate. Therefore, as she thought that she had done enough for honour, and to remind her awe-inspiring relative that he could not suppress her, suddenly she changed the subject. "You are looking very well, uncle," she said, surveying him calmly, "and younger than you did last year. How is my cousin Morris? Will the Aerophone talk yet?" "Oh, be careful," said the Colonel gallantly. "If even my grey hairs can provoke a compliment, what homage is sufficient for a sleeping beauty? As for Morris, he is, I believe, much as usual. At least he stood this morning till daybreak staring at the sea. I understand, however, if he doesn't forget to come, that you are to have the pleasure of seeing him this evening, when you will be able to judge for yourself. Now, don't be sarcastic about Morris, uncle. I'd rather you went on abusing Dad's window." "Oh, certainly not, my dear, if it displeases you. But may I ask why he is to be considered sacred?" "Why?" she answered, and a genuine note crept into her bantering voice, because he is one of the few men worth anything whom I have chanced ever to meet. Well, except Dad there, and—" "Oh, spare me," cut in the Colonel, with admirable skill, for well he knew that his name was not upon the lady's lips. "But would it be impertinent to inquire what it is that constitutes Morris's pre-eminent excellence in your eyes?" "Of course not. Only it is 3 things, not 1. First, he works harder than any man I know, and I think men who work adorable, because I am so lazy myself. Secondly, he thinks a great deal, and very few people do that to any purpose. Thirdly, I never feel inclined to go to sleep when he takes me in to dinner. Oh, you may laugh if you like, but ask Dad what happened to me last month with the wretched old member of the Government, and before the sweets too." Oh, please, put in Mr. Porson, turning pink under pressure of some painful recollection. "If you have finished sparring with your uncle, isn't there any tea, Mary?" "I believe so," she said, relapsing into a state of bland indifference. "I'll go and see. If I don't come back, you'll know it is there." And Mary passed through the door with that indolent, graceful walk which no one could mistake who once had seen her. Both her father and her uncle looked after her with admiration. Mr. Porson admired her because the man or woman who dared to meet that domestic tyrant, his brother-in-law, in single combat, and could issue unconquered from the doubtful fray, was indeed worthy to be honoured. Colonel Monk, for his part, hastened to do homage to a very pretty and charming young lady, one, moreover, who was not in the least afraid of him. Mary had gone, and the air from the offending window, which was so constructed as to let in a maximum of draught, banged the door behind her. The 2 men looked at each other. A thought was in the mind of each, but the Colonel, trained by long experience and wise in his generation, waited for Mr. Porson to speak. Many and many a time in the after days did he find reason to congratulate himself upon this superb reticence, for there are occasions when discretion can amount almost to the height of genius. Under their relative circumstances, if it had been he who had first suggested this alliance, he and his family must have remained at the gravest disadvantage, and as for stipulations, well, he could have made none. But as it chanced, it was from poor Porson's lips that the suggestion came. Mr. Porson cleared his throat, once, twice, thrice. At the 3rd rasp the Colonel became very attentive. He remembered that his brother-in-law had done exactly the same thing at the very apex of a long-departed crisis. Indeed, just before he offered spontaneously to take over the mortgages of the Abbey estate. "You were talking, Colonel," he began. "Mary came in," and he paused. "I dare say," replied the Colonel indifferently, fixing a contemptuous glance upon some stone mullions of atrocious design. "About Morris marrying. Oh, yes, so I was. Well?" "Well, she seems to like him. I know she does indeed. She never talks of any other young man." She? Who? My daughter Mary, and so why should they, you know? Really, John, I must ask you to be a little bit more explicit. It's no good your addressing me in business ciphers. Well, I mean, why shouldn't he marry her? Morris marry Mary. Is that plain enough? He asked in desperation. For a moment a mist gathered before the Colonel's eyes. Here was salvation indeed, if only it could be brought about. Oh, if only it could be brought about. But the dark eyes never changed, nor did a muscle move upon that pale, commanding countenance. Morris marry Mary, he repeated, dwelling on the alliterative words as though to convince himself that he had heard them aright. That is a very strange proposition, my dear John, and sudden too. Why, they are first cousins, and for that reason, I suppose, the thing never occurred to me. Well, till last night, he added to himself. Yes, I know, Colonel, but I'm not certain that this first cousin isn't a bit exaggerated. The returns of the asylum seem to show it, and I know my doctor, Sir Henry Adams, says it's nonsense. You'll admit that he is an authority. Also, it happened in my own family. My father and my mother were cousins, and we are none the worse. On another occasion, the Colonel might have been inclined to comment on this statement, of course, most politely. Now, however, he let it pass. Well, John, he said, putting aside the cousinship, let me hear what your idea is of the advantages of such a union, should the parties concerned change to consider it suitable. Quite so. That's business, said Mr. Porson, brightening up at once. From my point of view, these would be the advantages. As you know, Colonel, so far as I'm concerned, my origin, for the time I have been able to trace it, that's 4 generations from old John Porson, the Quaker sugar merchant, who came from, nobody knows where, although honest, is humble, and until my father's day, all in the line of retail trade. But then my dear wife came in. She was a governess when I married her, as you may have heard, and of a very good Scotch family, one of the Camerons. So Mary isn't all of our cut any more, he added with a smile. Then Morris is all of yours. Still, for her to marry Monk would be a lift-up, a considerable lift-up, and looked at from a business point of view, worth a deal of money. Also, I like my nephew Morris, and I am sure that Mary likes him, and I wish the two of them to inherit what I have got. They wouldn't have very long to wait for it, Colonel, for those doctors may say what they will, but I tell you, he added pathetically, tapping himself over the heart, though you don't mention it to Mary, I know it better. Oh, yes, I know it better. That's about all, except, of course, that I should wish to see her settled before I'm gone. A man dies happier, you understand, if he is certain whom his own child is going to marry. For when he is dead, I suppose that he will know nothing of what happens to her. Or perhaps, he added, as though by an afterthought, He may know too much, and not be able to help, which would be painful. Oh, very painful." "Don't get into those speculations, John," said the Colonel, waving his hand. "They are unpleasant, and lead nowhere. Sufficient to the day is the evil thereof." Oh, quite so, quite so. Life is a queer game of blind man's buff, isn't it? Played in a mist on a mountain top, and the players keep dropping over the precipices. But nobody heeds, because there are always plenty more, and the game goes on forever. Well, that's my side of the case. Do you wish me to put yours? I should like to hear your view of it. Very good. It is this. Here's a nice girl, no one can deny that, and a nice man, although he's odd. You will admit as much? He's got name, and he will have fame, or I am much mistaken. But as it chances, through no fault of his, he wants money, or will want it, for without money the old place can't go on, and without a wife the old race can't go on. Now, Mary will have lots of money, for to tell the truth, it keeps on piling up until I'm sick of it. I've been lucky in that way, Colonel, because I don't care much about it, I suppose. I don't think that I ever yet made a really bad investment. Well, just look. 2 years ago, to oblige an old friend who was in the shop with me when I was young, I put £5,000 into an Australian mine, never thinking to see it again. Yesterday, I sold that stock for £50,000. £50,000! Ejaculated the Colonel, astonished into admiration. Oh, yes, or to be more accurate, £49,375, 3 shillings and 10pence. And that's where the jar comes in. I don't care. I never thought of it again since I got the broker's note till this minute. I have been thinking all day about my heart, which is uneasy, and about what will happen to Mary when I'm gone. What's the good of all this dirty money to a dying man? I'd give it all to have my life and the boy I lost back for a year or two. Yes, I would go into a shop again and sell sugar like my grandfather and live on the profits from the till and the counter. There's Mary calling. We must tell her a fib. We must say that we thought she was to come and fetch us. Don't forget. Well, there it is. Perhaps you'll think it over at your leisure." Yes, John," replied the Colonel solemnly. "Certainly, I will think it over. Of course there are pros and cons, but on the whole, speaking offhand, I don't see why the young people should not make a match. Also, you have been a good relative, and what is better, a good friend to me. So, of course, if possible, I should like to fall in with your wishes." Mr. Porson, who was advancing towards the door, wheeled round quickly. "Oh, thank you, Colonel," he said. "I appreciate your sentiments, but don't you make any mistake. It isn't my wishes that have to be fallen in with, or your wishes. It's the wishes of your son, Morris, and my daughter, Mary. If they are agreeable, I'd like it well. If not, all the money in the world, nor all the families in the world, wouldn't make me have anything to do with the job, or you either. Whatever our failings, we are honest men, both of us, who would not sell our flesh and blood for such trash as that.
End of chapter 3. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 4 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 4. Mary Preaches and the Colonel Prevails.
A fortnight had gone by, and during this time Morris was a frequent visitor at Seaview. Also his cousin Mary had come over twice or thrice to lunch, with her father or without him. Once, indeed, she had stopped all afternoon, spending most of it in the workshop with Morris. This workshop, it may be remembered, was the old chapel of the Abbey, a very beautiful and still perfect building, finished in early Tudor times, in which by good fortune the rich stained glass of the east window still remained. It made a noble and spacious laboratory, with its wide nave and lovely roof of chestnut wood, whereof the corbels and seraphs, white-robed and golden-ringed. "Are you not afraid to desecrate such a place with your horrid devices? I mean the iron things, the furnace and the litter?" asked Mary. She had sunk down upon an anvil on which lay a newspaper, the first seat that she could find, and thence surveyed the strange, incongruous scene. "Well, if you ask me, I don't like it," answered Morris, "but there is no other place that I can have, for my father is afraid of the forge in the house, and I can't afford to build a workshop outside." "It ought to be restored," said Mary, "with a beautiful organ in a carved case, and a lovely alabaster altar, and one of those perpetual lamps of silver. The French call them velouses, don't they? And the Stations of the Cross in carved oak, and all the rest of it." Mary, it may be explained, had a tendency to admire the outward adornments of ritualism, if not its doctrines. "Quite so," answered Morris, smiling. "When I have from 5,000 to 7,000 to spare, I will set out about the job, and hire a high church chaplain with a fine voice to come and say mass for your benefit. Oh, by the way, would you like a confessional also? You omitted it from your list." "I think not. Besides, what on earth should I confess, except being always late for prayers, through oversleeping myself in the morning, and general uselessness?" "Oh, I dare say you might find something if you tried," suggested Morris. "Speak for yourself, please, Morris. To begin with your own account, there is the crime of sacrilege in using a chapel as a workshop. Look, those are all tombstones of abbots and other holy people, and under each tombstone one of them is asleep. Yet there you are, using strong language and whistling, and making a horrible noise with hammers just above their heads. I wonder they don't haunt you. I would if I were they." "Oh, perhaps they do," said Morris, "only I don't see them." "Then they can't be there." "Why not? Because things are invisible and intangible, it does not follow that they don't exist. as I ought to know as much as anyone. Of course, but I am sure that if there were anything of that sort about, you would soon be in touch with it. With me it is different. I could sleep sweetly with ghosts sitting on my bed in rows. Why do you say that? About me, I mean, asked Morris in a more earnest voice. Oh, I don't know. Go and look at your eyes in the glass. But I dare say you often look. Look here, Morris, you think me very silly, well, almost foolish, don't you? I never thought anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, if you want to know, I think you are a young woman rather more idle than most, and with a perfect passion for burying your talent in a very white napkin. Well, it all comes to the same thing, for there isn't much difference between fool-born and fool-manufactured. Sometimes I wake up, however, and have moments of wisdom. As when I made you hear that thing, you know, thereby proving that it is all right, only useless. Haven't I? I dare say, but come to the point. Oh, don't be in a hurry. It is rather hard to express myself. What I mean is that you had better give up staring. Staring? I never stared at you or anything in my life. Stupid Morris. By staring I mean stargazing, and by stargazing I mean trying to get away from the earth. In your mind, you know. Morris ran his fingers through his untidy hair and opened his lips to answer. Don't contradict me, she interrupted in a full, steady voice. That's what you are thinking of half the day, and dreaming about all the night. What's that? He ejaculated. I don't know, she answered, with a sudden access of indifference. Do you know yourself? I am waiting for instruction, said Morris sarcastically. All right, then, I'll try. I mean that you are not satisfied with this world and those of us who live here. You keep trying to fashion another. Oh, yes, you have been at it from a boy. You see, I have got a good memory. I remember all your vision stories. And then you try to imagine its inhabitants. Well, said Morris, with a sudden air of a convicted criminal, without admitting one word of this nonsense, what if I do? Only that you had better look out that you don't find whatever it is you seek. It's a horrible mistake to be so spiritual, at least in that kind of way. You should eat and drink and sleep 10 hours as I do, and not go craving for visions till you can see, and praying for power until you can create. See? Create? Who? What? The inhabitant or inhabitants. Just think, you may have been building her up all this time, imagination by imagination, and thought by thought. Then her day might come, and all that you have put out piecemeal will return at once. Yes, she may appear and take you, and possess you, and lead you. She? Why she? And where? Oh, to the devil, I imagine, answered Mary composedly. And as you are a man, one can guess the guide's sex. Oh, it's getting dark. Let's go out. This is such a creepy place in the dark that it actually makes me understand what people mean by nerves. Oh, and Morris, of course, you understand that I have only been talking rubbish. I always liked inventing fairy tales. You taught me, only this one is too grown up, disagreeable. What I really mean is that I do think it might be a good thing if you wouldn't live quite so much alone, and would go out a bit more. You are getting quite an odd look on your face. You are indeed, not like other men at all. I believe that it comes from your worrying about this wretched invention until you are half crazy over the thing. Any change there?" He shook his head. "No, I can't find the right alloy, not one that can be relied upon. I begin to doubt whether it exists." "Oh, why don't you give it up? For a while, at any rate." "I have. I made a novel kind of electric handsaw this spring and sold the patent for £100 and royalty. There's commercial success for you, and now I'm at work on a new lamp of which I have the idea." "I am uncommonly glad to hear it," said Mary with energy. "And I say, Morris, you are not offended by my silly parables, are you? You know what I mean." "Oh, not a bit. I think it is very kind of you to worry your head about an impossible fellow like me. And look here, Mary, I have done some dreaming in my time, it is true, for so far the world has been a place of tribulation to me, and it is sick hearts that dream. But I mean to give it up, for I know as well as you do that there is only one end to all these systems of mysticism." Mary looked up. "I mean," he went on, correcting himself, "to the mad attempt unduly and prematurely to cultivate our spiritual natures that we may live to and for them, and not to and for our natural bodies." "Exactly my argument, put in long words," said Mary. "There will be plenty of time for that when we get down among those old gentlemen yonder. A year or two hence, you know. Meanwhile, let us take the world as we find it. It isn't a bad place after all. At times there are several things worth doing for those who are not too lazy. Goodbye. I must be off. My bicycle is there against the railings. Oh, how I hate that machine. Now listen, Morris. Do you want to do something really useful and earn the blessings of an affectionate relative? Then invent a really reliable electrical bike that would look nice and do all the work, so that I could sit on it comfortable and get to a place without my legs aching as though I had broken them, and a red face and no breath left in my body." "I will think about it," he said. "Indeed, I have thought of it already, but the accumulators are the trouble." "Then go on thinking, there's an angel. Think hard and continually until you evolve that blessed instrument of progression. Oh, I say, I haven't a lamp." "Oh, I'll lend you mine," suggested Morris. "No, other people's lamps always go out with me, and so do my own for that matter. I'll risk it. I know the policeman, and if we meet I will argue with him. Goodbye. Don't forget, we are coming to dinner tomorrow night. It's a party, isn't it?" "Oh, I believe so. What a bore. I must unpack my London dresses. Well, goodbye again." "Goodbye, dear," answered Morris, and she was gone. "Dear," thought Mary to herself, "he hasn't called me that since I was 16. I wonder why he does it now. Because I have been scolding him, I suppose. That generally makes men affectionate." For a while she glided forward through the grey twilight, and then began to think again, muttering to herself, "Oh, you idiot, Mary, why should you be pleased because he called you dear? He doesn't really care twopence about you. His blood goes no quicker when you pass by and no slower when you stay away. Oh, why do you bother about him? And what made you talk all that stuff this afternoon? Because you think he is in a queer way, and that if he goes on giving himself up to these fancies, he will become mad. Yes, mad. Because, oh, what's the use of making excuses? Because you are fond of him, and always have been fond of him from a child, and can't help it. Oh, what a fate, to be fond of a man who hasn't the heart to care for you, or for any other woman. Perhaps, however, that's only because he hasn't found the right one, as he might do at any time, and then—
"And where are you going to? And where's your light?"
shouted a hoarse voice from the pathway on which he was unlawfully riding. "Oh, my good man, I wish I knew," answered Mary blandly. Morris, for whom the day never seemed long enough, was a person who breakfasted punctually at 8:30, whereas Colonel Monk, to whom, at any rate at Monksland, the day was often too long, generally breakfasted at 10. To his astonishment, however, on entering the dining-room upon the morrow of his interview in the workshop with Mary, he found his father seated at the head of the table. "Oh, this means a few words with me about something disagreeable," thought Morris to himself, as he dabbed viciously at the evasive sausage. He was not fond of these domestic conversations, nor was he in the least reassured by his father's airy and informed comments upon the contents of the Globe, which always arrived by post, and the marvel of his daily turnover article, whereof the perpetual variety throughout the decades constituted, the Colonel was wont to say, the eighth wonder of the world. Instinct, instructed by experience, assured him that these were the first moves in the game. Towards the end of the meal he attempted retreat, pretending that he wanted to fetch something, but the Colonel, who was watching him over the top of the pink page of the Globe, intervened promptly. "If you have a few minutes to spare, my dear boy, I should like to have a chat with you," he said. "Oh, certainly, father," answered the dutiful Morris. "I am at your service." "Oh, very good. Then I would light my cigar, and we might take a stroll on the beach. That is, after I have seen the cook about the dinner tonight. Perhaps I shall find you presently down by the steps." "I shall wait for you there," answered Morris. And wait he did, for a considerable while, for the interview with the cook proved lengthy. Moreover, the Colonel was not a punctual person, or one who set an undue value upon his own or other people's time. At length, just as Morris was growing weary of the pristine but enticing occupation of making ducks and drakes with flat pebbles, his father appeared. After salutations, as they say in the East, he wasted 10 more minutes in abusing the cook, ending up with a direct appeal for her son's estimate of her capacities. "Oh, she might be better, she might be worse," answered Morris judicially. "Oh, quite so," replied the Colonel dryly. "The remark is sound and applies to most things. At present, however, I think that she is worse. Also, I hate the sight of her red, fat face. But bother the cook. Why do you think so much about her? I have something else to say." "I don't think," said Morris, "she doesn't excite me one way or the other, except when she is late with my breakfast." Then, as expected, after the cook, came the crisis. "You will remember, my dear boy," began the Colonel affectionately, "a little talk we had a while ago." "Which one, father?" The last one of any importance, I believe. I refer to the occasion when you stopped out all night contemplating the sea, an incident which impressed it upon my memory." Morris looked at him. Why was the old gentleman so inconveniently observant? "And doubtless you remember the subject?" "Oh, there were many good subjects, father. They range from mortgages to matrimony." "Quite so, to matrimony. Well, have you thought any more about it?" "Oh, not particularly, father. Why should I?" "Oh, confound it, Morris!" exclaimed the Colonel, losing patience. "Don't chop logic like a petty session lawyer. Let's come to the point." "That is my desire," answered Morris, and quite clearly there rose up before him an inconsequent picture of his mother teaching him the catechism many, many years ago. Thereat, as was customary with his mind when any memory of her touched it, his temper softened, like iron beneath the influence of fire. "Very good. Then what do you think of Mary as a wife?" "How should I know under the circumstances?" The Colonel fumed, and Morris added, "I beg your pardon. I understand what you mean." Then his father came to the charge. "To be brief, will you marry her?" "Will she marry me?" asked Morris. "Isn't she too sensible?" His father's eyes twinkled, but he restrained himself. This, he felt, was not an occasion upon which to indulge his powers of sarcasm. "Upon my word, if you want my opinion, I believe she will. But you have to ask her first. Oh, look here, my boy, be advised by me, and do it as soon as possible. The notion is rather new to me, I admit, but taking her all round, where would you find a better woman? You and I don't always agree about things. We are of a different generation, and look at the world from different standpoints. But I think that at the bottom we will respect each other, and I am sure," he added with a touch of restrained dignity, "that we are naturally and properly attached to each other. Under these circumstances, and taking everything else into consideration, I am convinced also that you will give weight to my advice. I assure you that I do not offer it lightly. It is that you should marry your cousin Mary." "There is her side of the case to be considered," suggested Morris. "Oh, doubtless, and she is a very shrewd and sensible young woman, under all her dolce far niente air, who is quite capable of consideration." "I am not worthy of her," his son broke in passionately. "That is for her to decide. I ask you to give her an opportunity of expressing an opinion." Morris looked at the sea and sky. Then he looked at his father standing before him in an attitude that was almost suppliant, his head bowed, hands clasped, and on his clear-cut face an air of real sincerity. What right had he to resist this appeal? He was heart-whole, without any kind of complication, and for his cousin Mary he had true affection and respect. Moreover, they had been brought up together. She understood him, and in the midst of so much that was uncertain and bewildering, she seemed something genuine and solid, something to which a man could cling. It may not have been a right spirit in which to approach this question of marriage, but in the case of a young man like Morris, who was driven forward by no passion, by no scheme even of personal advancement, this substitution of reason for impulse and instinct was perhaps natural. "Very well, I will," he answered. "But if she is wise, she won't." His father turned his head away and sighed softly, and that sigh seemed to lift a ton's weight off his heart. "I am glad to hear it," he answered simply. "The rest must settle itself. By the way, if you are going up to the house, tell the cook that I have changed my mind. We will have the soles fried with lemon. She always makes a mess of them, au maître d'hôtel."
End of chapter 4. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 5 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 5. A Proposal and a Promise. Although it consisted of but a dozen people, the dinner party at the Abbey that night was something of a function. To begin with, the old rectory, with its stone columns and arches still standing, as they were in the pre-Reformation days, lit with cunningly arranged and shaded electric lights, designed and set up by Morris, was an absolutely ideal place in which to dine. Then, although the Monk family were impoverished, they still retained the store of plate accumulated by past generations. Much of this silver was old and very beautiful, and when they set out upon the great sideboards produced an effect well suited to that chamber and its accessories. The company also was pleasant and presentable. There were the local baronet and his wife, the two beauties of the neighbourhood, Miss Jane Rose and Miss Eliza Layard, with their respective belongings, the clergyman of the parish, Mr. Tomley, who was leaving the county for the north of England on account of his wife's health, and a clever and rising young doctor from the county town. These, with Mr. Porson and his daughter, made up the number who upon this particular night, with every intention of enjoying themselves, sat down to that rather rare entertainment in Monksland, a dinner party. Colonel Monk had himself very carefully placed the guests. As a result, Morris, to whose lot it had fallen to take in the wealthy Miss Layard, a young lady of handsome but somewhat ill-tempered countenance, found himself at the foot of the oblong table with his partner on one side and his cousin on the other. Mary, who was conducted to her seat by Mr. Layard, the delicate brother, an insignificant, pallid-looking specimen of humanity, for reasons of her own, not unconnected perhaps with the expected presence of Mrs. Layard and Rose, had determined to look and dress her best that night. She wore a robe of some rich white silk, tight-fitting and cut rather low, and upon her neck a single row of magnificent diamonds. The general effect of her sheeny dress, snow-like skin, and golden waving hair, as she glided into the shaded room, suggested to Morris's mind a great white lily floating down the quiet water of some dark stream. And when presently the light fell upon her, a vision of a silver, mist-laden star lying low upon the ocean at the break of dawn. Later, after she became acquainted with these poetical imagings, Mary congratulated herself and her maid very warmly on the fact that she had actually summoned sufficient energy to telegraph to town for this particular dress. Of the other ladies, Miss Layard was arrayed in a hot-looking red garment, which she imagined would suit her dark eyes and complexion. Miss Rose, on the contrary, had come out in the virginal style of muslin and blue bows, whereof the effect, unhappily, was somewhat marred by a fiery complexion, acquired as the result of 3 days' violent play at a tennis tournament. To this unfortunate circumstance, Miss Layard, who had her own views of Miss Rose, was not slow in calling attention. "Oh, what has happened to poor Jane?" she said, addressing Mary. "She looks as though she has been red ochred down to her shoulders." "Who is poor Jane?" asked the young lady languidly. "Oh, you mean Miss Rose. I know. She has been playing in that tennis tournament at—what's the name of the place? Dad would drive me there this afternoon, and it made me look quite hot to look at her, jumping and running and hitting for hour after hour. But she's awfully good at it. She won the prize. Don't you envy anybody who can win a prize at a tennis tournament, Miss Layard?" "No," she answered sharply, for Miss Layard did not shine at tennis. "I dislike women who go about what my brother calls pot hunting, just as if they were professionals." "Oh, do you? I admire them. It must be so nice to be able to do anything well, even if it's only lawn tennis. It's the poor failures like myself whom I feel sorry for. I don't admire anybody who could come out to a dinner party with a head and a neck like that," retorted Eliza. "Why not? You can't burn, and that should make you more charitable. And I tie myself up in veils and umbrellas, which is absurd. Besides, what does it matter? You see, it is different with most of us. Miss Rose is so good-looking that she can afford herself these little luxuries." "That is a matter of opinion," replied Miss Layard. "Oh, I don't think so. At least the opinion is all one way. Don't you think Miss Rose beautiful, Mr. Layard?" she said, turning to her companion. "Ripping," said the gentleman with emphasis. "But I wish she wouldn't beat that one at tennis. It is an insult to the stronger sex." Mary looked at him reflectively. His sister looked at him also. "And am I sure that you think her beautiful? Don't you, Morris?" went on the imperturbable Mary. "Certainly. Of course, lovely," he replied with a vacuous stare at the elderly wife of the baronet. "There, Miss Layard, now you collect the opinions of the gentlemen all along your side." And Mary turned away, ostensibly to talk to her cavalier, but really to find out what could possibly interest Morris so deeply in the person or conversation of Lady Jones. Lady Jones was talking across the table to Mr. Tomley, the departing rector, a benevolent-looking person, with a broad forehead adorned like that of Father Time by a single lock of snowy hair. "And so you are really going to the far coast of Northumberland, Mr. Tomley, to exchange livings with the gentleman with the odd name? Oh, how brave of you!" Mr. Tomley smiled assent, adding, "Oh, you can imagine what a blow it is to me, Lady Jones, to separate myself from my dear parishioners and friends." Here he eyed the colonel, with whom he had waged a continual war during his 5 years of residence in the parish, and added, "But we must all give way to the cause of duty and the necessities of health. Mrs. Tomley says that this part of the country does not agree with her, and is quite convinced that unless she is taken back to her native Northumberland air, the worst may be expected."
I fancy that it has arrived in that poor man's case, thought Mary to herself. Lady Jones, who also knew Mrs. Tomley and the power of her tongue, nodded her head sympathetically and said, Of course, a wife's health must be the first consideration of every good man. But isn't it rather lonely up there, Mr. Tomley? Lonely, Lady Jones? The clergyman replied with energy, and shaking his white lock. I assure you that the place is a howling desert, a great moor behind, and the great sea front, and some rocks, and a church between the two. That's about all. But my wife likes it because she used to stay at the rectory when she was a little girl. Her uncle was the incumbent there. She declares that she has never been well since she left the parish. And what did you say is the name of the present inhabitant of this earthly paradise? The man with whom you have exchanged? Interrupted the colonel. Fregelius, the Reverend Peter Fregelius. What an exceedingly odd name. Is he an Englishman? Yes, but I think that his father was a Dane, and he married a Danish lady. Oh, indeed. Is she living? Oh, no, she died a great many years ago. The old gentleman has only one child left, a girl. Oh, what is her name? Asked someone idly, in a break of the general conversation, so everybody paused to listen to his reply. Stella. Stella Fregelius. Oh, a very unusual girl. Then the conversation broke out again with renewed vigour, and all that those at Morris's end of the table could catch were snatches such as wonderful eyes, independent young person, well read and musical. Oh yes, poor as a church mouse, that's why he accepted my offer. At this point the doctor began a rather vehement argument with Mr. Porson as to the advisability of countervailing duties to force foreign nations to abandon the sugar bounties, and no more was heard of Mr. Tomley and his plans. On the whole, Mary enjoyed that dinner party. Miss Layard, somewhat sore after her first encounter, attempted to retaliate later. But by this time Mary's argumentative energy had evaporated. Therefore, adroitly appealing to Mr. Layard to take her part, she retired from the fray till, seeing that it grew acrimonious, for this brother and sister did not love each other, she pretended to hear no more. Have you been stopping out all night again and staring at the sea, Morris? She inquired, because I understand it is a habit of yours. You seem so sleepy. I know that I must have looked just like you when that old political gentleman took me into dinner, and I made an exhibition of myself. What was that? Asked Morris. So she told him the story of her unlawful slumbers, and so amusingly that he burst out laughing and remained in an excellent mood for the rest of the feast, or at any rate until the ladies had departed. After this event, once more he became somewhat silent and distant. It was not wonderful. To most men, except the very experienced, proposals are terrifying ordeals, and Morris had made up his mind. If he could find a chance to propose to Mary that night, the thing was to be done, so sooner he did it the better. Then it would be over, one way or the other. Besides, and this was strange and opportune enough, never had he felt so deeply and truly attracted to Mary. Whether it was because of her soft, indolent beauty showed at its best this evening in that gown and setting, or because her conversation, with its sub-acid tinge of kindly humour, amused him,
Or, and this seemed more probable, because her whole attitude towards himself was so gentle and so full of sweet benevolence, he could not say. At any rate, this remained true. She attracted him more than any woman he had ever met, and sincerely he hoped and prayed that when he asked her to be his wife, she might find it in her heart to say yes. The rest of the entertainment resembled that of most country dinner parties. Conducted to the piano by the Colonel, who understood music very well, the talented ladies of the party, including Miss Rose, sang songs with more or less success, while Miss Layard criticised. Mary was appreciative, and men talked. At length the local baronet's wife looked at the local baronet, who thereupon asked leave to order the carriage. This example the rest of the company followed, in quick succession, until all were gone, except Mr. Porson and his daughter.
Well, my dear," said Mr. Porson, I suppose that we had better be off too, or you won't get your customary 9 hours.
Mary yawned slightly and assented, asserting that she had utterly exhausted herself in defending Miss Rose from the attacks of her rival, Miss Layard.
"Oh, no," broke in the Colonel. "Come and have a smoke first, John. I've got that old map of the property unrolled on purpose to show you, and I don't want to keep it about, for it fills up the whole place. Morris will look after Mary for half an hour or so, I dare say."
"Certainly," said Morris, but the heart within him sank to the level of his dress shoes. Here was the opportunity for which he had wished, but as he could not be called a forward or even a pushing lover, he was alarmed at its very prompt arrival. This answer to his prayers was somewhat too swift and thorough. There is a story of an enormously fat old boar who was seated on the veld with his horse at his side, when suddenly a band of armed natives rushed to attack him. "Oh, God help!" he cried in his native tongue, as he prepared to heave his huge form into the saddle. Having thus invoked divine assistance, this Dutch Falstaff went at the task with such a will that in a trice he found himself not on the horse, but over it, lying on his back, indeed among the grasses. "Oh, God!" that deluded burgher exclaimed reproachfully, as the Kaffirs came up and speared him. "Thou hast helped me a great deal too much." At this moment Morris felt very much like this stout but simple dweller in the wilderness. He would have preferred to coquet with an enemy for a while from the safety of his saddle, but Providence willed it otherwise. "Won't you come out, Mary?" he said, with the courage which inspires men in desperate situations. He felt that it would be impossible to say these words with the electric lights looking at him like so many eyes. The thought of it, even, made him warm all over. "Oh, I don't know. It depends. Is there anything comfortable to sit on?" "The deck chair," he suggested. "Oh, that sounds nice. I have slumbered for hours in deck chairs. Look, there's a fur rug on that sofa, and here's my white cape. Now you get your coat, and I'll come." "Oh, thank you. No, I don't want any coat. I am hot enough already." Mary turned and looked him up and down with her wondering blue eyes. "Do you really think it's safe," she said, "to expose yourself to all sorts of unknown dangers in this unprotected condition?" "Oh, of course," he answered. "I am not afraid of the night air, even in October." "Oh, very well, Morris," she went on, and there was meaning in her voice.
then whatever happens, don't blame me. It's so easy to be rash and thoughtless and catch a chill, and then you may become an invalid for life, or die, you know. One can't get rid of it again, at least not often."
Morris looked at her with a puzzled air, and stepped through the window which he had opened onto the lawn, whither, with a quaint little shrug of her shoulders, Mary followed him, muttering to herself, "Now if it takes cold, it won't be my fault." Then she stopped, clasped her hands, and said, "Oh, what a lovely night! I am glad that we came out here." She was right. It was indeed lovely. High in the heavens floated a bright half-moon, across whose face the little white-edged clouds drifted in quick succession, throwing their gigantic shadows to the world beneath. All silver was the sleeping sea where the moonlight fell upon it, and when this was eclipsed, then it was all jet. To the right and left, up to the very borders of the cliff, lay the soft wreaths of roke or land fog, covering the earth as with a cloak of down, but pierced here and there by the dim and towering shapes of trees. Yet although these curling wreaths of mist hung on the edges of the cliff like white water about to fall, they never fell, since clear to the sight, though separated from them by a gulf of translucent blackness, lay the yellow belt of sand, up which, inch by inch, the tide was creeping. And the air! No wind stirred, though the wind was at work aloft. It was still and bright as crystal, and crisp and cold as new iced wine, for the first autumn frost was falling. They stood for a few moments looking at all these wonderful beauties of the mysterious night, which dwellers in the country so rarely appreciate, because to them they are common daily things, and listening to the soft, long-drawn murmuring of the sea upon the shingle. Then they went forward to the edge of the cliff. But although Morris threw the fur rug over it, Mary did not seat herself upon the comfortable-looking deck-chair. Her desire for repose had departed. She preferred to lean upon the low grey wall in whose crannies grew lichens, tiny ferns, and in their season harebells and wallflowers. Morris came and leant at her side. For a while they both stared at the sea. "Pray, are you making up poetry?" she inquired at last. "Oh, why do you ask such silly questions?" he answered, not without indignation. "Because you keep muttering to yourself, and I thought that you were trying to get lines to scan. Also, the sea and the sky and the night, they suggest poetry, don't they?" Morris turned his head and looked at her. "You suggest it," he said, with desperate earnestness, "in all that shining white, especially when the moon goes in. Then you look like a beautiful spirit, new lit upon the edge of the world." At first Mary was pleased. The compliment was obvious, and coming from Morris, great. She had never heard him say so much as that before. Then she thought of an instant, and the echo of the word spirit came back to her mind, and jarred upon it with a little sudden shock. Even when he had a lovely woman at his side, must his fancy be wandering to those unearthly denizens and similes? "Oh, please, Morris," she said almost sharply, "do not compare me to a spirit. I am a woman, nothing more, and if it is not enough that I should be a woman, then—"
She paused to add, "I beg your pardon. I know you meant to be nice, but once I had a friend who went in for spirits, table-turning ones I mean, with very bad results, and I detest the name of them." Morris took this rebuff better than might have been expected. "Would you object if one ventured to call you an angel?" he asked. "Well, not if the word was used in a terrestrial sense. It excites a vision of possibilities, and the fib is so big that anyone must pardon it." "Very well, then, I call you that." "Thank you. I should be delighted to return the compliment. Can you think of any celestial definition appropriate to a young gentleman with dark eyes?" "Oh, Mary, please stop making fun of me," said Morris, with something of a groan. "Why?" she asked innocently. "Besides, I wasn't making fun. It's only my way of carrying on conversation. They taught me it at school, you know." Morris made no answer. In fact, he did not know what on earth to say, or rather how to find the fitting words. After all, it was an accident, and not his own intelligence that freed him from his difficulty. Mary moved a little, causing the white cloak, which was unfastened, to slip from her shoulders. Morris put out his hand to catch it, and met her hand. In another instant he had thrown his arms round her, drawn her to him, and kissed her upon the lips. Then, abashed at what he had done, he let her go and picked up the cloak. "Might I ask—" began Mary in her usual sweet, low tones. Then her voice broke, and her blue eyes filled with tears. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I am a brute," began Morris, utterly abashed by the sight of these tears, which glimmered like pearls in the moonlight. "But of course you know what I mean." Mary shook her head vacantly. Apparently she could not trust herself to speak. "Dear, will you take me?" She made no answer, only, after pausing for some few seconds as though lost in thought, with a little action more eloquent than any speech, she leant herself ever so slightly towards him. Afterwards, as she lay in his arms, words came to him readily enough. "I am not worthy your having," he said. "I know I am an odd fellow, not like other men. My very failings have not been the same as other men's. For instance, before heaven it is true, you are the first woman whom I have ever kissed, as I swear to you that you shall be the last. Then what else am I? A failure in the very work that I have chosen, and the heir to a bankrupt property. Oh, it is not fair. I have no right to ask you." "I think it is quite fair, and here I am the judge, Morris." Then sentence by sentence she went on, not all at once, but with breaks and pauses. "You asked me just now if I loved you, and I told you, yes. But you did not ask me when I began to love you. I will tell you all the same. I can't remember a time when I didn't. No, not since I was a little girl. It was you who grew away from me, not me from you. When you took to studying mysticism and aerophones, and were repelled by all women, myself included. I know, he said. "Don't remind me of my dead follies. Some things are born in the blood. Oh, quite so. And they remain in the bone. I understand. Morris, unless you maltreat me wilfully, which I am sure you would never do, I shall always understand." "What are you afraid of?" he asked in a shaken voice. "I feel that you are afraid." "Oh, one or two things. That you might overwork yourself, for instance. Or lest you should find that, after all, you are more human than you imagine, and be taken possession of by some strange Stella coming out of nowhere." "What do you mean? And why do you use that name?" he said, amazed. "What I say, dear. As for that name, I heard it accidentally at table tonight, and it just came to my lips, of itself. It seemed to typify what I meant, and to suggest a wandering star, such as men like you are fond of following." "Upon my honour," said Morris, "I will do none of these things." "Well, if you can help it, you will do none of them. I know it well. I hope and believe that there will never be a shadow between us while we live. But, Morris, I take you, risks and all, because it has been my chance to love you and nobody else. Otherwise, I should think twice. But love doesn't stop at risks." "Oh, what have I done to deserve this?" groaned Morris. "I cannot see. I should very much like to know," replied Mary, with a touch of her old humour. It was at this moment that Colonel Monk, happening to come round the corner of the house, walking on the grass, and followed by Mr. Porson, saw a light which interested him. With one hand he pointed it out to Porson, at the same moment motioning him to silence with the other. Then, taking his brother-in-law by the arm, he dragged him back round the corner of the house. "They make a pretty picture there in the moonlight there, don't they, John, my boy?" he said. "Come, we had better go back into the study and talk over matters until they have done. Even the warmth of their emotions won't keep out the night air forever."
End of Chapter 5. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 6 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 6. The Good Old Days. For the next month, or to be accurate, the next 5 weeks, everything went merrily at Monk's Abbey. It was as though some cloud had been lifted off the place and those who dwelt within. No longer did the Colonel look solemn when he came down in the morning, and no longer was he cross after he read his letters. Now his interviews with the steward in the study were neither prolonged nor anxious. Indeed, that functionary emerged thence on Saturday mornings with a shining countenance, drying the necessary cheque, heretofore so difficult to extract, by waving it ostentatiously in the air. Lastly, the Colonel did not seem to be called upon to make such frequent visits to his man of business, and to tarry at the office of the bank manager in Northwold. Once there was a meeting, but contrary to the general custom, the lawyer and the banker came to see him in company, and stopped to luncheon. At this meal, moreover, the three of them appeared to be in the best of spirits. Morris noticed all these things in his quiet, observant way, and from them drew certain conclusions of his own. But he shrank from making inquiries, nor did the Colonel offer any confidences. After all, why should he, who had never meddled in his father's business, choose this moment to explore it, especially as he knew from previous experience that such investigations would not be well received?
It was one of the Colonel's peculiarities to keep his affairs to himself until they grew so bad that circumstances forced him to seek the counsel or the aid of others. Still, Morris could well guess from what mine the money was digged that caused so comfortable a change in their circumstances, and the solution of this mystery gave him little joy. Cash in consideration of an unconcluded marriage. That was how it read. To his sensitive nature, the transaction seemed one of doubtful worth. However, no one else appeared to be troubled, if indeed these things existed elsewhere than in his own imagination. This, Morris admitted, was possible, for the access of prosperity might, after all, be no more than a resurrection of credit, vivified by the news of his engagement with the only child of a man known to be wealthy. His uncle Porson, with a solemnity that was almost touching, had bestowed upon Mary and himself a jerky but earnest blessing before he drove home on the night of the dinner party. He went so far, indeed, as to kiss them both, an example which the Colonel followed with a more finished but equally heartfelt grace. Now his Uncle John beamed upon him daily like the noonday sun. Also he began to take him into his confidence, and consult him as to the erection of houses, affairs of business, and investments. In the course of these interviews Morris was astonished, not to say dismayed, to discover how long were the sums of money as to the disposal of which he was expected to express opinions.
You see, it will all be yours, my boy," said Mr. Porson one day in explanation. "So it is best that you should know something of these affairs. Yes, it will all be yours before very long." And he sighed.
"I trust that I shall have nothing to do with it for many years," blurted out Morris.
"Oh, say months,
answered his uncle, stretching out his hands as though to push something from him. Then, to all appearances overcome by a sudden anguish, physical or mental, he turned and hurried from the room. Taking them all together, those 5 weeks were the happiest that Morris had ever known. No longer was he profoundly dissatisfied with things in general, no longer ravaged by the desire of the moth for the star, which in some natures is almost a disease. His outlook upon the world was healthier and more hopeful. For the first time he saw its wholesome, joyful side. Had he failed to do so, indeed, he must have been a very strange man, for he had much to make the poorest heart rejoice. Thus Mary, always a charming woman, since her engagement had become absolutely delightful, wittier, more wide-awake, more beautiful. Morris could look forward to the years to be spent in her company, not only without misgiving, but with a confidence that a while ago he would have thought impossible. Moreover, as good fortunes never come singly, his were destined to be multiplied. It was in those days, after so many years of search and unfruitful labour, that at last he discovered a clue, which in the end resulted in the perfection of the instrument that was the parent of the Aerophone of commerce, and gave him a name among the inventors of the century which will not easily be forgotten. Strangely enough, it was Morris's good genius, Mary, who suggested the substance, or rather the mixture of substances, whereof the portion of the Aerophone was finely constructed, which is still known as Monk Sound Waves Receiver. Whether, as she alleged, she had made the discovery by pure accident, or whether, as seems possible, she had thought the problem out in her own feminine fashion, with results that proved excellent, it does not matter in the least. the issue remains the same. An apparatus, which before would only work on rare occasions, and then without any certitude, between people of the highest state of sympathy or nervous excitement, has now been brought to such a stage of perfection that by its means anybody can talk to anybody, even if their interests are antagonistic or their personal enmity bitter. After the first few experiments of this new material, Morris was not slow to discover that although it would need long and careful testing and elaboration, for him it meant, in the main, the realization of his great dream, and success after years of failure. And, that was the strange part of it, this realization and success he owed to no effort of his own, but to some chance suggestion made by Mary. He told her this, and thanked her as a man thanks one through whom he has found salvation. In answer she merely laughed, saying that she was nothing but the wire along which a happy inspiration had reached his brain, and that more than this she neither wished nor hoped nor was capable of being. Then suddenly, on this happy, tranquil atmosphere which wrapped about them, like the sound of a passing bell at a child's feast, floated the first note of impending doom and death. The autumn held fine and mild, and Mary, who had been lunching at the Abbey, was playing croquet with Morris upon the side lawn. This game was the only one for which she chanced to care, perhaps because it did not involve much exertion. Morris, who engaged in the pastime with the same earnestness that he gave to every other pursuit in which he happened to be interested, was, as might be expected, getting the best of the encounter. "Won't you take a couple of bisques, my dear?" he said affectionately after a while. "I don't always like beating you by such a lot." "I'd die first," she answered. "Bisques are a badge of advertised inferiority, and the mark of the giver's contempt." "Oh, stuff!" said Morris. Stuff indeed! As though it wasn't bad enough to be beaten at all, but to be beaten with bisques. Oh, that's another argument. First you say you are too proud to accept them, and next that you won't accept them because it is worse to be defeated with points than without them. Anyway, if you had the commonest feeling of humanity, you wouldn't beat me," replied Mary, adroitly shifting her ground for the third time. "Well, how can I help you if you won't have any bisques?" "How? By pretending that you are doing your best, and letting me win all the same, of course, though if I caught you at it I should be furious. Oh, but what's the use of trying to teach a blunt creature like you tact? My dear Morris, I assure you I do not believe that your efforts at deception would take in the simplest minded cow. Why, even Dad sees through you, and the person who can't impose upon my Dad. Oh," she added suddenly in a changed voice, "there is George coming through the gate. Something has happened to my father. Look at his face, Morris. Look at his face." In another moment the footman stood before them. "Oh, please, miss, the master," he began, and hesitated. "Not dead," said Mary in a slow, quiet voice. "Do not say that he is dead." "Oh, no, miss, but he has had a stroke of the heart or something, and the doctor thought you had better be fetched, so I have brought the carriage." "Oh, come with me, Morris," she said as, dropping the croquet mallet, she flew rather than ran to the brougham. 10 minutes later they were at Seaview. In the hall they met Mr. Charters, the doctor. Why was he leaving? Because— "Oh, no, no," he said, answering their looks. "The danger is past. He seems almost well as ever." "Oh, thank
Good God!" stammered Mary. Then a thought struck her, and she looked up sharply and asked, Will it come back again?" "Oh, yes," was his straightforward answer. "When?" "Oh, from time to time, at irregular periods, but in its fatal shape, I hope, not for some years." "Oh, the verdict might have been worse, dear," said Morris. Yes, but to think it has passed so near him, and he quite alone at the time, Morris. Morris," she went on, turning to him with an energy that was almost fierce, "if you won't have my father to live with us, I won't marry you. Do you understand?" Oh, perfectly, dear. You leave no room for misconception. By all means, let him live with us. Well, if he can get on with my father," he added meaningfully. "Ah," she replied, "I never thought of that. Also, I should not have spoken so roughly, but I have had such a shock, and I feel inclined to treat you like a toad under a harrow. Oh, so please be sympathetic, and don't misunderstand me, or I don't know what I shall say." Then, by way of making amends, Mary put her arms round his neck and gave him a kiss, all of her own accord, saying, "Morris, I am afraid. I feel as if our good time was done." After this, the servant came that she might go up to the father's room, and that scene of our drama was at an end. Mr. Porson owned a villa at Beaulieu in the south of France, which he had built many years before as a winter house for his wife, whose chest was weak. Here he was in the habit of spending the spring months, more perhaps because of the associations which the place possessed for him than of any affection for foreign lands. Now, however, after his last attack, 3 doctors in consultation announced that it would be well for him to escape from the fogs and damp of England. So to Beaulieu he was ordered. This decree caused consternation in various quarters. Mr. Porson did not wish to go. Mary and Morris were cast down for simple and elementary reasons, and Colonel Monk found this change of plan. It had been arranged that the Porsons should stop at Seaview till the New Year, which was to be the day of the marriage, inconvenient and, indeed, disturbing. Once those young people were parted, reflected the Colonel in his wisdom, who could tell what might or might not happen? In this difficulty he found an inspiration. Why should not the wedding take place at once? Very diplomatically he sounded his brother-in-law, to find he had no opposition to fear in this quarter, provided that Mary and her husband would join him at Beaulieu after a week or 2 of honeymoon. Then he spoke to Morris, who was delighted with the idea, for Morris had come to the conclusion that the marriage state would be better and more satisfactory than one of prolonged engagement. It only remained, therefore, to obtain the consent of Mary, which would, perhaps, have been given without much difficulty had her uncle been content to leave his son or Mr. Porson to ask it of her. As it chanced, this he was not willing to do. Porson, he was sure, would at once give way should his daughter raise any objection, and in Morris's tact and persuasive powers the Colonel had no faith. In the issue, confident in his own diplomatic abilities, he determined to manage the affairs himself and to speak to his niece. The mistake was grave, for whereas she was wax to her father or her lover, something in her uncle's manner, or it may have been his very personality, always aroused in Mary a spirit of opposition. On this occasion, too, that manner was not fortunate, for he put the proposal before her as a thing already agreed upon by all concerned, and one to which her consent was asked as a matter of form.
Instantly Mary became antagonistic. She pretended not to understand. She asked for reasons and explanations. Finally, she announced in idle words, beneath which ran a current of determination, that neither her father nor Morris could really wish this hurried marriage, since had they done so, one or the other of them would have spoken to her on the subject. When pressed, she intimated very politely, but in language whereof the meaning could hardly be mistaken, that she held this fixing of the date to be peculiarly her own privilege, and when she still further pressed, said plainly that she considered her father too ill for her to think of being married at present.
"Oh, but they both desire it,"
expostulated the Colonel. "They have not told me so," Mary answered, setting her red lips.
"Well, if that is all, they will tell you soon enough, my dear girl."
"Well, perhaps, uncle, after they had been directed to do so, but that is not quite the same thing." The Colonel saw that he had made a mistake, and too late changed his tactics.
"Oh, you see, Mary, your father's state of health is precarious. He might grow worse."
She tapped her foot on the ground. Of these allusions to the possible, and indeed the certain end of her beloved father's illness, she had a kind of horror.
"In that event, that dreadful event," she answered, "he will need me, my whole time and care to nurse him. These I might not be able to give if I were already married. I love Morris very dearly. I am his for whatever I may be worth. But I was my father's before my Morris came into my life, and he has the first claim upon me."
"What then do you propose?" asked the Colonel curtly, for opposition and argument bred no meekness in his somewhat arbitrary breast.
"To be married on New Year's Day, wherever we are, if Morris wishes it and the state of my father's health makes it convenient. If not, Uncle Richard, to wait till a more fitting season."
Then she rose, for this conversation took place at Seaview, saying that it was time she should give her father his medicine. Thus the project of an early marriage fell through, for having once been driven into announcing her decision in terms so open and unmistakable, Mary would not go back on her word. Morris, who was much disappointed, pleaded with her. Her father also spoke upon the subject, but though the voice was the voice of Mr. Porson, the arguments, she perceived, were the arguments of Colonel Monk. Therefore she hardened her heart and put the matter by, refusing, indeed, to discuss it at any length. Yet, and it is not the first time that a woman has allowed her whims to prevail over her secret wishes, in truth, she desired nothing more than to be married to Morris so soon as it was his will to take her. Finally, a compromise was arranged. There was to be no wedding at present, but the whole party were to go together to Beaulieu, there to await the development of events. It was arranged, moreover, by all concerned, that unless something unforeseen occurred to prevent it, the marriage should be celebrated upon or about New Year's Day. End of chapter 6. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 7 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 7. Beaulieu. Beautiful as it might be, and fashionable as it might be, Morris did not find Beaulieu very entertaining. Indeed, in an unguarded moment he confessed to Mary that he hated the whole. Even the steam launch in which they went for picnics did not console him, fond though he was of the sea. While as for Monte Carlo, after his third visit he was heard to declare that if they wanted to take him there again, it must be in his coffin. The Colonel did not share these views. He was out for a holiday, and he meant to enjoy himself. To begin with, there was the club at Nice, where he fell in with several old comrades and friends. Then whom should he meet but Lady Rawlins? Once for a little while in the distant past they had been engaged, until suddenly the young lady, a beauty in her day, jilted him in favour of a wealthy banker of Hebraic origin. Now, many years after, the banker was aged, violent, and uncomely, habitually exceeded in his cups, and abused his wife before the servants. So it came about that to the poor woman the Colonel's courteous, if somewhat sarcastic, consolations were received very welcome. It pleased him also to offer them. The jilting he had long ago forgiven indeed. He blessed her nightly for having taken the view of her obligations, seeing that Jane Millet, as she was then, however pretty her face may have once been, had neither fortune nor connections.
Yes, my dear Jane," he said to her confidentially one afternoon, "I assure you I often admire your foresight. Now, if you had done the other thing, where should we have been today? In the workhouse, I imagine."
"I suppose so," answered Lady Rawlins meekly, and suppressing a sigh, since for the courtly and distinguished Colonel she cherished a sentimental admiration which actually increased with age. "But you don't always think like that, do you, Richard?" Then she glanced out of the window and added, "Oh, there is Jonah coming home, and he looks so cross." And the poor lady shivered. The Colonel put up his eyeglass and contemplated Jonah through the window. He was not a pleasing spectacle, a rather low-class Hebrew who calls himself a Christian, of unpleasant appearance and sinister temper, suffering from the effects of lunch, is not an object to be loved.
"Ah, I see," said the Colonel. "Yes, Sir Jonah ages, doesn't he? Well, as indeed we do all of us."
And he glanced at the lady's spreading proportions. Then he went on.
"You really should persuade him to be tidier in his costume, Jane. His ancestral namesake could scarcely have looked more dishevelled after his sojourn with the whale. Well, it is a small failing. One can't have everything, and on the whole, with your wealth and the rest, you have been a very fortunate woman."
"Oh, Richard, how can you say so?" murmured the wretched Lady Rawlins, as she took the hand outstretched in farewell. For Jonah, in large doses, was more than the Colonel could stomach. Indeed, as the door closed behind him, she wiped away a tear, whispering to herself, "And to think that I threw over dear Richard in order to marry that! Yes, I will say it, that horror!" Meanwhile, as he strolled down the street, beautifully dressed, and still looking very upright and handsome, for he had never lost his figure, the Colonel was saying to himself,
"Oh, silly old woman! Well, I hope that by now she knows the difference between a gentleman and a half-Christianized, money-hunting, wine-bibbing Jew. However, she's got the fortune, which was what she wanted, although she forgets it now, and he's got a lachrymose, stout, old party. But how beautiful she used to be! My word, how beautiful she used to be! To go to see her now is better than any sermon. It is an admirable moral exercise. To Lady Rawlins also the Colonel's visit proved excellent moral exercises tinged with chastenings. Whenever he went, he left behind him some aphorism or reflection filled with a wholesome bitter. But still she sought his society, and in secret adored him. In addition to the club and Lady Rawlins, there were the tables at Monte Carlo, with their motley company, which to a man of the world could not fail to be amusing. Besides, the Colonel had one weakness. Sometimes he did a little gambling, and when he played, he liked to play fairly high. Morris accompanied him once to the salle de jeu, and that was enough. What passed there exactly could never be got out of him, even by Mary, whose sense of humour was more than satisfied with the little comedies in progress about her, no single point of which did she ever miss. Only, funny as she might be in her general feebleness, and badly as she might have behaved in some distant past, for Lady Rawlins she felt sorry. Her kind heart told Mary that this unhappy person also possessed a heart, although she was now stout and on the wrong side of middle age. She was aware, too, that the Colonel knew as much, and his scientific pinpricks and searings of that guileless and unprotected organ struck her as a little short of cruel. None the less so, indeed, because the victim at the stake imagined that they were inflicted in kindness by the hand of a still tender and devoted friend. "I hope that I shan't quarrel with my father-in-law," reflected Mary to herself, after one of these exhibitions. "He's got an uncommonly long memory, and likes to come even. However, I never shall, because he's afraid of me, and knows that I see through him." Mary was right. A very sincere respect for her martial powers, when roused, ensured perfect peace between her and the Colonel. With his son, however, it was otherwise. Even in this age of the triumph of the offspring, parents do exist who take advantage of their sons' strict observance of the fifth commandment. It is easy to turn a man into a moral bolster and sit upon him if you know that an exaggerated sense of filial duty will prevent him from stuffing himself with pins. So it came about that Morris was sometimes sat upon, especially when the Colonel was suffering from a bad evening at the tables, well out of sight and hearing of Mary, be it understood, who on such occasions was apt to develop a quite formidable temper. It is over this question of the tables that one of these domestic differences arose, which in its results brought about the return of the monks to Monksland. Upon a certain afternoon the Colonel asked his son to accompany him to Monte Carlo. Morris refused, rather curtly perhaps. "Very well," replied the Colonel in his grandest manner. "I am sure I do not wish for an unwilling companion, and doubtless your attention is claimed by affairs more important than the according of your company to a father." "No," replied Morris, with his accustomed truthfulness. "I am going out sea-fishing, that is all." "Quite so. Allow me then to wish good luck to your fishing. Does Mary accompany you?" "Oh, no, I don't think so.
She says that boats make her sick, and she can't bear eels. Oh, so much the better, as I can ask for the pleasure of her society this afternoon." "Yes, you can ask," said Morris, suddenly turning angry. "Do you imply, Morris, that the request will be refused?" "Certainly, father, if I have anything to do with it. And might I inquire why?" "Because I won't have Mary taken to that place to mix with the people who frequent it." "I see. This is exclusiveness with a vengeance. Perhaps you consider that those unholy doors should be shut to me also." "I have no right to express an opinion as to where my father should or should not go. But if you ask me, I think that under all circumstances you should do your best to keep away." "The circumstances? What circumstances?" "Those of our poverty, which leaves us no money to risk in gambling."
Then the Colonel lost all control of his temper, as sometimes happened to him, and became exceedingly violent and unpleasant. What he said does not matter. Let it suffice that the remarks were of a character which even headstrong men are accustomed to reserve for the benefit of their womenfolk and other intimate relations. Attracted by the noise, which was considerable, Mary came in to find her uncle marching up and down the room vituperating Morris, who, with quite a new expression upon his face, a quiet, dogged kind of expression, was leaning upon the mantelpiece and watching him. "Uncle," began Mary, "would you mind being a little quieter? My father is asleep upstairs, and I am afraid that you will wake him." "Oh, I am sorry, my dear, very sorry, but there are some insults that no man with self-respect can submit to, even from a son." "Insults? Insults?" repeated Mary, opening her blue eyes, then looking at him with pained air. "Morris, why do you insult your father?" "Insult?" he replied. "Then I will tell you how. My father wanted to take you to play with him at Monte Carlo this afternoon, and I said that you shouldn't go. That's the insult." "You observe, my dear," broke in the Colonel, "that already he treats you as one having authority." "Yes," said Mary, "and why shouldn't he? Now that my father is so weak, who am I to obey if not Morris?" "Oh, well, well," said the Colonel diplomatically, beginning to cool, for he could control his temper when he liked. "Everyone to their taste, but some matters are so delicate that I prefer not to discuss them." And he looked round for his hat. By this time, however, the cyclonic conditions of things had affected Mary also, and she determined that he should not escape so easily. "Before you go," she went on in her slow voice, "I should like to say, uncle, that I quite agree with Morris. I don't think those tables are quite the place to take young ladies to, especially if the gentleman with them is much engaged in play." Indeed. Then you are both of a mind, which is quite as it should be. Of course, too, upon such matters of conduct and etiquette we must all bow to the taste and the experience of the young, even those of us who have mixed with the world for 40 years. Might I ask, my dear Mary, if you have any further word of advice for me before I go?" "Yes, uncle," replied Mary calmly. "I advise you not to lose so much of your money, or to sit up so late at night, which you know never agrees with you. Also, I wish you wouldn't abuse Morris for nothing, because he doesn't deserve it, and I don't like it. And if we are all to live together after I am married, it will be so much more comfortable if we can come to an understanding first."
Then, muttering something beneath his breath about ladies in general, and this young lady in particular, the Colonel departed with speed. Mary sat down in an armchair and fanned herself with a pocket handkerchief. "Oh, thinking of the right thing to say always makes me hot," she remarked. "Well, if by the right thing you mean the strong thing, you certainly discovered it," replied Morris, looking at her with affectionate admiration. "I know, but it had to be done, dear. He's losing a lot of money, which is mere waste." Here Morris groaned, but asked no questions. "Besides," and her voice became earnest, "I will not have him talking to you like that. The fact that one man is the father of another doesn't give him the right to abuse him like a pickpocket. Also, if you are so good that you put up with it, I have myself to consider. That is, if we are all to live as a happy family. Do you understand?" "Oh, perfectly," said Morris. "I dare say you are right, but I hate rows." "So do I, and that is why I have accepted one or two challenges to single combat quite at the beginning of things. You mark my words, he will be like a lamb at breakfast tomorrow." "Oh, you shouldn't speak disrespectfully of my father. Well, at any rate to me," suggested the old-fashioned Morris rather mildly. "No, dear, and when I have learned to respect him, I promise you that I won't. There, oh, don't be vexed with me. But my Uncle Richard makes me cross, and then I scratch. As he said the other day, all women are like cats. When they are young they play, and when they get old they use their claws. I quote Uncle Richard, and although I am not old yet, I can't help showing the claws. But Dad is ill. That is the fact of it, Morris, and it gets upon my nerves." "Oh, I thought he was better, love." "Yes, he is better. He may live for years. I hope and believe that he will, but it is terribly uncertain. And now look here, Morris, why don't you go home?" "Oh, do you want to get rid of me, love?" he asked, looking up. "Oh, no, I don't. You know that, I am sure. But what is the use of your stopping here? There is nothing for you to do, and I feel that you are wasting your time and that you hate it. Oh, go on, tell the truth. Don't you long to be back at Monksland, working at the Aerophone?" "Well, I should be glad to get on with my experiments, but I don't like leaving you," he answered. "But you had better leave me for a while. It is not comfortable for you idling here, particularly when your father is in an uncertain temper. If all be well, in another couple of months or so we shall come together for good, and be able to make our own arrangements according to circumstances. Till then, if I were you, I should go home, especially as I can find that I can get on with my uncle much better when you are not here." "Then what is to happen after we marry, and I can't be sent away?" "Oh, who knows? But if we are not comfortable at Monk's Abbey, we can always set up for ourselves. With Dad at Seaview, for instance. He's peaceable enough. Besides, he must be looked after. And to be frank, my uncle hectors him. Oh, poor dear." "I will think it over," said Morris. "And now come for a walk on the beach, and we will forget all these worries." Next morning the Colonel appeared at breakfast in a perfectly angelic frame of mind, having to all appearance utterly forgotten the contretemps of the previous afternoon. Perhaps this was policy, or perhaps the fact of his having won several £100 the night before mollified his mood. At least it had become genial, and he proved a most excellent companion.
Look here, old fellow, he said to Morris, throwing him a letter across the table. If you have nothing to do for a week or so, I wish you would save an aged parent a journey and settle up this job with Simpkins.
Morris read the letter. It had to do with the complete re-erection of the set of buildings on the Abbey farm, and the putting up of a certain drainage mill. Over this question, differences had arisen between the agent Simpkins and the rural authorities, who alleged that the said mill would interfere with an established right-of-way. Indeed, things had come to such a point that if a lawsuit was to be avoided, the presence of a principal was necessary.
Simpkins is a quarrelsome ass, explained the Colonel, and somebody will have to smooth those fellows down. Will you go? Because if you won't, I must, and I don't want to break into the first pleasant holiday I have had for 5 years. Oh, thanks to your kindness, my dear John.
Certainly, I will go if necessary, answered Morris, but I thought you told me a few months ago that it was quite impossible to execute those alterations on account of the expense.
Oh, yes, but I have consulted with your uncle here, and the matter has been arranged, hasn't it, dear John?
Mr. Porson was seated at the end of the table, and Morris, looking at him, noticed with a shock how old he had suddenly become. His plump, cheerful face had fallen in. The cheeks were quite hollow now. His jaws seemed to protrude, and the skin upon his bald head to be drawn quite tight, like the parchment on a drum.
Of course, Colonel,
he answered, lifting his chin from his breast, upon which it was resting.
Arranged, quite satisfactorily arranged.
Then he looked about rather vacantly, for his mind, it was clear, was far away, and added,
Do you want, I mean, were you talking about the new drainage mill for the salt marshes?
Mary interrupted and explained.
Yes, how stupid of me. I am afraid I am getting a little deaf, and this air makes me so sleepy in the morning. Now, just tell me again, what is it?
And Mary explained further.
Morris to go and see about it? Well, why shouldn't he? It doesn't take long to get home nowadays. Not but that we shall be sorry to lose you, my dear boy, or at least one of us will be sorry.
And he tried to wink in his old jovial fashion, and chuckled feebly. Mary saw and sighed, while the Colonel shook his head portentously. Nobody could play the part of Job's comforter to greater perfection. The end of it was that, after a certain space of hesitation, Morris agreed to go. This ménage at Beaulieu oppressed him, and he hated the place. Besides, Mary, seeing that he was worried, almost insisted on his departure. "If I want you back, I will send for you," she said. "Go to your work, dear. You will be happier." So he kissed her fondly and went, as he was fated to go.
"Good-bye, my dear son,"
said Mr. Porson. Sometimes he called him his son now.
"I hope that I shall see you again soon, and if I don't, you will be kind to my daughter Mary, won't you? You understand, everybody else is dead."
My wife is dead, my boy is dead, and soon I shall be dead. So naturally I think a good deal about her. You will be kind to her, won't you? Goodbye, my son, and don't trouble about money. There's plenty.
End of Chapter 7. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 8 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 8. The Sunk Rocks and the Singer. Morris arrived home in safety, and speedily settled the question of the drainage mill to the satisfaction of all concerned. But he did not return to Beaulieu. To begin with, although the rural authorities ceased to trouble them, his father was most urgent that he should stay and supervise the putting up of the new farm buildings, and wrote to him nearly every day to this effect. It occurred to his son that under the circumstances he might have come to look after the buildings himself. Also, that perhaps he found the villa at Beaulieu more comfortable without his presence, a conjecture in which he was perfectly correct. Upon the first point, also, letters from Mary soon enlightened him. It appeared that shortly after his departure, Sir Jonah, in a violent fit of rage, brought on by a drink, and a remark of his wife's that had she married Colonel Monk she would have been a happy woman, burst a small blood vessel in his head, and the strange result that from a raging animal of a man he had been turned into an amiable and perfectly harmless imbecile. Under so trying a domestic blow, naturally, Mary explained, Colonel Monk felt it his duty to support and comfort his old friend to the best of his ability. This, added Mary, he does for about 3 hours every day. I believe, indeed, that a place is always laid for him at meals, while poor Sir Jonah, for whom I feel quite sorry, although he was such a horrid man, sits in an armchair and smiles at him continually. So Morris determined to take the advice which Mary gave him very plainly, and abandoned all idea of returning to Beaulieu, at any rate on this side of Christmas. His plans settled, he went to work with a will, and was so soon deeply absorbed in the manufacture of experimental receivers made from the new substance. So completely, indeed, did these possess his mind that, as Mary at last complained, his letters to her might with equal fitness have been addressed to an electrical journal, since from them even diagrams were not lacking. So things went on until the event occurred which was destined profoundly and mysteriously to affect the lives of Morris and his affianced wife. That event was the shipwreck of a steam tramp, the Trondheim, upon the well-known sunk rocks outside the sands which run parallel to the coast at a distance of about 5 knots from the Monksland's Cliff. In this year of our story, about the middle of November, the weather set in very mild and misty. It was the third of those roky nights, and the sea fog poured along the land like vapour from an open jar of chemicals. Morris was experimenting at the forge in his workshop very late, rather early, for it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, when of a sudden, through the open window, rising from the quiet sea beneath, he heard the rattle of oars in rowlocks. Wondering what a boat could be doing so near in shore at a season when there was no night fishing, he went to the window to listen. Presently he caught the sound of voices, shouting in a tongue with which he was unacquainted, followed by another sound, that of a boat being beached upon the shingle immediately below the abbey.
Now, guessing that something unusual must have happened, Morris took his hat and coat, and unlocking the abbot's door, lit a lantern, and descended the cement steps to the beach. Here he found himself in the midst of 10 or 12 men, most of them tall and bearded, who were gathered about a ship's boat, which they had dragged up high and dry. One of these men, who from his uniform he judged to be the captain, approached and addressed him in a language that he did not understand, but imagined must be Danish or Norwegian. Morris shook his head to convey the blankness of his ignorance, whereupon other men addressed him, also in northern tongues. Then, as he shook his head, a lad of about 19 came forward and spoke in broken and barbarous French. "Naufrage le bas," he said. "Bateau à vapeur. Naufrage sur les rochers. Brûlade. Nous chappe." "Two?" asked Morris. The young man shrugged his shoulders as though he were doubtful on the point, then added, pointing to the boat, "Homme beaucoup blessé. Pasteur anglais." Morris went to the cutter, and, holding up the lantern, looked down to find an oldish man with sharp features, dark eyes, and grizzled beard, lying under a tarpaulin in the bottom of the boat. He was clothed only in a dressing gown and a blood-stained nightshirt, groaning and semi-conscious. "Jambes cassées, beaucoup mal cassées," explained the French scholar. "Apportez-le vite après moi," said Morris. This order having been translated by the youth, several stalwart sailors lifted up the injured man, and placing their tarpaulin beneath him, took hold of it by the sides and corners. Then, following Morris, they bore him as gently as they could up the steps into the abbey, to a large bedroom upon the first floor, where they laid him upon the bed. Meanwhile, by the industrious ringing of bells as they went, Morris had succeeded in rousing a groom, a page boy, and a cook. The first of these he sent off post-haste for Dr. Charters. Next, having directed the cook to give the foreign sailormen some food and beer, he told the page boy to conduct them to the Sailors' Home, a place of refuge provided, as is common upon the stormy coast, for the accommodation of distressed and shipwrecked mariners. As he could extract nothing further, it seemed useless to detain them at the abbey. Then, pending the arrival of the doctor, with the assistance of the old housekeeper, he set to work to examine the patient. This did not take long, for his injuries were obvious. The right thigh was broken and badly bruised, and he bled from a contusion upon the forehead. This wound upon his head seemed also to have affected his brain. At any rate, he was unable to speak coherently or to do more than mutter something about a shipwreck and steamer Trondheim, and to ask for water. Thinking that at least it could do no harm, Morris gave him a cup of soup, which had been hastily prepared. And just as the patient was finishing drinking it, which he did eagerly, the doctor arrived, and after a swift examination administered some anaesthetic, and got to work to set the broken limb. "It's very bad smash, very bad," he explained to Morris. "Something must have fallen on him, I think. If it had been an inch or two higher, he would have lost his leg, or his life, or both, as perhaps he will now. At the best, it means a couple of months or so on his back. No, I think the cut on his head isn't serious, although it has knocked him silly for a while. At length the horrid work was done, and the doctor, who had to return to a confinement case in the village, departed. Before he went, he told Morris that he hoped to be back by 5 o'clock. He promised also that before his return he would call in at the sailors' home to see that the crew were comfortable, and discover what he could of the details of the catastrophe. Meanwhile, for his part, Morris undertook to watch the sick room. For nearly 3 hours, while the drug retained his grip of him, the patient remained comatose. All this while Morris sat at his bedside, wondering who he might be, and what curious circumstances could have brought him into the company of these rough Northmen sailors. To his profession he had a clue, although no sure one, for round his neck the man wore a silver cross suspended by a chain. This suggested that he might be a clergyman, and went far to confirm the broken talk of the French-speaking sailor. Clearly, also, he was a person of some breeding and position. The refinement of his face and the delicacy of his hands showed as much. While Morris was watching and wondering, suddenly the man awoke and began to talk in a confused fashion. Where am I?" he asked. "At Monksland," answered Morris. "Oh, that's all right. That's where I should be. But the ship! Then a pause and a cry. "Stella! Stella!" Morris pricked his ears. "Where is Stella?" he asked. On the rocks. She struck, then darkness, all darkness. Oh, Stella, come here, Stella, Stella." A memory awoke in the mind of Morris, and he leant over the patient, who had sunk into delirium. "Do you mean Stella Fregelius?" he asked. The man turned his flushed face and opened his dark eyes. "Of course, Stella Fregelius. Who else? There is only one Stella." And again he became incoherent. For a while Morris plied him with further questions, but as he could obtain no coherent answer, he gave him his medicine and left him quiet. Then for another half-hour or so he sat and watched, while a certain theory took shape in his mind. This gentleman must be the new rector. It seemed as though, probably accompanied by his daughter, he had taken passage in a Danish tramp boat bound for Northwold, which had touched at some Northumbrian port. Morris knew that the incoming clergyman had a daughter, for, now that he thought of it, he had heard Mr. Tomley mention the fact at the dinner party on the night when he became engaged. Yes, and certainly she was named Stella. But there was no woman among those who had come to land, and he understood the injured man to suggest that his daughter had been left upon the steamer, which was said to have gone ashore upon some rocks, or perhaps upon the sunk rocks themselves. Now, the only rocks within 20 miles of them were those famous sunk rocks about 6 knots away. Even within his own lifetime 4 vessels had been lost there, either because they had missed or mistaken the lightship signal further out to sea, as sometimes happened in a fog such as prevailed this night, or through false reckonings. The fate of all these people had been identical. They had struck upon the reef, rebounded or slid off, and foundered in the deep water. Probably in this case the same thing had happened. At least the facts, so far as he knew them, pointed to that conclusion. Evidently the escape of the crew had been very hurried, for they had saved nothing. He judged also that the clergyman, Mr. Fregelius, having rushed on deck, had been injured by the fall of some spar or block, consequent upon the violence of the impact of the vessel upon the reef, and in this hurt condition had been thrown into the boat by the sailors. Then where was the daughter Stella? Was she killed in the same fashion, or drowned? Probably one or the other. But there was a third bare possibility, which did no credit to the crew, that she had been forgotten in the panic and hurry, and left behind on the sinking ship. At first Morris thought of rousing the captain of the lifeboat, but on reflection, however, he abandoned this idea, for really what he had to go on, beyond the scanty and disjointed ravings of a delirious man, very possibly the girl Stella was not upon the ship at all. Probably also, hours ago that vessel had vanished from the eyes of men for ever. To send out the lifeboat upon such a wild goose chase would be to turn himself into a laughing-stock. Still something drew his thoughts to that hidden line of reef, and the ship which might still be hanging on it, and the woman who might still be living in the ship. It was a painful vision, from which he could not free his mind. Then there came to him an idea. Why should he not go to Sunk Rocks and look? There was a light breeze off land, and with the help of the page-boy, who was sitting up, as the tide was nearing its full, he could manage to launch his small sailing boat, which by good fortune was still berthed near the beach steps. It was a curious chance that this should be so, seeing that in most seasons she would have been by now removed to a shed a mile away, to be out of reach of possible damage from the furious winter gales. As it happened, however, the weather remaining so open, this had not been done. Further, the codlings having begun to run in unusual numbers, as is common upon the coast in late autumn, Morris that very morning had taken the boat out to fish for them, an amusement which he proposed to resume on the morrow in the hope of better sport. Therefore the boat had her sails on board, and was in every way ready for sea. So why should he not go? For one reason only that he could suggest. There was a certain amount of risk in sailing about the Sunk Rocks in a fog, even for a tiny craft like his, for here the currents were very sharp. Also, in many places the points of the rocks were only just beneath the surface of the water. But he knew the dangerous places well enough if he could see them, as he ought to be able to do, for the dawn should break before he arrived. And after all, what was a risk more or less in life? He would go. He felt impelled, strangely impelled, to go, though of course it was all nonsense, and probably he would be back by 9 o'clock, having seen nothing at all. By this time the injured Mr. Fregelius had sunk into sleep or stupor, doubtless beneath the influence of the second draught, which he had administered to him in obedience to the doctor's orders. On his account, therefore, Morris had no anxiety, since the cook, a steady, middle-aged woman, could watch by him for the present. He called her and gave her instructions, bidding her to tell the doctor when he came that he had gone to see if he could make out anything more about the wreck, and that he would be back soon. Then ordering the page-boy, a stout lad, to accompany him, he descended the steps, and together with some difficulty they succeeded in launching the boat. Now for a moment Morris hesitated, wondering whether he should take the young man with him, but remembering that his journey was not without its dangers, finally he decided to go alone. "I am just going to have a sail round, Thomas, to look if I can make out anything about that ship." "Yes, sir," remarked Thomas doubtfully, "but it is rather a queer time to hunt for her, for in this sea haze too, especially round the sunk rocks. Shall I leave the lunch basket in the locker, sir, or take it up to the house?" "Oh, no, leave it. It wasn't touched today, and I might be glad for some breakfast," Morris answered. Then, having hoisted his sail, he set himself in the stern, and with the tiller in one hand and the sheet in the other. Instantly the water began to lap gently against the bow, and in another minute he glided away from the sight of the doubting Thomas, vanishing like some sea ghost into the haze and that chill darkness which precedes the dawn. It was very dark, and the mist was very damp, and the wind, what there was of it, very cold. Especially in his hurry he had forgotten to bring a thick ulster, and had nothing but a covert coat and a thin oilskin to wear. Moreover, he could not see in the last where he was going, or do more than lay his course for the sunk rocks by means of the boat's compass, which he consulted from time to time by the help of the bull's-eye lantern. This went on for nearly an hour, by the end of which Morris began to wonder why he had started upon such a fool's errand. Also he was growing alarmed. He knew by now that he should be in the neighbourhood of the reef, and fancied, indeed, that he could hear the water lapping against its rocks. Accordingly, as this reef was ill company in the dark, Morris hauled down his sail, and in case he should have reached the shallows, threw out his little anchor, which was about 6 fathoms of chain. At first it swung loose, but 4 or 5 minutes later, the boat having been carried onward into fleeter water by the swift current that was one of the terrors of the sunk rocks, it touched bottom, dragged a little, and held fast. Morris gave a sigh of relief, for that blind journey among unknown dangers was neither safe nor pleasant. Now, at least, in this quiet weather, he could lie where he was till light came, praying that a wind might not come first. Already the cold November dawn was breaking in the east. He was able to see the reflection of it upon the fog, and the surface of the water, black and oily looking, became visible as it swept past the sides of his boat. Now, too, he was sure that the rocks must be close at hand, for he could hear the running tide distinctly as it washed against them, and through the dense growth of seaweed that clung to their crests and ridges. Presently, too, he heard something else, which at first caused him to rub his eyes in the belief that he must have fallen asleep and dreamt. Nothing less, indeed, than the sound of a woman's voice. He began to reason with himself. What was there strange in this? He was told, or had inferred, that a woman had been left upon the ship. Doubtless this was she, upon some rock or raft perhaps. Only then she would have been crying for help, and this voice was singing, and in a strange tongue, more sweetly than he had heard woman sing before. It was incredible. It was impossible. What woman would sing in a winter daybreak upon the sunk rocks? Sing like the siren of old fable? Yet there, quite close to him, over the quiet sea, rose the song, strong, clear, and thrilling. Once it ceased, then began again in a deeper, more triumphant note, such as a Valkyrie might have sung as she led some Norn-doomed host to their last battle. Morris sat and listened, with parted lips and eyes flaring at the fleecy mist. He did not move or call out, because he was certain that he must be the victim of some hallucination, bred of fog or fatigue or of the cold. And as it was very strange and moving, he had no desire to break in upon its charm. So there he sat, while the triumphant, splendid song rolled and thrilled above him, and by degrees the grey light of morning grew, to right and left. To the right and left it grew, but strangely enough, although he never noted it at the time, he and his boat lay steeped in shadow. Then of a sudden there was a change. A puff of wind from the north seemed to catch the fog and rolled it up like a curtain, so that instantly all the sea became visible, broken here and there by round-headed, weed-draped rocks. Out of the east also poured a flood of light from the huge ball of the rising sun. And now it was that Morris learned why the gloom had been so thick about him, for his boat lay anchored full in the shadow of the lost ship Trondheim. There, not 30 yards away, rose her great prow, the cutwater, which stood up almost clear, showing that she had forced herself onto the ridge of a rock. There too, poised at the extreme point of the sloping forecastle, and supporting herself with one hand by a wire rope that ran thence to the foremast, was the woman to whose siren-like song he had been listening. At that distance he could see little of her face, but the new weakened wind blew the long dark hair about her head, while round her, falling almost to her naked feet, was wrapped a full red cloak. Had Morris wished to draw the picture of a Viking daughter guiding her father's ship into the fray, there, down to the red cloak, bare feet, and flying tresses, stood its perfect model. The wild scene gripped his heart. Who ever saw the like of it? This girl who sang in the teeth of death, the desolate grey face of ocean, the brown and hungry rocks, the huge abandoned ship, and over all the angry rays of a winter sunrise. Thus, out of the darkness of the winter night, out of the bewildering white mists of the morning, did this woman arise upon his sight, this strange new star, begin to shine upon his life and direct his destiny. At the moment that he saw her, she seemed to see him. At any rate, she ceased her ringing, defiant song, and leaning over the netting rail, stared downwards. Morris began to haul at his anchor, but though he was a strong man, at first he could not lift it. Just as he was thinking of slipping the cable, however, the little flukes came loose from the sand or weeds in which they were embedded, and with toil and trouble he got it shipped. Then he took a pair of sculls and rowed until he was nearly under the prow of the Trondheim. It was he, too, who spoke first. "You must come to me," he called. "Yes," the woman answered, leaning over the rail. "I will come, but how? Shall I jump into the water?" "No," he said, "it is too dangerous. You might strike against a rock or be taken by the current. The companion ladder seems to be down on the starboard side. Go aft to it. I will row round the ship and meet you there." She nodded her head, and Morris started on his journey. It proved perilous. To begin with, there were rocks all about. Also, here the tide or the current, or both, ran with the speed of a mill race, so that in places the sea bubbled and swirled like a boiling kettle. However skilled and strong he might be, it was hard for one man to deal with such difficulties and escape disaster. Still following the port side of the ship, since owing to the presence of certain rocks, he dared not attempt the direct starboard passage, he came at last to her stern. Then he saw how imminent was the danger, for the poop of the vessel, which seemed to be about 1,000 tons burden, was awash and waterlogged, but rolling and lifting beneath the pressure of the tide as it drew onto flood. To Morris, who had lived all his life by the sea and understood such matters, it was plain that presently she would float or be torn off the point of the rock on which she hung, broken-backed, and sink in 100-fathom deep water which lay beyond the reef. There was no time to spare, and he laboured at his oars fiercely, till at length, partly by skill and partly by good fortune, he reached the companion ladder and fastened to it with a boat-hook. Now no woman was to be seen. She had vanished. Morris called and called, but could get no answer, while the great dead carcass of the ship rolled and laboured above, its towering mass of iron threatening to fall and crush him, and his tiny craft to nothingness. He shouted and shouted again, then in despair lashed his boat to the companion and ran up the ladder. Where could she have gone? He hurried forward along the heaving, jerking deck of the main hatchway. Here he hesitated for a moment, then knowing that, if anywhere, she must be below, he set his teeth and descended. The saloon was a foot deep in water, which washed from side to side with a heavy, sickening splash. And there, carrying a bag in one hand, holding up her garments with the other, and wading towards him from the upper dry part of the cabin, at last he found the lady whom he sought. "Be quick!" he shouted. "For God's sake, be quick! The ship is coming off the rock!" She splashed towards him. Now he had her by the hand. Now they were on deck, and now he was dragging her after him down the companion ladder. They reached the boat, and just as the ship gave a great roll towards them, Morris seized the oars and rowed like a madman. "Help me! Help!" he gasped. "The current is against us!" And, sitting opposite to him, she placed her hands on his hands, pressing forward as he pulled. Her slight strength made a difference, and the boat forged ahead, 30, 40, 70 yards, till they reached a rock to which, exhausted, he grappled with a hook, bidding her hold on to the floating seaweed. Thus they rested for 30 seconds perhaps, when she spoke for the first time. "Look," she said. As she spoke, the steamer slid and lifted off the reef. For a few moments she wallowed. Then suddenly her stern settled, her prow rose slowly in the air till it stood straight, 50 or 60 feet of it. Then with a majestic but hideous rush, down went the Trondhjem and vanished for ever. All around about her the sea boiled and foamed, while in the great hollow which she made on the face of the waters black lumps of wreckage appeared and disappeared. "Tight! Hold!" he cried, "or she will suck us after her." and suck she did, till the water poured over the gunwale. Then the worst was past, and the boat rose again. The foam bubbles burst or floated away in little snowy heaps. The sea resumed its level, and save for the floating debris, became as it had been for thousands of years before the lost Trondheim rushed downwards to its depths. Now, for the first time, knowing the immediate peril past, Morris looked at the face of his companion. It was a fine face, and beautiful in its way. Dark eyes, very large and perfect, whereof the pupils seemed to expand and contract in answer to every impulse of the thoughts within. Above the eyes long curving lashes and delicately pencilled arched eyebrows, and above them again a forehead low and broad. The chin rounded, the lips full and rich and sensitive, the complexion of a clear and beautiful pallor, the ears tiny, the hands delicate, the figure slim, of medium height, and alive with grace. The general effect was most uncommon, and, without being lovely, breathing a curious power and personality. Such was the woman whom he had saved from death. "Oh, how splendid!" she said in her deep voice, and clasping her hands. "What a death! For ship or man, what a death! And after it the great calm sea, taking and ready to take forever." "Thank heaven it did not take you," answered Morris wrathfully. "Why?" she answered. "Because you are still alive, who by now would have been dead." "It seems that it was not fated at this time," she answered, adding, "the next it may be different." "Yes," he said reflectively, "the next time it may be different, Miss Fregelius." She started. "How do you know my name?" she asked. "From your father's lips. He is ashore at my house. The sailors must have seen the light in my workshops and steered for it." "My father!" she gasped. "He is still alive. But oh, how is that possible? He would never have left me. Yes, he lives, but with a broken thigh and his head cut open. He was brought ashore senseless, so you need not be ashamed of him. Those sailors are the cowards." She sighed, as though in deep relief. "I am very glad. I had made up my mind that he must be dead, for of course I knew that he would never have left me otherwise. It did not occur to me that he might be carried away senseless. Is he—" and she paused, then added, "Oh, tell me the worst, quick." "No, the doctors think he is in no danger at present, only a break of the thigh and a scalp wound. Of course, he could not help himself, for he can have known no more than a corpse of what was passing," he went on. "It is those sailors who are to blame, for leaving you on the ship, I mean." "Those sailors! From such rough men one does not expect much. They had little time and thought of themselves, not of a passenger, whom they had scarcely seen. Oh, thank God they did not leave my father behind also." "You do not thank God for yourself?" said Morris curiously, as he prepared to hoist the sail, for his mind harked back to his old wonderment. "Yes, I do, but it was not his will that I should die last night. I have told you that it was not fated," she answered. "Quite so. That is evident now, but were I in your case, this really remarkable escape would make me wonder what is fated." "Yes, "It does a little, but not too much, for you see I shall learn in time. You might as well wonder how it happened that you arrived to save me, and to what end."
Morris hesitated, for this was a new view of the case, before he answered.
"That your life should be saved, I suppose." "And why should it happen that your boat should come to save me?" "But I don't know. Chance, I suppose." "Neither do I. But I don't believe in chance. Everything has its meaning and purpose. Only one so seldom finds it out. Life is too short, I suppose," replied Morris.
By now the sail was up, the boat was drawing ahead, and he was seated at her side, holding the tiller.
"Why did you go down into the saloon, Miss Fregelius?" he asked presently.
She glanced at herself, and now for the first time she noticed that she wore a dress beneath her red cloak, and that there were slippers on her feet, which had been bare.
"I could not come into the boat as I was," she explained, dropping her eyes. "The costume, which is good enough to be drowned in, is not fitted for company. My cabin was well forward, and I guessed that by wading I could reach it. Also, I had some trinkets, and 1 or 2 books I did not wish to lose."
And she nodded at the handbag which had been thrown into the boat. Morris smiled.
"It is very nice of you to pay so much respect to appearances," he said, "but I suppose you forgot that the vessel might come off the rocks at any moment and crush me, who was waiting." "Oh, no," she answered. "I thought of it. I have always been accustomed to the sea and know about such things." "And still you went for your dress and your trinkets?" "Yes, because I was certain that it wouldn't happen, and that no harm would come to either of us by waiting a few minutes." "Indeed? And who told you that?" "I don't know, but from the moment that I saw you in the boat, I was certain that the danger was done with. At least, the immediate danger," she added.
End of Chapter 8. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 9 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 9. Miss Fregelius. While Miss Fregelius was speaking, Morris had been staring at the sail, which, after drawing for a time in an indifferent manner, had begun to flap aimlessly. "What is the matter?" asked his companion. "Has the wind veered again?" He nodded. "Dead from the west now, and rising fast. I hope that your spirit of prophecy still speaks smooth things, for upon my word I believe that we are both of us in a worse mess than ever. Oh, can't we row ashore? It is only a few miles, is it?" "We can try, but I am afraid we are in for a regular tearer. We get these sometimes on this coast after a spell of calm weather." "Oh, please give me an oar," she asked. "I am used to rowing, of a sort." So he set down the sail, and they began to row. For 10 minutes or so they struggled against the ever-rising gale. Then Miss Morris called to her ship oars. "It's no use exhausting yourself, Miss Fregelius," he said, "for now the tide is on the ebb and dead against us, as well as the wind." "What are we going to do?" Morris glanced back
to where a mile behind from the sea was beginning to foam ominously over the sunk rocks, here and there throwing up isolated jets of spray, like those caused by the blowing of a whale. "I am going to try to clear them," he said, "and then run before it. Perhaps we might take the far lightship 25 miles away. Help me pull up the sail. So that's enough. She can't stand too much. Now hold the sheet, and if I bid you, let go that instant. I'll steer." A few seconds later the boat's head had come round, and she was rushing through the water at great speed, parallel with the line of sunk rocks, but being momentarily driven nearer to them. The girl, Stella Fregelius, stared at the farthest point of foam, which marked the end of the reef. "You must hold her up if you want to clear it," she said quietly. "I can't do more in this wind," he answered. "You seem to know about boats. You will understand." She nodded, and on they rushed, the ever-freshening gale on their beam. "Oh, this boat sails well," said Stella, as a little water trickled over the gunwale. Morris made no answer. His eyes were fixed on the point of rock. Only bidding his companion hold the tiller, he did something to the sail. Now they were not more than 500 yards away. "It will be a very near thing," she said. "Oh, very," he answered. "And I don't want to be officious, but I suggest that you might do well to say your prayers." She looked at him and bowed her head for a minute or so. Then suddenly she lifted it again and stared at the terror ahead of them with wide, unflinching eyes. On sped the boat, while more and more did tide and gale turn her prow into the reef. At the end of it, a large humpbacked rock showed now and again through the surf, like the fin of a black whale. That was the rock that they must steer clear of if they would live. Morris took the boat hook and laid it by his side. They were very near now. They would clear it. No, the wash sucked them in like a magnet. "Goodbye," said Morris instinctively, but Stella answered nothing. The wave that lifted them broke upon the rock in a cloud of spray, wherein for a few instants their boat seemed to vanish. They were against it. The boat touched, and Stella felt a long ribbon of seaweed cut her like a whip across the face. Kneeling down, Morris thrust madly with the boat hook, and thus for an instant, just one, held her off. His arms doubled beneath the strain, and then came the backwash. Oh, heaven! It had swept them clear. The rock was behind, the sail drew, and swiftly they fled away from the death that seemed certain. Stella sighed aloud, while Morris wiped the water from his face. "Are we clear?" she asked presently. "Of the sunk rocks? Yes, we are around them, but the North Sea is in front of us, and what looks like the worst gale that has blown this autumn is rising behind us. Oh, this is a good boat, and on the open water I think that perhaps we ought to weather it," she said, trying to speak cheerfully, as Morris stowed the sail, for in the wind they wanted no canvas. "I wish we had something to eat," she added presently. "I am so hungry." "Oh, by good luck, I can help you there," he answered. "Yesterday I was out fishing and took lunch for myself and the boatman, but the fish wouldn't bite, so we came back without eating it, and it is still in the locker. Shift a little, please. I will get the basket." She obeyed, and there was the food sure enough, plenty of it. A thick packet of sandwiches and 2 boiled eggs, a loaf and a large lump of cheese for the boatman, a flask of whisky, a bottle of beer, another water, and 2 soda. They ate up the sandwiches and the eggs, Morris drinking the beer and Stella the soda water. For whisky, as yet she would not touch. "Now," she said, "we are still provisioned for 24 hours with the bread and cheese, the water and the soda which is left." "Yes," he answered, "if we don't sink or die of cold, we shall not starve. I never thought that sandwiches were so good before." And he looked hungrily at the loaf. "You had better put it away. You might want it later," she suggested, and he put it away. "Tell me, if you don't mind," he asked, for the food and the lightening of the strain upon his nerves had made him conversational, "what is that song you sang upon the ship, and why did you sing it?" She coloured a little and smiled, a sweet smile that seemed to begin in her eyes. "It is an old Norse chant which my mother taught me. She was a Dane, as my father is also by descent. It has come down in her family for many, many generations, and the legend is that the women of her race always sang it or repeated it while the men were fighting, and if they had the strength in the hour of their own death. I believe that it is true, for she died whispering it to herself. Yes, it grew fainter and fainter until it ceased with her breath. So, when I thought that my hour had come, I sang it also, for the first time, and I tried to be brave, and wished to go as my forefathers went. It is a foolish old custom, but I like old customs. I am ashamed that you should have heard it. I thought myself alone, that is all." "You are a very strange young lady," said Morris, staring at her. "Strange?" she answered, laughing. "Oh, not at all. Only I wanted to show those scores of dead people that their traditions and spirit still lived on in me. Their poor modern child. Think how glad they must have been to hear the old chant as it swept by in the wind just now, waiting to give me welcome." Morris stared still harder. Was this beautiful girl mad? He knew something of the old Norse literature and myths. A fantastic vision rose up in his mind of her forebears, scores and hundreds of them gathered at some ghostly Valhalla feast, listening to the familiar pain as it poured from her fearless heart, and waiting to rise and greet her, the last newcomer of their blood, with Skoll, daughter Skoll. She watched him as though she read his thought. "You see, they would have been pleased. It is only natural," she said, "and I have a great respect for the opinion of my ancestors." "Then you are sure they still exist in some form and are conscious?" She laughed again. "Of course I am sure. The world of spirits, as I think, is the real world. The rest is a nightmare. At least it seems like a nightmare, because we don't know the beginning or the end of the dream." "The old Egyptians thought something like that," said Morris reflectively. "They only lived to die." "But we," she answered, "should only die to live, and that is why I try not to be afraid. I dare say, however, I mean the same as they did, only you do not seem to have put their thought quite clearly. You are right. I meant that for them death was but a door. Ah, that is better, I think, she said. That was their thought, and that is my thought, and, she added, searching his face, perhaps your thought also. Yes, he answered, though somehow you concentrate it. I have never seen things, or rather this thing, quite so sharply. Because you have never been in a position to see them. They have not been brought home to you. Or your mind may have wanted an interpreter. Perhaps I am that interpreter. For the moment. Then she added, were you afraid just now? Don't tell me if you had rather not, only I should like to compare sensations. I was. Oh, more than on the ship, I admit it. No, he answered. I suppose I was too excited. What were you thinking of when we bumped against the rocks? She asked again. Well, now that you mention it, he replied, rubbing his forehead with his left hand, like a man newly awakened. I could think of nothing but that song of yours, which you sang upon the vessel. Everything grew dark for a moment, and through the darkness I remembered the song. Are you married? She asked, as though speaking to herself. No, I am engaged. Then why? And she stopped, confused. Morris guessed what had been in her mind, and of a sudden felt terribly ashamed. Because of that witch song of yours, he answered with a flash of anger, which made me forget everything. She smiled and answered, it wasn't the song, it was the excitement and struggle which blotted out the rest. One does not really think at all at such moments, or so I believe. I know that I didn't, not just when we bumped against the rock. But it is odd that you should believe that you remembered my song, for according to tradition, that is just what the chant should do, and what it always did. Its ancient name means the Overlord, because those who sang it and those who heard it were said to remember nothing else and to fear nothing, not even death, our Lord. It is the welcome that they give to death. What egregious nonsense, he blurted out. I dare say, but then why do you understand my nonsense so well? Tell me, if you will, of what blood are you? Oh, Danish, I believe, in the beginning. Oh, she said, laughing, no doubt that counts for it. Some forefathers of ours may have heard the song of the Overlord, perhaps from the lips of our foremothers of mine. So, of course, you remembered and understood. Oh, such a thing will scarcely bear argument, will it? Of course it won't. I have only been joking all the time, though I do half believe in this song, as my ancestors did before me. I mean that as I thought I had to die, I like to keep up the ancient custom and sing it first. It encouraged my spirits. But where are we going? To where our spirits will need no more encouragement, he answered grimly. Or at least, I fear it may be so. Miss Fregelius, to drop jest, it is blowing very hard off land. The sea is getting up, and this is but a small boat. We are doing pretty well now, but sooner or later, I fear, and I think it right to tell you, that a wave may poop us, and then there will be an end," said Stella. "Is there anything to be done? Have you any plan?" "None, except to make the Far Light ship, as I told you. But even if we succeed, I don't know whether it will be possible to get aboard of her unless the sea moderates." "Won't the lifeboat come out to look for you?" she asked. He shook his head. How could they find one tiny sail upon the great ocean? Moreover, it would be supposed that either I have foundered or made some port along the coast. There is the worst of it. I fear that it may be telegraphed everywhere," and he sighed deeply. "Why?" she asked. "Are you a very important person that they should bother to do that? You see," she added in explanation, "I don't even know your name or where you come from, only that you told me you worked in a shop, which," she added reflectively, looking at him, "seems odd." Even then and there Morris could not help a smile. Really, this young lady was very original. "No," he answered, "I am not at all important. I work in a shop because I am an inventor, or try to be, in the electrical line. My name is Morris Monk, and I am the son of Colonel Monk, and I live at the Abbey House, Monksland. Now you know all about me." "Oh, of course I do, Mr. Monk," she said in some confusion. "How foolish of me not to guess. You are my father's principal new parishioner, of whom Mr. Tomley gave us a full description." "Did he indeed? Well, what did he say?" he asked idly. "Do you really want to know, Mr. Monk?" "Well, yes, if it is amusing. Just now I shall be grateful for anything that can divert my thoughts." "And you will promise not to bear malice against Mr. Tomley?" "Oh, certainly, especially as he has gone away, and I don't expect to see him any more." "Well, he described your father, Colonel Monk, as a handsome and distinguished elderly gentleman of very good birth and manners too, when he chose, who intensely disliked growing old. He said that he thought of himself more than of anybody else in the world, and next of the welfare of his family, and that if we wished to get on with him we must be careful not to offend his dignity, as then he would be quarrelsome." "Oh, that's true enough, or most of it," answered Morris. "A good picture of my father's weak side." And what was the definition of myself?" "He said that you were, in his opinion, one of the most interesting people that he had ever met, that you were a dreamer and a mystic, that you cared for few of the things which usually attract young men, and that you were in practice almost a misogynist. He added that, although heretofore you had not succeeded, he thought that you possessed real genius in certain lines, but that you had your father's courtly air. That was his term. Of course, I am only repeating, so you must not be angry." "Oh, well," said Morris, "I asked for candour and I got it. Without admitting the accuracy of his definitions, I must say that I never thought that pompous old Tomley had so much observation." Then he added quickly, to change the subject, since the possible discussion of his own attributes, physical or mental, alarmed him, "Miss Fregelius, you have not told me how you came to be left aboard the ship." "Oh, Really, Mr. Monk, I don't know. I heard a confused noise in my sleep, and when I woke up it was to find myself alone, and the saloon half full of water. I suppose that after the vessel struck, the sailors, thinking that she was going down, got off at once, taking my father, who had been injured and made insensible in some way, with them as he happened to be on deck, leaving me to chance. You know, we were the only passengers. Were you not frightened when you found yourself all alone like that? Oh, yes, at first dreadfully. Then I was so distressed about my father, whom I thought dead, and angry with them for deserting me, that I forgot to be frightened, and afterwards, well, I was too proud. Besides, we must die alone, every one of us, so we may as well get accustomed to the idea.
Morris shrugged his shoulders impatiently.
You think that I need not talk so much about our mortal end? Well, perhaps under all the circumstances we may as well keep our thoughts on this world, while it lasts. You have not told me, Mr. Monk, how you came to be sailing about alone this morning. Did you come out to look at the wreck? Do you think that I am mad? He asked, not without indignation. Should I make a journey at night, in a November fog, with every chance of a gale coming up, to the sunk rocks in this cockleshell, and alone, merely to look at the place where, as I understood rather vaguely, a foreign tramp steamer had gone down? Well, it does seem rather odd, but why else did you come? Were you fishing? Men will risk a great deal for fishing, I know. I have seen that in Norway. Why do you pretend not to understand, Miss Fregelius? You must know perfectly well that I came to look for you. Indeed, she answered candidly, I knew nothing of the sort. How did you find out that I was still on the ship, or that the ship was still above water? And even if you knew both, why should you risk your life just on the faint chance of rescuing a girl whom you never saw? I can't quite tell you, but your father in his delirium muttered some words which made me suspect the truth, and a sailor who could speak a little bad French said that the Trondheim was lost upon some rocks. Well, these are the only rocks about here, and as the whole story was too vague to carry to the lifeboat people, I thought that I would come to look. So you see, it is perfectly simple. So simple, Mr. Monk, that I do not understand it in the least. You must have known the risks, for you asked no one to share them, the risks that are so near and real. And shivering visibly, she looked at the grey combers seething past them, and the wind-torn horizon beyond. Yet you who have ties, faced all this on the chance of saving a stranger. Oh, please, please, broke in Morris. At any rate, you see, it was a happy inspiration. Oh, yes, for me, perhaps, but for you. Oh, if it should end in your being taken away from the world before your time, from the world and the lady who, well, what then? Morris winced. Then he said, God's will be done. But although we may be in danger, we are not dead yet, not by a long way. She would hate me whose evil fortune it was to draw you to death, and in life or out of it I should never forgive myself. Never, never. and she covered her eyes with her cold, wet hand and sighed. "Oh, why should you grieve over what you cannot help?" Morris asked gently. "I cannot explain to you," she answered, "but the thought of it seems so sad."
End of chapter 9. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 10 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 10. Dawn and the Land. A day, a whole day, spent upon that sullen, sunless waste of water, with the great waves bearing them onwards in one eternal, monotonous procession, till at length they grew dizzy with looking at them, and the ceaseless gale piping in their ears. Long ago they had lost sight of land. Even the tall church towers built by their ancestors as beacons on this stormy coast had vanished utterly. Twice they sighted ships scudding along under their few rags of canvas, and once a steamer passed, the smoke from her funnels blowing out like long black pennons. But all of these were too far off, or too much engaged with their own affairs, to see the little craft tossing hither and thither like a used-up herring basket upon the endless area of ocean. Fortunately, from his youth, Morris had been accustomed to the management of boats in all sorts of weathers, the occupation of sailing alone upon the waters being one well suited to his solitary and reflective disposition. Thus it came about that they survived when others, less skilful, might have drowned. Sometimes they ran before the seas, sometimes they got up a few square feet of sail, and taking advantage of a veer in the wind, tried to tack, and once, when it blew its hardest, fearing lest they should be pooped, for over an hour they contrived to keep head on to the waves. Thus diversified by some necessary bailing, passed the short November day, long enough for them, till once more the darkness began to gather. They still had some food and drink left. Indeed, had it not been for these, they would have perished. Most happily also, with the sun the wind dropped, although for hours the sea remained dangerously high. Now, wet and cold were the enemies, worse than any that they had been called upon to face. Long ago the driving spray had soaked them to the skin, and there upon the sea the winter night was very chill. While the wind, fortunately for them, by comparison a warm one, still blew from the west, and the sea remained tempestuous, they found some shelter by wrapping themselves in a corner of sail. Towards midnight, however, it got round to the northeast, enough of it to moderate the sea considerably, and to enable them to put the boat about and go before it with a closely reefed sail. Now, indeed, they were bitterly cold, and longed even for the shelter of the wet canvas. Still Morris felt, and Stella was of the same mind, that before utter exhaustion overtook them, their best chance for life lay in trying to make the shore, which was, they knew not how far away. There, then, for hours they cowered in the stern of the boat, huddled together to protect themselves as best they might from the weather, and plunging forward beneath their little stretch of sail. Sleep they could not, for that icy breath bit into their marrow, and of this Morris was glad,
since he did not dare to relax his watch for an instant. So sometimes they sat silent, and sometimes by fits and starts they talked, their lips close to each other's face, as though they were whispering to each other. To while away the weary time, Morris told his companion about his invention, the Aerophone. Then she in turn told him something of her previous life. Stella was now a woman of 24. It seemed that her mother had died when she was 14 in the rectory at Northumberland, where she was born. After that, with short intervals, they had spent 5 years in Denmark, whither her father came to visit her every summer. Most of this time she passed at a school in Copenhagen, going for her holidays to stay with her grandmother, who was the widow of a small landowner of noble family, and lived in an ancient, dilapidated house in some remote village. At length the grandmother died, leaving to Stella the trifle she possessed, after which, her education being completed, she returned to Northumberland to keep a house for father. Here, too, it would seem that her life was very lonely, for the place was but an unvisited coast village, and they were not rich enough to mix much with the few county families who lived anywhere within reach.
"Have you no brothers and sisters?"
asked Morris. Even then, numb as was her flesh with cold, he felt her wince at the question.
No, she answered. "None now. At least none here. I had a sister, my twin, but she died when we were 17. This was the most dreadful thing that ever happened to me, the thing which made me what I am." "I don't quite understand. What are you then?" "Oh, something very unsatisfactory, I am afraid, quite different from other people. What Mr. Tomley said you were, Mr. Monk, a mystic and a dreamer of dreams, a lover of the dead, one who dwells in the past and in the future."
Morris did not pursue the subject, even under their strange circumstances. Favourable as they were to intimacy and confidences, it seemed impertinent to him to pry into the mysteries of his companion's life. Only he asked, at hazard almost, "How did you spend your time up there in Northumberland?"
"Oh, in drawing a little, collecting eggs, moths and flowers a great deal, in practising with my violin, playing and singing, and during the long winters in making translations in my spare time of Norse sagas, which no one will publish."
"Oh, I should like to read them. I am fond of the sagas," he said. And after this, under pressure of their physical misery, the conversation died away. Hour succeeded to hour, and the weather moderated so much that now they were in a little danger of being swamped. This, indeed, was fortunate, since in the event of a squall or other emergency, in their numbed condition, it was doubtful whether they would have found enough strength to do what might be necessary to save themselves. They drank what remained of the whisky, which put life into their veins for a while, but soon its effects passed off, leaving them, if possible, more frozen than before.
"What is the time?"
asked Stella after a long silence.
"Well, it should be daybreak in about 2 hours,"
he said, in a voice that attempted cheerfulness. Then a squall of sleet burst upon them, and after this new misery a torpor overcame Stella. At least her shivering grew less violent, and her head sank upon her shoulder. Morris put one arm round her waist to save her from slipping into the water at the bottom of the boat, making shift to steer with the other. Thus for a while they ploughed forward, whither he knew not, across the inky sky, for there was no moon, and the stars were hidden, driven on slowly by the biting breath of the winter wind. Presently she awoke, lifted her head and spoke, saying, "We can't last longer in this cold and wet. You are not afraid, are you?" "No, not exactly afraid, only sorry. It is hard to go with so much to be done and to leave behind." "You shouldn't think like that," she answered, "for what we leave must follow. She will suffer, but soon she will be with you again, where everything is understood. Only you ought to have died with her, and not with me, a stranger." "Oh, fate settles these things," he muttered, "and if it comes to that, maybe God will give her strength. But the dawn is near, and by it we may see the land." "Oh, yes, yes." Now her voice had sunk to a whisper. "The dawn is always near, and by it we shall see the land." Then again Stella's head sank upon his shoulder, and she slept heavily. Nor, although he knew that such slumbers are dangerous, did he think it worth while to disturb her. The invisible seas hissed and passed, the sharp wind bit his bones, and over him, too, that fatal slumber began to creep. But although he seldom exercised it, Morris was a man of strong will, and while any strength was left, he refused to give way. Would this dreadful darkness never end? For the 50th time he glanced back over his shoulder, and now he was sure of it. The east grew ashen. He waited a while, for the November dawn is slow in breaking, then looked again. Heaven be thanked! The cold wind had driven away the clouds, and there upon the edge of the horizon peeped up the fiery circle of the sun, throwing long rays of sickly yellow across the grey troubled surface of the water. In front of him lay a dense bank of fog, which from its character, as Morris knew well, must emanate from the reeking face of earth. They were near the shore, it could not be doubted. Still he did not wake his companion. Perhaps he might be in error, and sleep, even a death sleep, is better than the cheating of disappointed hope. What was that dim object in front of him? Surely it must be the ruin a mile or so to the north of Monksland. That was known as the Death Church. Once a village stood here, but the sea had taken most of it. Indeed, all that remained today was this old, deserted fane, which, having been built upon a breast of rising ground, still remained, awaiting its destruction by the slow sap of the advancing ocean. Even now, at times of very high tide, the sea closed in behind, cutting the fabric off from the mainland, where it looked like a forsaken lighthouse, rather than the tower and chancel of a church. But there, not much more than a mile away, yes, there it was, and Morris felt proud to think how straight he had steered homewards through the stormy darkness. The sea was still wild and high, but he was familiar with every inch of the coast, and knew well that there was a spot to the south of the Dead Church, just where the last rood of graveyard met the sand, upon which he could beach the boat safely, even in the worst weather. For this nook Morris headed with a new energy. The fires of life and hope burnt up in him, giving him back his strength and judgment. At last they were opposite to the place, and watching his chance, he put the helm down and ran in upon the crest of a wave till the boat grounded in the soft sand and began to wallow there like a dying thing. Fearing lest the backwash should suck them off into the surf again, he rolled himself into the water, for jump he could not. Indeed, it was as much as he could do to stand. With a last effort of his strength, he seized Stella in his arms and struggled with her to the sandy shore, where he sank down exhausted. Then she awoke. "Oh, I dreamed, she said, staring round her wildly. "What?" he asked. "That it was all over, and afterwards that I—" And she broke off suddenly, adding, "But it was all a dream, for we are safe on shore, are we not?" "Oh yes, thank heaven," said Morris. "Sit still, and I will make the boat secure. She has served us a good turn, and I do not want to lose her after all." She nodded, wading into the water. With numbed hands he managed to lift the anchor and carry it ashore in his arms. "There," he said. "Oh, the tide is ebbing, and she'll hold fast enough until I can send to fetch her. Or if not, well, it can't be helped. Come on, Miss Fregelius, before you grow too stiff to walk." And bending down, he helped her to her feet. Their road ran past the nave of the church, which was ruined and unroofed. At some time during the last 2 generations, however, although the parishioners saw that it was useless to go to the cost of repairing the nave, they had bricked in the chancel, and to within the last 20 years continued to use it as a place of worship. Indeed, the old oak door taken from the porch still swung on rusty hinges in the partition wall of a red brick. Stella looked up and saw it. I want to look in there," she said. "Wouldn't it do another time?" The moment did not strike Morris as appropriate for the examination of ruined churches. "No, if you don't mind, I should like to look now, while I remember. Oh, just for one instant." So he shrugged his shoulders, and they limped forward up the roofless nave and through the door. She stared at the plain stone altar at the eastern window, of which part was filled with ancient coloured glass and part with cheap glazed panes. At the oak choir benches, mouldy and broken, at the few wall slabs and decaying monuments, and at the roof still strong and massive. "I dreamed of a place very like this," she said, nodding her head. "I thought that I was standing in such a spot in a fearful gale, and that the sea got under the foundations and washed the dead out of their graves." "Oh, really, Miss Fregelius," he said, with some irritation, for the surroundings of the scene and his companion's talk were uncanny. "Do you think this is an occasion to explore ruins and relate nightmares?" Then he added, "I beg your pardon, but I think that the cold and wet have affected your nerves. For my part, I have none left." "Oh, perhaps. At least forgive me. I did so want to look," she answered humbly as, arm in arm, for she needed some support, they passed from the altar to the door. A grotesque imagination entered the numbed mind of Morris. Their slow and miserable march turned itself to a vision of a bridal procession from the altar. Wet, dishevelled, half frozen, they two were the bridegroom and bride, and the bride was a seer of visions,
and the bridegroom was a dreamer of dreams. Yes, and they came up together out of this bitter sea and the darkness, and they journeyed together to a vault of the dead. Thank heaven, they were out of the place, and above was the sun shining, and to the right and to the left the grey ocean and the purple ploughed lands, cold-looking, suggesting dangers and labour, but wholesome all of them, and good to the eye of man. Only why did this woman see visions, and why did he dream dreams? And what was the meaning of their strange meeting upon the sea? And where are we going? Asked Stella after a while, and very faintly. Home, to the abbey, I mean, where your father lies. Now it is not much more than a mile away. She sighed. Her strength was failing her. You had better try to walk. It will warm you, he urged, and she struggled on. It was a miserable journey, but they reached the house at length, passing first through the street of a village in which no one seemed to be awake. A wretched-looking couple, they stumbled up the steps into the porch, where Morris rang the bell, for the door was locked. The time seemed an age, but at last steps were heard. The door was unbarred, and there appeared a vision of the lad Thomas, yawning, and clad in a nightshirt and a pair of trousers, with braces attached which dangled to the floor. "Oh, Lord!" he said when he saw them, and his jaw dropped. "Get out of the way, you young idiot," said Morris, "and call the cook." It was 7:30 in the evening, that is, dinner time, and Morris stood in the study waiting for Stella, who had announced through the housemaid that she was coming down. After telling the servants to send for the doctor and attend to his companion, who had insisted upon being led straight to her father's room, Morris's first act that morning on reaching home was to take a bath as hot as he could bear. Then he drank several cups of coffee with brandy in it, and as the office would soon be open, wrote a telegram to Mary, which ran thus: "If you hear that I have been drowned, don't believe it. Have arrived safe home after a night at sea." This done, for he guessed that all sorts of rumours would be abroad, he inquired after Mr. Fregelius and Stella. Having learned that they were both going on well, and sent off his telegram, Morris went to bed and slept for 10 hours. Morris looked round the comfortable sitting-room with its recessed Tudor windows, its tall bookcases and open hearth, where burned a bright fire of old ship's timbers supported on steel dogs, and thought to himself that he was fortunate to be there. Then the door opened. He heard the housemaid's voice say, "This way, please, miss," and Stella came in. She wore a plain white dress that seemed to fit her very well, though where she got it from he never discovered, and her luxuriant hair was twisted up into a simple knot. On the bosom of her dress was fixed a spray of brilliant ampelopsis leaves. It was her only garment, but none could have been more striking. For the rest, although she limped and still looked dark and weary about the eyes, to all appearances she was not much the worse for the terrible adventure. Morris glanced at her. Could this dignified and lovely young lady be that red-cloaked, loose-haired Valkyrie whom he had seen singing at daybreak upon the prow of the sinking ship, or the piteous bedraggled person whom he had supported from the altar in the dead church? She guessed his thought. From the beginning Stella had this curious power of discovering his mind, and said with a smile, "Fine feathers make fine birds,
and even Cleopatra would have looked dreadful after a November night in an open boat. "Have you recovered?" he asked. "Oh, yes, Mr. Monk. That is, I don't think I'm going to have inflammation of the lungs or anything horrid of the sort. The remedies and that walk stopped it, but my feet are peeling from being soaked so long in salt water, and my hands, they're not much better, see," and she held them towards him. The dinner was announced, and for the second time that day they walked arm in arm. "It seems a little strange, doesn't it?" suggested Morris, as he surveyed the great refectory in which they two, seated at the central table, looked so lone and small. "Yes," she answered, "but so it should. Anything quite usual would have been out of place." Then he asked her how her father was going on, and heard what he had already learned from the doctor, that he was doing as well as could be expected. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Monk," she added, "if you can spare a few minutes after dinner, and are not too tired, he would like much to see you." "Of course," answered Morris a little nervously, for he scented a display of fervent gratitude. After this they dropped into desultory conversation, curiously different from the intimate talk which passed between them in the boat. Then they had been in danger, and at times in the very shadow of death, a condition that favours confidences, since those who stand beneath his wings no longer care to hide their hearts. The reserves which so largely direct our lives are lifted, their necessity is past, and in the face of the last act of nature, nature asserts herself. Who cares to continue to play a part when the audience has dispersed, the curtain is falling, and the pay-box has put up its shutters? Now, very unexpectedly, these two were on the stage again, and each assumed the allotted role. Stella admired the room, whereon Morris set to work to explain its characteristics, to find to his astonishment that Miss Fregelius had more knowledge of architecture than he could boast. He pointed out certain details, alleging them to be Elizabethan work, to which age they had been credited for generations, whereon she suggested and, indeed, proved that some of them dated from the earlier years of Henry VIII, and that some were late Jacobean. While Morris was wondering how he could combat this revolutionary opinion, the servant brought a telegram. It was from Mary at Beaulieu, and ran, "Had not heard that you were drowned, but am deeply thankful that you are saved. Why did you pass a night at sea in this weather? Is it a riddle? Grieved to say my father not so well. Best love, and please keep on shore. Mary." At first Morris was angry with this rather flippant message. Then he laughed. As he had already discovered, in fact, his anxieties had been quite groundless. The page-boy, Thomas, it appeared, when questioned, had given the inquirers to understand that his master had gone out to fish, taking his breakfast with him. Later, on his non-appearance, he amended the statement, suggesting out of the depths of a fertile imagination that he had sailed down to Northwold, where he meant to pass the night. Therefore, although the cook, a far-seeing woman who knew her Thomas and hated him, had experienced pangs of doubt, nobody else troubled the least, and even the small community of Monksland remained profoundly undisturbed as to the fate of one of its principal inhabitants. So little is an unsympathetic world concerned in our greatest and most particular adventures. A birth, a marriage, an inquest, a scandal. These move it superficially. For the rest, it has no enthusiasm to spare. The cold neglect of events, which had seemed to him so important, reacted upon Morris, who, now that he had got over his chill and fatigue, saw them in their proper proportions. A little adventure in an open boat at sea, which had ended without any mishap, was not remarkable, and might even be made to appear ridiculous. So the less said about it, especially to Mary, whose wit he feared, the better. When dinner was finished, Stella left the room, passing down its shadow recesses with a peculiar grace of which even her limp could not rob her. 10 minutes later, while Morris sat sipping a glass of claret, the nurse came down to tell him that Mr. Fregelius would like to see him if he were disengaged. Reflecting that he might as well get the interview over with, Morris followed her at once to the abbot's chamber, where the sick man lay. Except for a single lamp near the bed, the place was unlighted, but by the fire, its glow falling on her white draped form and pale, uncommon face, sat Stella. As he entered, she rose, and coming forward, accompanied him to the bedside, saying in an earnest voice, "Father, here is our host, Mr. Monk, the gentleman who saved my life at the risk of his own." The patient raised his bandaged head and stretched out a long, thin hand. He could stir nothing else, for his right thigh was in splints beneath a coffer-like erection designed to keep the pressure of blankets from his injured limb. "Sir, I thank you," he said in a dry, staccato voice. "All the humanity that is lacking from the hearts of those rude wretches, the crew of the Trondheim, must have found its home in you." Morris looked at the dark, quiet eyes that seemed to express much which the thin and impassive face refused to reveal, at the grey pointed beard and the yellowish skin of the outstretched hand. Here before him, he felt, lay a man whose personality it was not easy to define, one who might be foolish or might be able, but of whose character the leading note was reticence, inherent or acquired. Then he took the hand and said simply, "Pray, say no more about it. I acted on impulse and some wandering words of yours, with results for which I could not hope. There is nothing to thank me for." "Then, sir, I thank God, who inspired you with that impulse, and may every blessing reward your bravery." Stella looked up as though to speak, but changed her mind, and returned to the seat by the fire. "What is there to reward?" said Morris impatiently. "That your daughter is still alive is my reward. How are you tonight, Mr. Fregelius?" End of chapter 10. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 11 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 11. A Morning Service. Mr. Fregelius replied he was as well as he could be expected, that the doctor said no complications were likely to ensue, but that here upon this very bed he must lie for at least 2 months. "That," he added, "is a sad thing to have to say to a man into whose house you have drifted like a log into a pool of the rocks." "It is not my house, but my father's, who is at present in France," answered Morris. "But I can only say on his behalf that both of you and your daughter are most welcome, until you are well enough to move to the rectory." "Oh, why should I not go there at once?" interrupted Stella. "I could come each day and see my father." "Oh, no, certainly not," said Morris. "How could you live alone in that great empty house?" "I am not afraid of being alone," she answered, smiling. "But let it be as you like, Mr. Monk. At any rate, until you grow tired of us, and you change your mind." Then Mr. Fregelius told Morris what he had not yet heard, that when it became known that they had deserted Stella, leaving her to drown in a sinking ship, the attentions of the inhabitants of Monkland to the cowardly foreign sailors became so marked that their consul in Westwold had thought it wise to get them out of the place as quickly as possible. While the story was in progress, Stella left the room to speak to the nurse who had been engaged to look after her father at night. Afterwards, at the request of Mr. Fregelius, Morris told the tale of his daughter's rescue. In the course of it he mentioned how he found her standing on the deck of the sinking ship and singing a Norse song, which she had informed him was an ancient death dirge. The old clergyman turned his head and sighed. "Oh, what is the matter?" asked Morris. "Oh, nothing, Mr. Monk, only that the song is unlucky in my family, and I had hoped she had forgotten it." Morris looked at him blankly. "Oh, you don't understand. Well, how should you? But, Mr. Monk, there are strange things and strange people in the world, and I think that my daughter is one of the strangest of them all. Fey like the rest, only a fey Norse woman would sing in such a moment." Again Morris looked at him. "Oh, it is an old northern term, and means foreseeing and foredoomed. To my knowledge her grandmother, her mother, and her sister, all three of them, sang or repeated that song when in some imminent danger to their lives, and all three of them were dead within a year. Oh, the coincidence is unpleasant." "Oh, surely," said Morris with a smile, "you who are a clergyman can scarcely believe in such superstition." "No, I am not superstitious, and I don't believe in it. But the thing recalls unhappy memories. They have been death lovers, all of them. I never heard of a case of one of that family who showed the slightest fear of the approach of death, and some have greeted it with eagerness." "Well," said Morris, "would not that mean only that their spiritual sight is a little clearer than ours, and their faith a little stronger? Well, theoretically, we should all of us wish to die." "Oh, quite so. Yet we are human, and don't." "Oh, but she is safe, thanks to you, who, but for you, would now be gone. Oh, my head is still weak from that blow. You must not pay attention to me. Oh, I think I hear Stella coming. You will say nothing to her. About the song, I mean. Will you? We never talk of it in my family." When, still stiff and sore from his adventure in the open boat, Morris went to bed, it was clear to his mind after careful consideration that fortune had made him the host of an exceedingly strange couple. Of Mr. Fregelius he was soon able to form an estimate distinct enough, although, for aught he knew, it might be erroneous.
The clergyman struck him as a person of some abilities, who had been doomed to much disappointment and suffered from many sorrows. Doubtless his talents had not proved to be of a nature to advance him in the world. Probably, indeed, and here Morris's Haggard was correct. He was a scholar and a bookworm without individuality, to whom fate had assigned minor positions in a profession which, however sincere his faith, he was scarcely fitted to adorn. The work of a clergyman in a country parish, if it is to succeed, should essentially be practical, and this man was not practical. Clearly, thought Morris, he was one of those who beat their wings against the bars with the common result. It was the wings that suffered, the bars only grew a trifle brighter. Then it seemed that he had lost a wife to whom he was attached, and the child who remained to him, although he loved her and clung to her, he did not altogether understand. So it came about, perhaps, that he had fallen under the curses of loneliness and continual apprehension, and in this shadow where he was doomed to walk flourished forebodings and regrets, drawing their strength from his starved nature, like fungi from a tree outgrown and fallen in the forest. Mr. Fregelius, so thought Morris, was timid and reticent, because he dared not discover his heart, that had been so sorely trampled by fate and fortune. Yet he had a heart, which if he could find a confessor whom he could trust, he longed to ease in confidence. For the rest, the man's physical frame, not too robust at any time, was shattered, and with it his nerve. Sudden shipwreck, painful accident, the fierce alternatives of hope and fear. Then at last a delirium of joy at the recovery of one whom he thought was dead had done their work with him, and in this broken state some ancient, secret superstition became dominant, and strive as he would to suppress it, even in the presence of a stranger, had burst from his lips in hints of unsubstantial folly. Such was the father, or such he appeared to Morris, but of the daughter what could be said? Without doubt she was a woman of strange and impressive power. At this very moment her sweet voice, touched with that continual note of pleading, still echoed in his brain, and the dark quiet eyes that now slept and now shone large, as her thoughts fled through them, like some mysterious sky at night in which the summer lightning pulses intermittently. Who might forget those eyes that once had seen them? Already he wished to be rid of their haunting, and could not. Then her beauty, how unusual it was, yet how rich and satisfying to the eye and sense. In some ways almost Eastern, notwithstanding her Norse blood. Often Morris had read or heard of the bewildering power of women, which for his part hitherto he had been inclined to attribute to shallow and very common causes, such as underlie all animate natures. Yet that of Stella, for undoubtedly she had power, suggested another interpretation to his mind. Or was it, after all, nothing but a variant, one of the protean shapes of the ancient, life-compelling mystery? And her strange chant, the song of which her father made light, but feared so much, her quick insight into the workings of his own thought, her courage in the face of danger and sharp physical miseries, her charm, her mastery. What was he to make of them? Lastly,
Why did he think so much about her? It was not his habit where strangers were concerned. And why had she awakened in him, somewhat solitary and secluded mind, a sympathy so unusual that it seemed to him that he had known her for years, and not for hours? Pondering these things, and the fact that perhaps within the coming weeks he would find out their meaning, Morris went to sleep. When he awoke next morning his mood had changed. Somewhat vaguely he remembered his perturbations of the previous night, indeed, but now they only moved him to a smile. Their reason was so obvious. Such exaggerated estimates and thoughts follow strange adventures, and in all its details this adventure was very strange, as naturally as nightmares follow indigestion. Presently Thomas came to call him, and brought up his letters, among them one from Mary containing nothing in particular, for, of course, it had been dispatched before her telegram, but written in her usual humorous style, which made him laugh aloud. There was a postscript to the letter screwed in the uncopied space between the date line and the "Dearest Morris" at its commencement, and it ran: "How would you like to spend our honeymoon? In a yacht in the Mediterranean? I think that would do. There is nothing like solitude in a wretched little boat to promote mutual understanding. If your devotion could stand the strain of a dishevelled and seasick spouse, our matrimonial future has no terrors for your loving Mary." As Morris read, he ceased to laugh. Yes, he thought to himself, solitude in a wretched little boat does promote mutual understanding. I am not certain that it does not promote it too much. Then, with an access of irritation, "Oh, bother the people! I wish I could be rid of them. The whole thing seems likely to become a worry." Next he took up a letter from his father, which, when pursued, did not entertain him in the least. There was nothing about Lady Rawlins in it, of whom he longed to hear, or thought that he did. Nothing about the entrancing personality, the bibulous and violent Sir Jonah, now so meek and lamb-like, but plenty, whole pages indeed, as to details connected with the estate. Also it contained a goodly sprinkling of sarcasms and grumblings at his, Morris's, bad management of various little matters which the Colonel considered important. Most of all, however, was his parent indignant at his neglect to furnish him with details sufficiently ample of the progress of the new buildings. Lastly, he desired, by return of post, a verbatim report of the quarrel that, as he was informed, had occurred on the school board when a prominent Roman Catholic threatened to throw an inkstand at a dissenting minister who, coram populo, called him the son of a Babylonian woman. By the time that Morris had finished this epistle, and two others which accompanied it, he was in no mood for further reflections of an unpractical or dreamy nature. Who can wonder when it is stated that they contained, respectively, a summary demand for the amount of a considerable bill which he imagined he had paid, and a request that he would read a paper before a science institute upon the possibilities of aerial telephones, made by a very unpleasing lady whom he had once met at a lawn tennis party. Indeed, it would not be too much to say that if anyone had given him the opportunity, he would have welcomed a chance to quarrel, especially with the lady of the local institute. Thus cured of all moral distempers, and every tendency to speculate on feminine charms, hidden or overt, did he descend to the Sabbath breakfast. That morning Morris accompanied Stella to church, where the services were still being performed by a stopgap left by Mr. Tomley. Here again Stella was a surprise to him, for now her demeanour, and at a little distance her appearance also, were just such as marked 98 out of every 100 clergyman's daughters in the country. So quiet and reserved was she that anyone meeting her that morning might have imagined that she was hurrying from the accustomed Bible class to sit among her pupils in the church. This impression, indeed, was, as it were, certificated by an old-fashioned silk fichu that she had been obliged to borrow, which in bygone years had been worn by Morris's mother. Once in church, however, matters changed. To begin with, finding it warm, Stella threw off the fichu, greatly to the gain of her personal appearance. Next, it became evident that the beauties of the ancient building appealed to her, which was not wonderful, for these old seaside eastern counties churches, relics of long past wealth and piety, are some of them among the most beautiful in the world. Then came the Venite, of which here and there she sang a line or so, just one or two rich notes like those that a thrush utters before he bursts into full song. Rare as they might be, however, they caused those about her in the church to look at the strange singer wonderingly. After this, in the absence of his father, Morris read the lessons, and although being blessed with a good voice, this was a duty which he performed creditably enough, that day he went through it with a certain sense of nervousness. Why he was nervous at first he did not guess, till, chancing to glance up, he became aware that Miss Fregelius was looking at him out of her half-closed eyes. What is more, she was listening critically, and with much intenseness, whereupon instantly he made a mistake and put a false accent on a name. In due course, the lessons done with, they reached the first hymn, which was one that scarcely seemed to please his companion. At any rate, she shut the book and would not sing. In the case of the second hymn, however, matters were different. This time she did not even open the book. It was evident that she knew the words, perhaps among the most beautiful in the whole collection, by heart. The reader will probably be acquainted with them. They begin, "And now, O Father, mindful of the love that brought us, once for all, on Calvary's tree." At first Stella sang quite low, as though she wished to repress her powers. Now, as it happened at Monksland, the choir was feeble but inoffensive, whereas the organ was a good, if a worn and neglected instrument, suited to the great but sparsely peopled church, and the organist a man who had music in his soul. Low as she was singing, he caught the sound of Stella's voice, and knew at once that before him was a woman who in a supreme degree possessed the divinest gift, perhaps, with which nature can crown her sex, the power and the gift of song. Forgetting his wretched choir, he began to play to her. She seemed to note the invitation, and at once answered it. "Look, Father, look on his anointed face," swelled from her throat in deep contralto notes, rich as those the organ echoed. But the full glory of the thing, that surpassing music which set Monksland talking for a week, was not reached till she came to the third verse. Perhaps the pure passion and abounding humanity of its spirit moved her. Perhaps by this time she was the thrall of her own song. Perhaps she had caught the look of wonder and admiration on the face of Morris, and was determined to show him that she had other music at command besides that of pagan death chants. At least she sang up and out, till the notes dominated those of the choir, which seemed to be but an accompaniment to them, till they beat against the ancient roof and down the depth of the long nave, to be echoed back as though from the golden trumpets of angels that stood above the tower screen. till even the village children ceased from whispers and playing, to listen open-mouthed. And then for those, our dearest and best, by this prevailing presence we appeal. O fold them closer to thy mercy's breast, O do thine utmost for thy soul's true weal, from tainting mischief keep them white and clear, and crown thy gifts with strength to persevere. It was as her voice lingered upon the deep tones of these last words that suddenly Stella seemed to become aware that practically she was singing a solo, that at any rate no one else in the congregation was contributing a note. Then she was vexed, or perhaps a panic took her. At least not another word of that hymn passed her lips. In vain the organist paused and looked round indignantly. The little boys, the clerk, and the stout coach-builder were left to finish it by themselves, with results that by contrast were painful. When Stella came out of the church, redraped in her antique and unbecoming fichu, she found herself the object of considerable attention. Indeed, upon one pretext and another, nearly all the congregation seemed to be lingering about the porch and pathway to stare at the new parson's shipwrecked daughter when she appeared. Among them was Miss Layard, and with her the delicate brother. They were staying to lunch with the Stopgap's meek little wife. Indeed, this self-satisfied and somewhat acrimonious lady, Miss Layard, engaged Morris in conversation, and pointedly asked him to introduce her to Miss Fregelius. "We are neighbours, you know," she explained, "for we live at the Hall in the next parish, not more than a mile away." "Indeed," answered Stella, who did not seem much impressed. "My brother and I hope to call on Mr. Fregelius and yourself as soon as possible, but I thought I would not wait for that to have the pleasure of making your acquaintance." "You are very kind indeed," said Stella simply. "At present, I am afraid it is not much use calling upon my father, as he is in bed with a broken thigh. Also, we are not at the rectory. Until he can be moved, we are only guests at the Abbey." And she looked at Morris, who added rather grumpily, by way of explanation, "Of course, Miss Layard, you have heard about the wreck of the Trondheim, and how these foreign sailors saw the light in my workshop and brought Mr. Fregelius to the Abbey." "Oh yes, Mr. Monk, and how they left Miss Fregelius behind, and you went to fetch her, and all sorts of strange things happened to you. Oh, we think it quite wonderful and romantic. I am writing to dear Miss Porson to tell her about it, because I am sure that you are too modest to sing your own praises." Morris grew angry. At the best times he disliked Miss Layard. Now he began to detest her, and to long for the presence of Mary, who understood how to deal with that not too well-bred young person. "You really needn't have bothered," he answered. "I have already written." "Then my epistle will prove a useful commentary. If I were engaged to a modern hero, I am sure I could not hear too much said about him. And," fixing her eyes upon the black silk fichu, "the heroine of the adventure." Meanwhile, Stella was being engaged by the brother, who surveyed her with a pale, admiring eyes which did not confine their attentions to the fichu. "Her Monk is always an awfully lucky fellow," he said. "Just fancy his getting the chance of doing all that, and finding you on the ship at the end of it," he added with desperate and emphatic gallantry. "There's to be a whole column about it in the Northwold Times to-morrow. I wish the thing had come my way, that's all." "Unless you understand how to manage a boat in a heavy sea, and the winds and the tides of this coast thoroughly, I don't think that you should wish that, Mr. Layard," said Stella. "Why not?" he asked sharply. As a matter of fact, the little man was a miserable sailor, and suspected her of poking fun at him. "Because you would have been drowned, Mr. Layard, and laying at the bottom of the North Sea among the dogfish and conger eels this morning, instead of sitting comfortably in church." Mr. Layard started and stared at her. Evidently this lady's imagination was as vivid as it was suggestive. "I say, Miss Fregelius," he said, "you don't put things very pleasantly." "No, I am afraid not. But then drowning isn't pleasant. I have been near it very lately, and I thought a great deal about these conger eels. And sudden death isn't pleasant, and perhaps, unless you are very, very good, as I dare say you are, what comes after it may not be quite pleasant. All of which has to be thought out before one goes to sea in an open boat in winter, on the remotest chance of saving a stranger's life. Hasn't it?" Somehow Mr. Layard felt distinctly smaller. "I dare say one wouldn't mind it at a pinch," he muttered. "Monk isn't the only plucky fellow in the world." "I am sure you would not, Mr. Layard," replied Stella, in a gentler voice. "Still, all these things must be considered upon occasions, and a good many others." "A brave man doesn't think, he acts," persisted Mr. Layard. "No," replied Stella, "a foolish man doesn't think. A brave man thinks, and sees, and still acts. At least, that is how it strikes me, although perhaps I have no right to an opinion. But Mr. Monk is going on, so I must say good morning. Are many of the ladies about here so inquisitive, and the young gentlemen so?" Decided she was going to say, but changed the words to "kind," asked Stella of Morris as they walked homeward. "Ladies," snapped Morris. "Miss Layard isn't a lady, and never will be. She was neither birth nor breeding. Only good looks of a sort, and money. I should like," he added viciously, "I should like to shut her into her own coal mine." Stella laughed, which was a rare thing for her. Usually she only smiled as she answered, "I had no idea you were so vindictive, Mr. Monk. And what should you like to do with Mr. Layard?" "Oh, I never thought much about him. He is an ignorant, uneducated little fellow, but worth two of his sister all the same. After all, he's got a good heart. I have known him do kind things, but she has nothing but a temper." Meanwhile, at the luncheon table of the Stopgap, the new and mysterious arrival, Miss Fregelius, was the subject of fierce debate. "Pretty? I don't call her pretty," said Miss Layard. "She has fine eyes, that is all, and they do not look quite right. What an extraordinary garment she had on, too. It might have come out of Noah's Ark." "I fancy," suggested the hostess, a mild little woman, "that it came out of the wardrobe of the late Mrs. Monk. You know, Miss Fregelius lost all her things in that ship." "Then if I were she, I should have stopped at home until I got some new ones," snapped Miss Layard. "Oh, perhaps everybody doesn't think so much about clothes as you do, Eliza," suggested her brother Stephen, seeing an opportunity which he was loath to lose. Eliza, in the privacy of domestic life, was not a person to be assailed with a light heart, but in company, when to some extent she must keep her temper under control, more might be dared. She shifted her chair a little, with her familiar sign of war, and while searching for a repartee which would be sufficiently crushing, cast on Stephen a glance that might have turned wine into vinegar.
somewhat tremulously, for unless the fire could be damped before it got full hold, she knew what they might expect. The little hostess broke in with, "What a beautiful singing voice she has, hasn't she?" "Who?" asked Eliza, pretending not to understand. "Why, Miss Fregelius, of course." "Oh, well, that is a matter of opinion." "Oh, hang it all, Eliza," said her brother. "There can't be two opinions about it. She sings like an angel." "Oh, do you think so, Stephen? I should have said she sings like an opera dancer." "Always understood that their gifts lay in their legs and not in their throats. But perhaps you mean a prima donna," remarked Stephen reflectively. "No, I don't. Prima donnas are not in the habit of screeching at the top of their voices and then stopping suddenly to make an effect and attract attention." "Certainly she has attracted attention, and I only wish I could hear such screeching every day. It would be a great change." It might be explained that the Layards were musical, and that each detested the music of the other. "Oh, really, Stephen?" rejoined Eliza, with sarcasm as awkward as it was meant to be crushing. "I shall have to tell Jane Rose that she is dethroned. Oh, poor dear! Beaten out of the field by a hymn tune, a pair of brown eyes, and a black silk fichu." This was a venomous stab, since for a distance of 10 miles round everyone with ears to hear knew that Stephen's admiration of Miss Rose had not ended prosperously for Stephen. The poisoned knife sank deep, and its smart drove the little pale-eyed man to fury. "You can tell her what you like, Eliza," he replied, for his self-control was utterly gone, "but it won't be much use, for we'll know what you mean. She'll know that you are jealous of Miss Fregelius because she's so good-looking, just as you are jealous of her and Mary Porson and of anybody else who dares to be pretty and," with crushing meaning, "to look at Morris Monk." Eliza gasped, then said in a tragic whisper, "Oh, Stephen, you insult me. Oh, if only we were at home. I would tell you. I have no doubt you would. You often do." "But I'm not going home at present. I'm going to the Northwold Hotel." "Really?" broke in their hostess, almost wringing her hands. "Oh, this is Sunday, Mr. Layard. Remember, this is Sunday." "I am not likely to forget," replied the maddened Stephen. But over the rest of this edifying scene we will drop a veil. Thus did the advent of Stella bring with it surprises, rumours, and family dissensions. What else it brought remains to be told. End of chapter 11. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 12 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 12. Mr. Layard's Wooing. The days went by with an uneventful swiftness at the Abbey, and after he had once accustomed himself to the strangeness of what was, in effect, solitude in the house with an unmarried guest of the other sex, it may be admitted very pleasantly to Morrid. At first that rather remarkable young lady, Stella, had alarmed him somewhat, so he convinced himself that the duties of this novel hospitality would prove irksome. As a matter of fact, however, in 48 hours the irksomeness was all gone, to be replaced within twice that period by an atmosphere of complete understanding, which was comforting to his fearful soul. The young lady was never in the way, Now that she had procured some suitable clothes, the young lady was distinctly good-looking. She was remarkably intelligent and well-read. She sang, as Stephen Layard had said, like an angel. She took an almost enlightened interest in aerophones and their possibilities. She proved a very useful assistant in various experiments, and made one or two valuable suggestions. While Mary and the rest of them were away, the place would really be dull without her, and somehow he could not be as sorry as he ought when Dr. Charters told him that old Fregelius's bones were uniting with exceeding slowness. Such were the conclusions which one by one took shape in the mind of that ill-starred man, Maurice Monk. As yet, however, let the student of his history understand, they were not tinged with the slightest arrière-pensée. He did not guess even that such relations as already existed between Stella and himself might lead to grievous trouble, that at least they were scarcely wise in the case of a man engaged. All he knew was that he had found a charming companion, a woman whose thought, if deeper, or at any rate different to his, and not altogether to be followed, was in tune with his. He could not always catch her meaning, and yet that unrealized meaning would appeal to him. Himself a very spiritual man, and a humble seeker after truth, his nature did intuitive reverence to one who appeared to be still more spiritual, who, as he conjectured, at times at any rate, had discovered some portion of the truth. He believed it, although she had never told him so. Indeed, that semi-mystical side of Stella, whereof at first she had shown him glimpses, seemed to be quite in abeyance. She dreamed no more dreams, she saw no more visions, or if she did, she kept them to herself. Yet to him this woman seemed to be in touch with that unseen, which he found it so difficult to weigh and appreciate. Instinctively he felt that her best thoughts, her most noble and permanent desires, were there and not here. As he had said to her in the boat, the old Egyptians lived to die. In life a clay hut was for them a sufficient lodging. In death they sought a costly, sculptured tomb hewn from the living rock. With them these things were symbolical, since the great people believed with a wonderful certainty that the true life lay beyond. They believed, too, that on the earth they did but linger in its gateway, passing their time with such joy as they could summon, bearing their heads undismayed to the reign of sorrow, because they knew that very soon they would be crowned with eternal joys, whereof each of these sorrows was but an earthly root. Stella Fregelius reminded Maurice of these old Egyptians. Indeed, had he wished to carry the comparison from her spiritual to her physical attributes, it still might have been considered apt, for in face she was somewhat Eastern. Let the reader examine the portrait bust of the great Queen Taya, clothed with its mysterious smile, which adorns the museum in Cairo, and given fair instead of dusky skin, with certain other minor differences, he would behold no mean likeness to Stella Fregelius. However this may be, for if Maurice saw the resemblance, there were others who could not agree with him. Doubtless, although not an Eastern, ancient or modern, she was tinged with the fatalism of the East, mingled with a certain contempt of death, inherited perhaps from her northern ancestors, and an active, pervading spirituality was all her own. Yet her manners were not gloomy, nor her air tragic, for he found her an excellent companion, fond of children and flowers,
and at times merry in her own fashion. But this gaiety of hers always reminded Morris of that which is said to have prevailed in the days of the Terror among those destined to the guillotine. Never for 1 hour did she seem to forget the end. Vanities of vanities, saith the preacher, and that lesson was her watchword. One evening they were walking together upon a cliff. In the west the sun had sunk, leaving a pale, lemon-coloured glow upon the sky. Then far away over the quiet sea, showing bright and large in the frosty air, sprang out a single star. Stella halted in her walk, and looked first at the sunset heaven, next at the solemn sea, and last at that bright, particular star set like a diadem of power upon the brow of the advancing night. Morris, watching her, saw the blood mantle to her pale face, while the dark eyes grew large and luminous, proud too, and full of secret strength. At length his curiosity got the better of him. "Oh, what are you thinking of?" he asked. "Do you wish me to tell you?" "Well, yes, if you will." "Oh, you will laugh at me." Yes, as I laugh at the sky and the sea and star." "Well, then, I was thinking of the old, eternal difference between the present and the future." "You mean between life and death?" queried Morris, and she nodded, answering, "Between life and death, and how little people see or think of it. They just live and forget that beneath them lie their fathers' bones. They forget in some few days, perhaps more, perhaps less. Other unknown creatures will be standing above their forgotten bones, as blind, as self-seeking, as puffed up with the pride of brief moment, and filled with the despair of their failure, the glory of their success, as they are tonight." "Perhaps," suggested Morris, "perhaps they say that while they are in the world it is well to be of the world, that when they belong to the next it will be time to consider it. I am not sure you are quite right. I have heard that view," he added, remembering a certain conversation with Mary. Oh, don't think that," she answered almost imploringly, "for it is not true, really, it is not true. Of course the next world belongs to all, but our lot in it does not come to us by right. That must be earned." "The old doctrine of our faith?" suggested Morris. "Yes, but as I believe, there is more behind, more which we are not told, that we must find out for ourselves. With groanings that cannot be uttered, by hope we are saved. Oh, did not St. Paul hint at it?" "What do you mean?" "I mean that as our spirit sows, so shall it reap. As it imagines and desires, so shall it inherit. It is here that the soul must grow, not there. As the child comes into the world with a nature already formed, and its blood filled with gifts of strength or weakness, so shall the spirit come into its world, wearing the garment that it has woven and which it cannot change." "The garment which it has woven," said Morris. "That means free will. And how does free will chime in with your fatalism, Miss Fregelius?" "Oh, perfectly. The material given us to weave with, that is fate. The time which is allotted for the task, that is fate again. but the pattern is our own. Here are brushes, here is pigment, so much of it, of such and such colours, and here is light to work by. Now paint your picture, says the master. Paint swiftly, with such skill as you can, not knowing how long is allotted for the task. And so we weave, and so we paint, every one of us. Every one of us. What is your picture, Miss Fregelius? Oh, tell me if you will. She laughed and drew herself up. Oh, mine, oh, it is large. It is to reign like that star. It is to labour forward from age to age at the great task that God shall set me. To return and bow before his throne, crying, It is done. It is done. Behold, is the work good? For the hour that endures, it is still to be with those whom I have loved on earth, although they cannot see me. To soothe their sorrows, to support their weakness, to lull their fears. It is that the empty longing and daily prayers may be filled and filled and filled again, like a cup from a stream which never ceases. And what is that daily prayer? Asked Morris, looking at her. Oh, God, touch me with thy light, and give me understanding. Yes, understanding. The word encloses all I seek, she replied, then checking herself, added in a changed voice, Oh, come, let's go home. It is foolish to talk long of such things. Shortly after this curious conversation, which was never renewed between them, or, at least, but once, a new element entered into the drama, the necessary semi-comic element without which everything would be so dull. This fresh factor was the infatuation, which possibly the reader may have foreseen, of the susceptible, impulsive little man, Stephen Layard, for Stella Fregelius, the lady whose singing he had admired, and who had been a cause of war between him and his sister. Like many weak men, Stephen Layard was obstinate. Also from boyhood up he had suffered much at the hands of Eliza, who was not, in fact, quite so young as she looked. Hence there arose in his breast a very natural desire for retaliation. Eliza had taken a violent dislike to Miss Fregelius, whom he thought charming. This circumstance in their strange relations was reason enough to induce Stephen to pay court to her, even if his natural inclination had not made the adventure very congenial. Therefore, on the first opportunity, he called at the Abbey to ask after the rector, to be, as he hoped, received by Stella. Finding his first visit exceedingly agreeable, after a day or two he repeated it, and this time was conducted to the old clergyman's bedroom, upon whom his civility made a good impression. Now, as it happened, although he did not live in Monksland, Mr. Layard was one of the largest property owners in the parish, a circumstance which he did not fail to impress upon the new rector. Being by nature and training a hard-working man who wished to do his best for his cure even while he lay helpless, Mr. Fregelius welcomed the advances of this wealthy young gentleman with enthusiasm, especially when he found that he was no niggard. A piece of land was wanted for the cemetery. Mr. Layard offered to present an acre. Money was lacking to pay off a debt upon the reading room. Mr. Layard headed the subscription list with a handsome sum, and so forth.
Now the details of these various arrangements could not conveniently be settled without many interviews, and thus very soon it came about that scarcely a day went by upon which Mr. Layard's dog-cart did not pass through the Abbey gates. Generally he came in the morning and stopped to lunch, or he came in the afternoon and stopped to tea. In fact, or thus it seemed to Morris, he always stopped to something, so much so that although not lacking in hospitality, at times Morris found his presence wearisome, for in truth the two men had nothing in common.
"He must have turned over a new leaf with a vengeance, for he never would give a sixpence to anything during old Tomley's time," remarked Morris to Stella. "I suppose that he has taken a great fancy to your father, which is a good thing for the parish, as though Layards are richer than Croesus."
"Yes," answered Stella with a curious little smile. But to herself she did not smile, for if Morris found his visitor a bore, to Stella he was nothing short of an infliction, increased rather than mitigated by numerous presents of hothouse fruit and flowers offered to herself, and entailing each of them an expression of thanks, verbal or written. At first she treated the thing as a joke, till it grew evident that her admirer was as much in earnest as his nature would permit. Thereon, foreseeing eventualities, she became alarmed. Unless some means could be found to stop him, it was now clear to Stella that Mr. Layard meant to propose to her, and she had not the slightest intention of accepting him, as this was an honour she did not seek. But she could find no sufficient means. Hints and even snubs only seemed to add fuel to the fire, and of a perpetual game of hide-and-seek she grew weary. So it came about that at last she shrugged her shoulders and left things to take their chance, finding some consolation for her discomfort in the knowledge that Miss Layard, convinced that the rector's daughter was luring her inexperienced brother into an evil matrimonial net, could in no wise restrain her rage and indignation. So openly did this lady express her views, indeed, that at length a report of them reached even Morris's inattentive ears, whereon he was at first very angry, and then burst out laughing. That a man like Stephen Layard should hope to marry a woman like Stella Fregelius seemed to him so absurd as to be almost unnatural. Yet when he came to think it over quietly, he was constrained to admit to himself that the match would have many advantages for the young lady, whereof the first and foremost were that Stephen was very rich, and although slangy and without education in its better sense, at heart by no means a bad little fellow. So Morris shrugged his shoulders, shut his eyes, continued to dispense luncheons and afternoon teas, and though with an uneasy mind, like Stella herself, allowed things to take their chance. All this while, however, his friendship with Stella grew apace, enhanced as it was in no small degree by the fact that now her help in his scientific operations had become most valuable. Indeed, it appeared that he was destined to owe the final success of his instrument to the assistance of women, who at the beginning, at any rate, knew little of its principles. Mary, it may be remembered, by some fortunate chance made the suggestion as to the substance of the receiver, which turned the aerophone from a great idea into a practical reality. Now to complete the work it was Stella, not by accident, but after careful study of its problem, who gave the thought that led to the removal of one remaining obstacle to its general and successful embellishment. To test this new development of the famous sound deflector and perfect its details, scores of experiments were needed, most of which he and she carried out together. This was their plan. One of them established him or herself in the ruined building known as the Dead Church, while the other took up a position in the Abbey workshop. From these respective points, a distance of about 2 miles, they tested the machines with results that day by day grew better and clearer, till at length, under these conditions, they were almost perfect. Strange was the experience, and great the triumph, when at last Morris, seated in the Abbey with his apparatus before him, unconnected with its twin by any visible medium, was able, without interruption for a whole morning, to converse with Stella, established in the Dead Church. "It is done!" he cried in unusual exultation. "Now, if I die tomorrow, it does not matter." Instantly came the answer in Stella's voice. "I am happy. If I do nothing else, I have helped a man to fame." Then a hitch arose, the inevitable hitch. It was found that, in certain states of the atmosphere, and sometimes at fixed hours of the day, the sounds coming from the receiver were almost inaudible. At other times again the motive force seemed to be so extraordinarily active that, the sound deflector notwithstanding, the instrument captured and transmitted 1,000 noises which are not heard by the unobservant listener, or in some cases by the human ear. Weird enough these noises were at times. Like great sighs they came, like the moan of the breeze brought from an infinite distance, like mutterings and groanings arisen from the very bowels of the earth. Then there were the splash or boom of the waves, the piping of the sea wind, the cry of the curlew or black-backed gull, all mingled in one great and tangled skein of sound that choked the voice of the listener, and in their aggregate bewildered him who hearkened. These, and others which need not be detailed, were problems that had to be met, necessitating many more experiments. Thus it came about that through most of the short hours of winter daylight, Morris and Stella found themselves at their respective positions, corresponding, or trying to correspond, through the aerophones. If the weather was very bad or very cold, Morris went to the Dead Church. Otherwise that post was allotted to Stella, both because it was more convenient that Morris should stay in his laboratory, and by her own choice. 2 principal reasons caused her to prefer to pass as much of her time as was possible in this desolate and unvisited spot. First, because Mr. Layard was less likely to find her when he called, and secondly, that for her it had a strange fascination. Indeed, she loved that place, clothed as it was with 1,000 memories of those who had been human, like herself, but now were not. She would read the inscriptions upon the chancel stones, and study the coat of arms and names of those departed, trying to give each lost man and woman a shape and character, till at length she knew all the monuments by appearance, as well as by the names inscribed upon them. One of these dead, oddly enough, had been named Stella Ethel Smythe, daughter of Sir Thomas Smythe, whose family lived at the old hall, now in possession of the Layards. This Stella had died at the age of 25 in the year 1741, and her tombstone recorded that in mind she was clean and sweet, and in body beautiful. Also at the foot of it was a doggerel couplet, written probably by her bereaved father, which ran, "Though here by star seems set, I know 'twill light me yet." Stella, the live Stella, thought these simple words very touching, and pointed them out to Morris. He agreed with her, and tried in the records of the parish and elsewhere to discover some details about the dead girl's life, but quite without avail. "That's all that's left," he said one day, nodding his head at the tombstone.
The star is quite set." "I know. 'Twill light me yet," murmured his companion as she turned away to the work in hand. "Sometimes," she went on, "as I sit here in the dusk, listening to all the strange sounds which come from that receiver, I fancy that I can hear Stella and her poor father talking while they watch me. Only I cannot understand their language." "Ah," said Morris, "if that were right we should have found a means of communication from the dead and with the unseen world at large." "Why not?" asked Stella. "I don't know. I have thought of it," he answered, and the subject dropped. One afternoon Stella, wrapped in thick cloaks, was seated in the chancel of the Dead Church, attending to the instrument which stood upon the stone altar. Morris had not wished her to go that morning, for the weather was very coarse, and snow threatened. But anticipating a visit from Mr. Layard, she insisted, saying that she should enjoy the walk. Now the experiments were in progress, and going beautifully. In order to test the aerophones fully in this rough weather, Morris and Stella had agreed to read to each other alternate verses from the book of Job, beginning at the 38th chapter. "Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion?" read Stella presently in her rich, clear voice. Instantly from 2 miles away came the next verse, the sound of those splendid words rolling down the old church like echoes of some lesson read generations since. "Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth in his season, or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons?" So it went on for a few more verses, till just as the instrument was saying, "Who hath put wisdom in the inward parts, or who hath given understanding to the heart?" the rude door of the brick partition opened, admitting a rush of wind and Stephen Layard. The little man sidled up nervously to where Stella was sitting on a camp stool by the altar. "How do you do?" said Stella, holding out her hand and looking surprised. "Oh, how do you do, Miss Fregelius? What are you doing in this dreadfully cold place on such a bitter day?" Before she could answer, the voice of Morris, anxious and irritated, for as the next verse did not follow, he concluded that something had gone wrong with the apparatus, rang through the church, asking, "Who hath put wisdom in the inward parts, or who hath given understanding to the heart?" "Good gracious," said Mr. Layard, "I had no idea that Monk was here. I left him in the Abbey. Where is he?" "At the Abbey," answered Stella, as for the second time the voice of Morris rolled out the question from the book. "I don't understand," said Stephen, beginning to look frightened. "Has it anything to do with his electrical experiments?" Stella nodded. Then, addressing the instrument, said, "Please stop reading for a while. Mr. Layard is calling here." "Oh, confound him!" came the swift answer. "Let me know when he is gone. He said he was going home." Whereon Stella switched off before worse things happened. Mr. Layard, who had heard these words, began a confused explanation till Stella broke in. "Oh, please don't apologise. You changed your mind, and we all do that. But I am afraid this is a cold place to come to. You are right there. Why on earth do you sit here for so long?" "Oh, to work, Mr. Layard." "Well, why should you work? I thought women hated it, and above all, why for Monk? Does he pay you?" "I work because I like work, and shall go on working till I die, and afterwards, I hope. Also, these experiments interest me very much. Mr. Monk does not pay me. I have never asked him to do so. Indeed, it is I who am in debt for all the kindness he has shown to my father and myself. To any little assistance I can give him, he is welcome." "I see," said Mr. Layard, "but I should have thought that was Mary Porson's job. You know he is engaged to her, don't you?" "Oh, yes, but Miss Porson is not here, and if she were, perhaps she would not care for this particular work." Then came a pause, which, not knowing what this awkward silence might breed, Stella broke. "I suppose you saw my father," she said. "How did you find him looking?" "Oh, better, I thought, but that leg of his still seems very bad." Then, with a gasp and a great effort, he went on, "I have been speaking to him about you." "Oh, indeed," said Stella, looking at him with wondering eyes. "Yes, and he says that if it suits us both, he is quite willing. That, in fact, he would be very pleased to see you so well provided for." Stella could not say that she did not understand. The falsehood was too obvious, so she merely went on looking, a circumstance from which Mr. Layard drew false auguries. "You know what I mean, don't you?" he jerked out. She shook her head. I mean that I love you, that you have given me what this horrid thing was talking about just now. Understanding to the heart. Yes, that's it, understanding to the heart. Will you marry me, Stella? I will make you a good husband, and it isn't a bad place, and all that, and though your father says he has little to leave you, you will be treated liberally as though you were a lady in your own right." Stella smiled a little. "Will you marry me?" he asked again. "I am afraid that I must answer no, Mr. Layard." Then the poor man broke out into a rhapsody of bitter disappointment, genuine emotion, and passionate entreaty. "It is no use, Mr. Layard," said Stella at last. "Indeed, I am much obliged to you. You have paid me a great compliment, but it is not possible that I should become your wife, and the sooner that is clear, the better for both of us." "Are you engaged?" he asked. "No, Mr. Layard, and probably I never shall be. I have my own ideas about matrimony, and the conditions under which I would undertake it are not at all likely ever to be within my reach." Again he implored, for at the time this woman really held his heart, wringing his hands and indeed weeping in the agony of a repulse, which was the more dreadful because it was quite unexpected. He had scarcely imagined that this poor clergyman's daughter, who had little but her looks and a sweet voice, would really refuse the best match for 20 miles round. Nor had his conversation with his father suggested to his mind any such idea. It was true that Mr. Fregelius had given him no absolute encouragement. He had said that personally the marriage would be very pleasing to himself, but that it was a matter of which Stella must judge, and when asked whether he would speak to his daughter, he had emphatically declined. Still, Stephen Layard had taken this to be all part of a paternal formula, and rejoiced, thinking the matter as good as settled.
Dreadful indeed, then, was it to him when he found that he was called upon to contemplate the dull obverse of his shield of faith, and not its bright and shining face, in which he had been mirrored so clear a picture of perfect happiness. So he begged on piteously enough, till at last Stella was forced to stop him by saying as gently as she could, "Oh, please spare us, Mr. Layard. I have given my answer, and I am sorry to say that it is impossible for me to go back upon my word." Then a sudden fury seized him. "You are in love with somebody else," he said. "You are in love with Maurice Monk, and he is a villain when he is engaged to go taking you too. I know it." "Then, Mr. Layard," said Stella, striving to keep her temper, "you know more than I know myself." "Oh, very likely," he answered. "I never said you knew it, but it's true for all that. I feel it here, where you will feel it one day, to your sorrow." And he placed his hand upon his heart. A sudden terror took hold of her, but with difficulty she found her mental balance. "I hoped, Mr. Layard," she said, "that we might have parted friends. But how can we when you bring such accusations?" "Oh, I retract them," broke in the distracted man. "You mustn't think of what I have said. It is only the pain that has made me mad. For God's sake, at least let us part friends, for then perhaps some day we may come together again." Stella shook her head sadly, and gave him her hand, which he covered with kisses. Then, reeling in his gait like one drunken, the unhappy suitor departed into the falling snow. Mechanically, Stella switched on the instrument, and at once Morris's voice was heard asking, "I say, hasn't he gone?" "Yes," she said. "Oh, thank goodness. Why on earth did you keep him gossiping all that time? Now then, who can number the clouds in wisdom? Not Mr. Layard or I," thought Stella sadly to herself, as she called back the answering verse. End of chapter 12. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 13 of Stella Fregelius by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patrick79. Chapter 13. 2 questions and the answer. At length the light began to fade, and for that day their experiments were over. In token of their conclusion, twice Stella rang the electric warning bell which was attached to the aerophone, and in some mysterious manner caused the bell of its twin instrument to ring also. Then she packed the apparatus in its box, for with its batteries it was too heavy and too delicate to be carried conveniently, locking it up, and left the church, which she also locked behind her. Outside it was snowing fast, but softly, for the wind had dropped, and a sharp frost was setting in, causing the fallen snow to scrunch beneath her feet. About halfway along the bleak line of deserted cliff which stretched from the dead church to the first houses of Monksland, she saw the figure of a man walking swiftly towards her, and knew from the bent head and broad, slightly stooping shoulders that it was Maurice, coming to escort her home. Presently they met. "Why did you not wait for me?" he asked in an irritated voice.
I told you I was coming, and you know that I do not like you tramping about these lonely cliffs at this hour." "Oh, it is very kind of you," she answered, smiling that slow, soft smile which was characteristic of her when she was pleased, a smile that seemed to be born in her beautiful eyes, and thence to irradiate her whole face. "But it was growing dreary and cold there, so I thought I would start." "Yes," he answered, "I forgot, and what is more, it is very selfish of me to keep you cooped up in such a place, and upon a winter's day. Enthusiasm makes one forget everything. At least without it we should do nothing. Besides, please do not pity me, for I have never been happier in my whole life." "I am most grateful," he said earnestly. "I don't know what I should have done without you through this critical time, and what I shall—" And he stopped. "It went beautiful today, didn't it?" she broke in, as though she had not heard his words. "Yes," he answered, "beyond all expectations. We must experiment over a greater distance, and then if the thing still works, I shall be able to speak with my critics in the gate. You know, I have kept everything as dark as possible up to the present, for it is foolish to talk first and then fail afterwards. I prefer to succeed first and then talk afterwards." "Oh, what a triumph it will be!" said Stella. "All those clever scientists will arrive prepared to mock, and then think they are taken in, and at last go away astonished to write columns upon columns in the papers." "And after that?" queried Morris. "Oh, after that, honour and glory and wealth and power and the happy ending. Oh, doesn't it sound nice?" "Yes, in a way. But," he added with energy, "it won't come off. No, not the aerophones, they are right enough, I believe, but all the rest of it." "Why not?" "Because it is too much. Happy endings don't come off. The happiness lies in the struggle, you know. An old saying, but quite true. Afterwards something intervenes. To have struggled happily and successfully is happiness in itself. Whatever comes afterwards, nothing can take away. I have done something good. It is good. It cannot be changed. It is a stone built for ever in the pyramid of beauty, or knowledge, or advancement. What can man hope to say more at the last? And how few live to say it truly. You will leave a great name behind you, Mr. Monk." "I shall leave my work, and that is enough for me," he answered. For a while they walked in silence. Then some thought struck him, and he stopped to ask, "Why did Layard come to the Dead Church today? He said that he was going home, and it isn't on his road." Stella turned her head, but even in that faint light, not quickly enough to prevent him seeing a sudden flush change the pallor of her face to the rich colour of her lips. "Oh, to call, I suppose, or," correcting herself, "perhaps from curiosity." "And what did he talk about?" "Oh, the Aerophone, I think. I don't remember." "Oh, that must be a story," he said, laughing. "I always remembered Layard's conversation for longer than I want. It has a knack of impressing itself upon me. What was it? Cemetery land, church debts, the new drainage scheme, or something equally entrancing and confidential?" Under this cross-examination, Stella grew desperate, unnecessarily perhaps, and said in a voice that was almost cross, I cannot tell you. Please, let's talk of something else."
Then of a sudden Morris understood, and like a foolish man at once jumped to a conclusion far other than the truth. Doubtless Layard had gone to the church to propose to Stella, and she had accepted him, or half accepted him. The confusion of her manner told its own tale. A new and strange sensation took possession of Morris. He felt unwell. He felt angry. If the aerophone refused to work at all tomorrow, he would care nothing. He could not see quite clearly, and was not altogether sure where he was walking.
"I beg your pardon,"
he said in a cold voice, as he recovered himself.
"It was most impertinent of me." He was going to add, "Oh, pray accept my congratulations," but fortunately,
or unfortunately, stopped himself in time. Stella divined something of what was passing in his mind. Not all, indeed, for to her the full measure of his folly would have been incomprehensible. For a moment she contemplated an explanation, then abandoned the idea because she could find no words, because also this was another person's secret, and she had no right to involve an honest man, who had paid her a great compliment, in her confidences. So she said nothing. To Morris, for the moment at any rate, a conclusive proof of his worst suspicions. The rest of the walk was marked by unbroken silence. Both of them were very glad when it was finished. It was 5 o'clock when they reached the Abbey, so that there were 2 hours to be spent before it was time to dress for dinner. When she had taken off her things, Stella went straight to her father's room to give him his tea. By now, Mr. Fregelius was much better, although the nature of his injuries made it imperative that he should still stay in bed.
Is that you, Stella?"
he said in his high, nervous voice. Although she could not see them in the shadow of the curtain, she knew that his quick eyes were watching her face eagerly.
"Yes, father, I have brought you your tea. Are you ready for it?" "Oh, thank you, my dear. Have you been at the place, what do you call it, the Dead Church, all day?" "Yes, the experiments went beautifully." "Did they? Oh, did they indeed?"
commented her father in an uninterested voice. The fate of the experiments did not move him.
"Isn't it very lonely up there at the church?" "I prefer to be alone, generally." "Oh, I know. Oh, forgive me, but you are a very odd woman, my dear." Oh, perhaps, father, but not more so than those before me, am I? Most of them were a little different from other people, or so I have been told." "Oh, quite right, Stella. They were all odd women, but I think that you are quite the oddest of the family."
Then, as though the subject were disagreeable to him, he added suddenly,
"Mr. Layard came to see me today." "Oh, so he told me," answered Stella. "Oh, you have met him. Oh, I remember now. He said he would call up at the Dead Church, as he had something to say to you."
Stella determined to get the conversation over, so she forced the pace. She was a person who liked to have disagreeable things behind her. Drawing herself up, she answered steadily. "He did call in, and he said it." "Oh, what, my dear, what?" asked Mr. Fregelius innocently. "He asked me to marry him, father. I think he told me, with your consent." Mr. Fregelius, auguring the very best from this openness, answered in tones which he could not prevent from betraying an unseemly joy. "Oh, quite true, Stella. I told him to go on and prosper, and I really hope that he has prospered."
Yes, said Stella reflectively. Then, my dear love, am I to understand that you are engaged to him? Engaged to him? Certainly not, she answered. Then, snapped out her justly indignant parent, how in the name of heaven has he prospered? By my refusing him, of course. We should never have suited each other at all. He would have been miserable if I had married him. Mr. Fregelius groaned in bitterness of spirit. Oh, Stella, Stella, he cried. Oh, what a disappointment! Why should you be disappointed, father dear? She asked gently. Why? You stand there and ask why, when I hear that my daughter, who will scarcely have a sixpence, or at least very few of them, has refused a young man with between 17 and 18,000 pounds a year. That's his exact income, for he told me himself, a most estimable churchman, who had been a pillar of strength to me, a man whom I have chosen out of 10,000 as a son-in-law. And he ceased, overwhelmed. Oh, father, I am sorry that you are sorry, but it is strange you should understand me so little after all these years, that you could for one moment think that I should marry Mr. Layard. And why not, pray? Are you better born? Yes, interrupted Stella, whose one pride was that of her ancient lineage. I didn't mean that. I meant better bred and generally superior to him. You talk as though you were of a different clay. Well, perhaps the clay is the same, said Stella, but the mind is not. Oh, there it is again, spiritual and intellectual pride, which causes you to set yourself above your fellows, and in the end will be your ruin. It has made a lovely woman of you for years, and it will do worse than that. It will turn you into an old maid. Well, if you live, he added, as though shaken by some sudden memory. Oh, perhaps, said Stella, I am not frightened at the prospect. I dare say that I shall have a little money, and at the worst I can always earn a living. My voice would help me to it, if nothing else does. Oh, father dear, you mustn't be vexed with me. And pray do understand that no earthly thing would make me marry a man who I dislike rather than otherwise, who at least is not a mate for me, merely because he could give me a fine house to live in and treat me luxuriously. What would be the good of such a thing to me if I knew that I had tarnished myself and violated my instincts? Oh, you talk like a book, you talk like a book, muttered the old gentleman, but I know that the end of it will be wretchedness for everybody. People who go on as you do about instincts and fine feelings and all that stuff are just the ones who get into such dreadful mess at last. I tell you that such ideas are some of the devil's best baits. Stella began to grow indignant. Do you think, father, that you ought to talk to me quite like that? She asked. Don't you know me well enough to be sure that I should never get into what you call a mess? At least, not in the way I suppose you mean. My heart and thought are my own, and I shall be prepared to render account of them. For the rest, you need not be afraid. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean anything of the sort. I am glad to hear it.
broke in Stella. "It would scarcely have been kind, especially as I am no longer a child who needs to be warned against the dangers of the world. What I did mean is that you are an enigma, that I am frightened about you, that you are no companion, because your thoughts, yes, and at times your face too, seem unnatural, unearthly, and separate you from others as they have separated you from this poor young man." "I am what I was made," answered Stella with a little smile, "and I seek company where I can find it. Some love the natural, some the spiritual, and each receive from them their good. Why should they blame one another?" "Mad!" muttered the father to himself as she left the room. "Mad as she is charming and beautiful, or if not mad, at least quite impractical and unfitted for the world. Oh, what a disappointment to me! What a bitter disappointment! Well, I should be used to them by now." Meanwhile, Morris was in his workshop in the old chapel, entering up his record of the day's experiments, which done, he drew his chair to the stove and fell into thought. Somehow the idea of the engagement of Miss Fregelius to Stephen Layard was not agreeable to him, probably because he did not care about the young man. Yet now that he came to think of it quietly, in all her circumstances it would be an admirable arrangement, and the offer undoubtedly was one which she had been wise to accept. On the whole, such a marriage would be as happy as marriages generally are. The man was honest, the man was young and rich, and very soon the man would be completely at the disposal of his brilliant and beautiful wife. Personally, he, Morris, would lose a friend, since a woman cannot marry and remain the friend of another man. That, however, would probably have happened in any case, and to object on this account, even in his secret heart, would be abominably selfish. Indeed, what right had he to consider the matter? The young lady had come into his life very strangely, and made a curious impression on him. She was now going out of it by ordinary channels, and soon nothing but the impression would remain. It was proper, natural, and the way of the world. There was nothing more to be said. Somehow he was in a dreary mood, and everything bored him. He fetched Mary's last letter. There was nothing in it but some chit-chat, except the postscript, which was rather longer than the letter, and ran, "I am glad to hear the young lady whom you fished up out of the sea is such an assistance to you in your experiments. I gather, from what I hear, although you haven't mentioned the fact, that she is beautiful as she is charming, and that she sings wonderfully. She must be something remarkable, I am sure, because Eliza Layard evidently detests her, and says that she is trying to ensnare the affections of that squire of dames, her brother Stephen, now temporarily homeless after a visit to Jane Rose. What will you do when you have to get on without her? I am afraid you must accustom yourselves to the idea, unless you would like to make a third in the honeymoon party. Oh, joking apart, I am exceedingly grateful to her for all the help she has given to you, and dear, dear Morris, more delighted than I can tell you, to learn that after all your years of patient labour, you believe success to be absolutely within sight. My father, I am sorry to say, is no better. Indeed, although the doctors deny it, I believe he is worse, and I see no prospect of our getting away from here at present. However, don't let that bother you. And above all, don't think of coming out to this place, which makes you miserable, and where you can't work. What a queer menage you must be at the Abbey now, you and the star who has risen from the ocean. She ought to have been called Venus. Tete-a-tete, and the, I gather, rather feeble and uninteresting old gentleman in bed upstairs. I should like to see you when you didn't know. Why don't you invent a machine to enable people at a distance to see as well as to hear each other? It would be very popular and bring society to utter wreck. Does the Northern Star, well, she is Danish, isn't she, make good coffee? And how does she get on with the cook? Morris put down the letter and laughed aloud. Mary was amusing as ever, and he longed to see her again, especially as he was convinced that she was really bored out there in Beaulieu, with Mr. Porson sick and his father very much occupied with his own affairs. In a moment he made up his mind. He would go out and see her. Of course he could ill spare the time, but for the present the more pressing of his experiments were completed, and he could write up his data there. Anyway, he would put in a fortnight at Beaulieu, and what is more, start tomorrow, well, if it could be arranged. He went to the table and began a letter to Mary, announcing that she might expect to see him some time on the day that it reached her. When he had got so far as this, he remembered that the dressing bell had already rung some minutes, and ran upstairs to change his clothes. As he fastened his tie, he thought to himself sadly that this would be his last dinner with Stella Fregelius, and as he brushed his hair, he determined that unless she had other wishes, it should be as happy as it could be made. He would like this final meal to be the pleasantest of all their meals, and although, of course, he had no right to form an opinion of the matter, he thought that perhaps she might like it too. They were going to part, to enter on different walks of life. For now, be it said, he had quite convinced himself that she was engaged. So let their parting memories of each other be as agreeable as possible. Meanwhile, Stella also had her reflections. Her conversation with her father had troubled her, more perhaps than her remarks might have suggested. There was little between this pair except the bond of blood, which sometimes seems to be so curiously accidental, so absolutely devoid of influence in promoting mutual sympathies, or in opening the door to any deep and real affection. Still, notwithstanding this lack of true intimacy, Stella loved her father as she felt that he loved her, and it gave her pain to be forced to cross his wishes. She knew with what a fierce desire, although he was ashamed to express all its intensity, he desired that she should accept this, the first chance of wealthy and successful marriage that had come her way, and the anguish which her absolute refusal must have entailed upon his heart. Of course, it was very worldly of him, and therefore reprehensible, yet to a great extent she could sympathize with his disappointment. At bottom he was a proud man, although he repressed his pride and kept it secret. He was an ambitious man, also, and his lot had been confined to humble tasks, absolutely unrecognised beyond his parish, of a remotely placed country parson. Moreover, his family had been rich. He had been brought up to believe that he himself would be rich, and then, owing to certain circumstances, was doomed to pass his days in comparative poverty. Even death had laid a heavy hand on him. She was the last of her race, and she knew he earnestly desired that she should marry and bear children, so that it might not become extinct. And now this chance, this princely chance, which, from his point of view, seemed to fill every possible condition, had come unawares, like a messenger from heaven, and she refused its entertainment. Looked at through his eyes, the position was indeed cruel. Yet, deeply as she sympathized with him in his disappointment, Stella never for one moment wavered in her determination. Marry Mr. Layard? Her blood shrank to her heart at the very thought, and then rushed to her neck and bosom in a flood of shame. No, she was sorry, but that was impossible, a thing which no woman should be asked to do against her will. The subject wearied her, but as brooding on it could not mend matters, she dismissed it from her mind and turned her thoughts to Morris. Why, she did not know, but something had become between them. He was vexed with her, and what was more, disappointed. She could feel it well enough, and she found his displeasure painful. What had she done wrong? How had she offended him? Surely it could not be. And once again that red blush spread itself over face and bosom. He could not believe that she had accepted the man. He could never have so grossly misunderstood her, her nature, her ideas, everything about her. And yet who knew what he would or would not believe? In some ways, as she had already discovered, Mr. Monk was curiously simple. How could she tell him the truth without using words which she did not desire to speak? Here instinct came to her aid. It might be done by making herself as agreeable to him as possible, for surely he must know that no girl would do her best to please one man when she had just promised herself to another. So it came about that quite innocently Stella determined to allay her host's misgivings by this doubtful and dangerous expedient. To begin with, she put on her best dress, a low bodice of black silk relieved with white and single scarlet rose from the hothouse. Round her neck also, fastened by a thin chain, she wore a large blood-red carbuncle shaped like a heart, and about her slender waist a quaint girdle of ancient Danish silver, two of the ornaments which she had saved from the shipwreck. Her dark and waving hair she parted in the middle after a new fashion, tying its masses in a heavy knot at the back of her head, and thus adorned descended to the library where Morris was awaiting her. He stood leaning over the fire with his back towards her, but hearing the sweep of a skirt, turned round, and as his eyes fell upon her, started a little. Never till he saw her thus had he known how beautiful Stella was at times. Quite without design, his eyes betrayed his thought, but with his lips he said merely as he offered her his arm, "Oh, what a pretty dress! Did it come out of Northwold?" "The material did. I made it up, and I am glad that you think it nice." This was a propitious beginning, and the dinner that followed did not belie its promise. The conversation turned upon one of those North sagas that Stella had translated, for which Morris had promised to find a publisher. Then, abandoning the silence and reserve which were habitual to him, he began to talk, asking her about her work and about her past. She answered him freely enough, telling him of her school days in Denmark, of her long holiday visits to the old Danish grandmother, whose memory stretched back through 3 generations, and whose mind was stored with traditions of men and days now long forgotten. This particular saga, she said, had, for instance, never been written in its entirety till she took it down from the old dame's lips, much as in the 15th century the Iceland sagas were recorded by Snorro Sturluson and others. Even the traditional music of the songs, as they were sung centuries ago, she had received from her with their violin accompaniments. "Oh, I have one in the house," broke in Morris. A violin, rather a good instrument. I used to play a little when I was young. I wish, if you don't mind, that you would sing them to me after dinner." "Oh, I will try if you like," she answered, "but I don't know how I shall get on, for my own fiddle, to which I am accustomed, went to the bottom with a lot of other things in that unlucky shipwreck. You know, we came by sea because it seemed so cheap, and that was the end of our economy. Fortunately, all our heavy baggage and furnitures were not ready, and they escaped." "I do not call it unlucky," said Morris with grave courtesy, "since it gave me the honour of your acquaintance, or perhaps, may I say, of your friendship." "Yes," she answered, looking pleased. "Certainly you may call it friendship. It is owing to the man who saved my life, is it not? With a great deal more than I can ever pay." "Oh, don't speak of it," he said. "That midnight sail was my one happy inspiration, my one piece of real good luck." "Perhaps," and she sighed. "That is for me, though who can tell? I have often wondered what made you do it. There was so little to go on." "I have told you, inspiration, pure inspiration." "And what sent the inspiration, Mr. Monk?" "Well, fate, I suppose." "Yes, I think it must be what we call fate, if it troubles itself about so small a thing as the life of one woman." Then, to change the subject, she began to talk of the Northumberland moors and mountains, and of their years of rather dreary existence among them, till at length it was time to leave the table. This they did together, for even then Morris drank very little wine. "Oh, may I get the violin, and will you sing?" he asked eagerly, when they reached the library. "Oh, if you wish, I will try." "Then come to the chapel. There is a good fire, and it is put away there." Presently they were in the ancient place, where Morris produced the violin from the cupboard, and having set a new string, began to tune it. "Oh, that is a very good instrument," said Stella, her eyes shining. "You don't know what you have brought upon yourself. Playing the violin is my pet insanity, and once or twice since I have been here, when I wanted it, I have cried over the loss of mine, especially as I can't afford to buy another. Oh, what a lovely night it is! Look at the moon full shining on the sea and snow. I never remember her so bright, and the stars too. They glitter like great diamonds." "Oh, it is the frost," answered Morris. "Yes, everything is beautiful tonight." Stella took the violin, played a note or two, then screwed up the strings to her liking. "Do you really wish me to sing, Mr. Monk?" she asked. "Well, of course, more than I can tell you." "Oh, then, will you think me very odd if I ask you to turn out the electric lights? I can sing best so.
You stand by the fire so that I can see my audience. The moon through this window will give me all the light that I want."
He obeyed, and now she was but an ethereal figure, with a patch of red at her heart, and a line of glimmering white from the silver girdle beneath her breast, on whose pale face the moonbeams poured sweetly. For a while she stood thus, and the silence was heavy in that beautiful dismantled place of prayer. Then she lifted the violin, and from the first touch of the bow Maurice knew that he was in the presence of a mistress of one of the most entrancing of the arts. Slow and sweet came the plaintive, penetrating sounds that seemed to pass into his heart and thrill his every nerve. Now they swelled louder, now they almost died away, and now, only touching the strings from time to time, she began to sing in her rich contralto voice. He could not understand the words, but their burden was clear enough. They were a lament, the lament of some sorrowing woman, the sweet embodiment of an ancient and forgotten grief, thus embalmed in heavenly music. It was done. The echoes of the following notes of the violin fainted and died among the carven angels of the roof. It was done, and Maurice sighed aloud. "How can I thank you?" he said. "I knew that you were a musician, but not that you had such genius. To listen to you makes a man feel very humble." She laughed. "Oh, the voice is a mere gift, for which no one deserves credit, although, of course, it can be improved." "If so, what of the accompaniment?" "Oh, that is different. That comes from the heart and hard work. Do you know that when I was under my old master out in Denmark, who was in his time one of the finest of violinists in northern Europe, I often played for 5 and sang for 2 hours a day. Oh, so I have never let the thing drop. It has been the consolation and amusement of a somewhat lonely life. So by this time I ought to understand my art, although there remains much to be learnt." "Understand it? Why, you could make a fortune on the stage." "Well, a living perhaps, if my voice will bear the continual strain. I dare say that some time I shall drift there. For the living, not because I like the trade or have any wish for popular success. It is a fact that I had rather sing alone to you here tonight, and know that you are pleased, than be cheered by a whole opera house full of strange people. And I cannot explain. Sing on, sing all you can, for tomorrow I must go away." "Go away?" she faltered. "Yes, I will explain to you afterwards, but please sing while I am here to listen." The word struck heavy on her heart, numbing it. Why, she knew not. For a moment she felt helpless, as though she could neither sing nor play. She did not wish him to go. She did not wish him to go. Her intellect came to her aid. Why should he go? Heaven had given her power, and this man could feel its weight. Would it not suffice to keep him from going? She would try. She would play and sing as she had never done before. Sing till his heart was soft. Play till his feet had no strength to wander beyond the sound of the sweet notes her art could summon from this instrument of strings and wood. So again she began, and played on and on and on, from time to time letting the bow fall, to sing in a flood of heavenly melody that seemed by nature to fall from her lips, note after note, as dew or honey fall drop by drop from the calyx of some perfect flower. How long did she play and sing those sad, mysterious siren songs? They never knew. The moon travelled on its appointed course, and as its beams passed away gradually, that divine musician grew dimmer to his sight. Now only the stars threw their faint light about her, but still she played on and on and on. The music swelled as it told of dead and ancient wars, where all day long the noise of battle rolled, and in it rang the scream of the Valkyries preparing the feast of Odin. It was low and sad and tender, the voice of women mourning for their dead. It changed. It grew unearthly, spiritualized. Such music as those might use who welcome souls to their long home. Lastly, it became rich and soft and far as the echo of a dream, and through it could be heard sighs and the broken words of love that slowly fell away and melted as into the nothingness of some happy sleep. The singer was weary. Her fingers could no longer guide the bow. Her voice grew faint. For a moment she stood still, looking in the flicker of the fire and the pale beams of the stars, like some searcher returned from heaven to earth. Then, half fainting, down she sank upon a chair. Morris turned on the lamps and looked at this fair being, this chosen home of music, who lay before him like a broken lily. Then back into his heart with a chilling shock came the thought that this woman, to whom at least the most beautiful and gifted his eyes had seen, had promised herself in marriage to Stephen Layard, that she, her body, her mind, her music, all that made the Stella Fregelius whom he knew, were the actual property of Stephen Layard. Could it be true? Was it not possible that he had made a mistake, that he had misunderstood? A burning desire came upon him to know before he went, and upon the forceful impulse of that moment he did what any other time would have filled him with horror. He asked her. The words broke from his lips. He could not help them. "Is it true?" he said, with something like a groan. "Can it be true that you are really going to marry that man?" Stella sat up and looked at him. So she had guessed aright. She made no pretence of fencing with him, or of pretending that she did not know to whom he referred. "Are you mad to ask me such a thing?" she asked, with a strange break in her voice. "I am sorry," he began. She stamped her foot upon the ground. "Oh," she said, "it hurts me, it hurts. From my father I understood, but that you should think it possible that I should sell myself, I tell you that it hurts." And as she spoke, 2 large tears began to roll from her lovely pleading eyes. "Then you mean that you refused him? Oh, what else?" "Thank you. Of course, I have no right to interfere, but forgive me if I say that I cannot help feeling glad. Even if it is taken on the ground of wealth, you can easily make as much money as you want without him." And he glanced at the violin which lay beside her. She made no reply. The subject seemed to have passed from her mind. But presently she lifted her head again, and in her turn asked a question. "Did you not say you are going away tomorrow?" Then something happened to the heart and brain and tongue of Maurice Monk, so that he could not speak the thing he wished. He meant to answer a monosyllable, "Yes," but in its place he replied with a whole sentence. "I was thinking of doing so, but after all I do not know that it will be necessary, especially in the middle of our experiments." Stella said nothing, not a single word. Only she found her handkerchief, and without in the least attempting to hide them, there before his eyes wiped the 2 tears off her face, first one and then the other. This done, she held out her hand to him and left the room. End of chapter 13. Recording by Patrick79.